Good morning, good morning. All right. Good morning, everybody. All right, pause. 1, 2, 3. Wait, nope. I've got it, don't I? Okay, good news. Great news. I woke up this morning and we got a lot done today. We had workers come to the house to fix something. So we were up really early, which meant I could do a lot of work this morning, which was really good. So I put up my Bernie clip from yesterday's stream and I have a few comments. One called me a grifter and I was like, oh, I've arrived. Once you've been called a grifter by a rando in an audience, you've made it as a YouTuber. Even though I've been doing this, as my job for a few years, no one's ever accused me of truly being a grifter. And I really needed to hear that because today we're going to talk about grifting. We're going to talk about it and why it happens. And then someone said something like, oh, wait, hold on, Jess, welcome to memberships. Appreciate you. Somebody said something like, Brittany's totally in the leftist bubble. She's so biased. And I was like, thank you. Thank you. Finally, they're starting to really see me and criticize me the way they criticize all the people they hate, that they have no way to criticize. That's why I'm very careful about who I call a grifter, because I really think it's the go-to insult when you don't understand someone's content. So I try really hard not to call people grifters unless I literally think they are. But the word grifter is also, it's transforming on the internet. I think grifter is also used sort of as a replacement for, I can't imagine you're doing this for real, so you must be doing it for money. Chat says level 1 being called a cult leader, level 2 being called a grifter. Honestly though, yeah. Kind of exciting stuff. Being called a cult leader felt so stupid to me because I'm like, what? Being called a grifter is validating because not that you are a grifter, but everyone calls everyone a grifter. So I'm just like, thank you. I can't. What's the next one they need to call me? What's the next level? I'm trying to think. What's the next level? First, there's a cult leader, then there's grifter, and then there's sellout. Ooh, sellout. Because grifter and sellout are different. Now I need the internet to call me a sellout. Chat says a shill. There you go. There you go. What are you going to do? Okay. So today we're doing a philosophy journey today, which I think will be very exciting. 3 channels using philosophical terminology or subject matters to move the conversation forward. And I'm very excited to go over it with you today. I'm also, fingers crossed, I'm going to start reaching out to a few people asking for collabs that might be fun for the channel, including Michael Burns, because I think he'd be so fun to have on the channel. And so I thought we'd start off with his latest video so you guys can I know we've watched him before, but I wanted to give you guys a reminder of Michael and his work. He used to be a philosophy professor, which is pretty cool. And he makes really great content. He used to be the host of a Wisecrack, but Wisecrack got dissolved by the company that owns them. So he's gone on his own now. He has a channel. It just hit 100,000 subscribers like pretty quickly, which is really cool. But he's still trying to figure out like what he's doing on the internet. He had a great conversation with FD Signifier that I really, really liked. And basically he's, looking for collaborations and people to talk to. So maybe he'll talk to me. I don't know if that would be a vibe for him, but I'm going to reach out, either way. I respect his consent. So I hope he says yes, but he doesn't have to. And he made a video called You Don't Need Therapy, You Need Money about capitalism and depression, a little 14-minute long video I thought we could go ahead and watch together. Something I appreciate about Michael is that he's a little bit older, in his 40s, and he's kind of doesn't know everything about the space that we're in, but he'll end up overlapping with it. So I hope he has a safe and good time here. But something about, he was talking about basically that that making content, it's a lot. Like putting a 10-minute, really well thought out video together can be a lot. And streaming is a lot. And all of it's a little different than he was used to, or the fact that, Wisecrack would pay him regardless of how the video did. But now you're kind of paid on your video. And FD and him were having a conversation about not attaching the outcome of the video to your ego. And somebody in the chat of that conversation said, if I made a 20-minute video that bombed, how would I not take that personally? And I think to myself, as a content creator who's like a middle class living doing this, and I think that's pretty good. I will tell you, I don't think I pay attention to the videos. I think I pay attention to my audience, the relationship I have with my audience, and the stability of my income and my ability to pay my rent. I think for me, I'm focused on making sure I can pay my bills, and I'm looking for sustainability, but I'm never looking for a video to perform well. I'm looking for the video to be received well and for people to have good conversation around the video. And so I don't know if that helps like creatives and people looking to get into YouTube, but I know all of the years that I've been doing this, people have always said, Brittany should give up. Brittany should quit. Her videos get no views. They might not get any views, but I'm still paying my rent. So I'm doing something correctly. As a chronically ill, like neurodivergent person, I'm just lucky that I can pay my rent. And I think a big part of it is that I have a really amazing audience. And a big part of it is that I am like 50% Patreon funded. Like Patreon is like a huge part of my income. Maybe I'm exaggerating on the percentage here because Patreon fluctuates, but I am like very fan funded. If you count memberships and stuff, it's definitely like 50%. So I'm a very like viewer funded content creator, which is why I will always be grateful for that relationship with my audience. But so are so many other people. I mean, Hassan, even at some point, and Pokimane, like turn off monetization for their channels sometimes and just allow content creator or the audience members to fund them. Because at some point, it's like, it's people demanding, it's the direct demand from the market versus, something else. So there's something, to say that if you're thinking about doing this job, you just got to think about how you're doing it. Some content creators don't want to turn on monetization at all. Like they don't want members or Patreon. They want it pure AdSense, which I guess is monetization. But yeah, chat says paying bills is an underrated achievement. That's what I think too. I think being able to pay your bills, and even if you're not sure if you're going to be able to pay your bills next month, just being able to pay your bills every month, year after year, even if you still have the anxiety of not knowing if it's going to get paid next month, is so important. And I think coming from somebody who was making $200 a week, somebody who was making $500 a week at some point, somebody who was like constantly in the red, constantly overdrafting on her credit card and her bank statements. And, in my 20s were so rough. I mean, I just had to explain to my partner what overdraft fees are. My partner's like, what's an overdraft fee? And I was like, I have paid so many overdraft fees in my life. And I remember being so fucking strapped for cash. I was working like 2 jobs and I would call my insurance company and say like, if I didn't drive my car, it was the cheapest insurance I could get for it. And then I would park my car and walk to work because I couldn't afford to insure my car in order to drive it. Or I would go to the gas station and I would put $2 to $5 worth of gas in there and fingers crossed. I'd be like, all I have is $5. What can I get for $5? And yeah, I don't do that anymore. You know what I mean? Like I don't worry about whether or not I can fill up my gas tank. To be fair, I don't own a car anymore. But I didn't worry about it when I had a car again, a car I could afford. So yeah, I think when you're that person, and listen, statistically, that would have been my life for a big portion of my life if I didn't focus on a career and think about scaling it and like deciding what I was going to do for a living, because I didn't go to college. I didn't go to trade school. I was able to turn my hobby into a living, and I'm really lucky that I can make money being an artist. At the end of the day, a creative, like I know this is a 1 in a million chance. And I know that even though I'm not a millionaire, the fact that I can pay my bills is just like what the point is. The point is I can pay my bills. The point is working at a 9 to 5, I wasn't paying my bills. I wasn't paying my bills. So like, if you're going to be a creative, shoot to replace the income you have now. Don't shoot to be a millionaire. And don't listen to anyone who tells you to quit because you're only just paying your bills. Because, you know what I mean? Like, Discord said, does Patreon or YouTube make you more? It just depends. So every year is different. For the first 3 years, Patreon was a majority of my money. I wasn't making any AdSense money. Now AdSense pays more than Patreon, but it's completely dependent. It's never consistent. It's just always based off the market and the economy. So YouTube pays more now because people have less money to be on Patreon, right? Or like during Patreon, COVID is happening. So people were also at home. And when they had those stimulus checks, like, you know what I mean? There was a big part of that. But yeah, like it just fluctuates year to year. That's the other part of this job. You cannot expect consistency from the same source. So like, the first year of OF made the most money, of course. Now it's consistent income, but it's not like my main money maker. It's a side project, right? Lou Blue, welcome to memberships. So again, when you're doing these kinds of things, you cannot expect one source of income to be the source of income. And I was listening to Jack from Patreon talk about this, how like some of the most successful podcasts and content creators do an extra pod a week on Patreon. But the dilemma with that is like, that's still not accounting for all the small accounts on Patreon that have a Patreon and still aren't getting enough members. It's a secondary site. You have to have a secondary account. You have to put in your credit card information. It's like versus, that's why I have more YouTube members than I do patrons. I really believe I have more YouTube members than patrons because YouTube is just so much easier. There's direct content. There's exclusive content for YouTube members. It's all ages. It's, YouTube safe. It's just more accessible than my Patreon. My Patreon's 18 plus. It's mostly for philosophical and movie reviews and show reviews and debates and conversations. But it's like, it's a higher barrier to entry, the Discord. So there's gonna be less people there naturally. But YouTube members, you guys, I appreciate it so much. Like, I feel like I am really lucky there's so many YouTube members. Like so much of you can just look at my chat and see how many people are members, So I've really appreciated that. So yeah, I feel like when you work for yourself, you work more hours, but it's just like, when you're disabled, especially, I feel like what would be required of me to do in 30 minutes at a 9 to 5, I can get done in 3 hours at this job. So maybe I work longer hours, but I work at a pace that works with my body. And I think that's a huge difference as well, right? Yeah, Chet says, are taxes a headache? Yeah, they are. They're less of a headache if I wasn't dealing with 2 different countries right now. But yeah, they can be. But, you just get a good accountant. You get the right people to do the paperwork and it's a little easier. But I will say it's like, it can be pretty rough the first couple of years while you're figuring it out. Yeah, I definitely think that's probably the hardest part of the job is like just making sure you're not messing with governments and the paperwork is good and all of that stuff. But you can learn to work around that. Like you can learn to figure it out. And, as long as you're saving money to pay the IRS or whoever your government is at the end of the year, like you can figure it out. But you got to be like, yeah, there's a reason American businesses start and close like every 5 years. There's just not a lot, like the longevity of it. It's just so hard to run a business. Even when you're a single creative, like people just think it's so much easier, but easier subjective to the person. So Mark Cuban says, there's a saying where he goes, I'd rather make 50K a year working for myself than 100K working for somebody else. And that's because of the perks of one versus the other. So you have to decide which one is better. A lot of my brothers who tried to work for themselves actually found that they work better when they have someone to report to. One of my brothers realized he works better in an office than working at home. Well, everyone's different. So I think it's a matter of realizing the grass isn't always greener if it doesn't play to your joy. So if going to an office is better for you, go to the office. If working for a company is better for you, work for a company. If working for yourself is better, you can make it happen. You just got to be really genuinely all in. Until I was all in on this job, it wasn't full time. Once I decided to go all in 100%, no plan B, it worked out. But that's because I made it, was serious. In the same way that if you go to school, you just fuck around, you know, you might not graduate because you're not taking it seriously like anything else. Once you take it seriously and you buckle down and you focus, you can find a way to make a living. But it doesn't happen overnight. It happens very slowly and specifically. Unless you're lucky and you go viral and someone shares your video on Reddit, you know. By the way, you should share my videos on Reddit. Okay, and shout out to the people who do. I appreciate you. Chad says, do you think that everyone putting the hours in can make it online, or do you have to have a specific personality? There are like so many different jobs online, so it really just depends on what you're doing. You don't have to be in front of the camera. You don't even have to be a YouTuber. There are so many jobs you can do online. And when I say online, I include any job you're doing remotely from home that requires the internet. Someone's editor, internet marketing, management. You know what I really wish is that I could trust somebody to genuinely go out there and get me sponsorships and bring them back and just take a cut of it, but actually knows what they're doing. The dilemma is no one knows what they're doing yet. Nobody knows what to charge for people's time on YouTube. Nobody actually knows. So the dilemma is like there are markets that are dying for really smart people, but nobody who's doing it is genuine. A lot of people who are doing it are scammers. A lot of the people that are emailing you and saying like, let me be an editor, let me do a thumbnail, they've never worked for somebody. They're amateurs. They don't know what they're doing. It's their first time doing it. They're not actually trying to make your channel go viral. They're just trying to get a paycheck. You have to be someone who's not just trying to get a paycheck. You're actually trying to like deliver a good product. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for people that are actually trying to deliver like a good product, you know? But I think there's a job for everybody. Guys, there's billions and billions and billions of people on the planet. Billions. There are so many jobs. There are so many jobs, you know? Like if you're going to do online work, I think it's probably not the best to treat it the same way you think you treat a dead end job, like that you think like doesn't matter and the corporation owns it, especially if you're working with other creatives. You remember that guy, the philosophy or the interview guy we watched? His best friend like stole all this money from him. He applied for the job, fucked up his resume, like messed with it, said he was qualified when he wasn't. Yeah, don't be that guy. You know? Like, don't be that guy. Don't be the person who is bad at their job and pretends to be good at it. Be good at your job and get paid for it. You know, and have that show through the work that you produce. P.S. Are you guys watching what's Strongest of the Thickest of the Strongest? What's that? It's a Netflix show about a girl who's a fashion designer. I just started it and I'm obsessed. It's so funny. It's so good. There's a difference between giving somebody a job. What's Strongest of the Thick? What is the name of the title? There's a difference between giving somebody a job that hasn't really had the chance, who is qualified, right? They just need the resume. They need the experience in like a more hands-on way. And somebody who's never touched fabric in their life. She's a fashion designer, or or a stylist. She's a stylist. No, somebody who's never worked in fashion, somebody who's never actually attempted to do anything, somebody who's not reliable. You know, there's a difference between survival of the thickest. Thank you. There's a difference between that, which I think is great, like giving somebody a chance, and somebody who has absolutely no clue what they're doing, but they want to get paid like they do know what they're doing. I think what upsets me the most is getting paid the same price of somebody who knows what they're doing when you don't know what you're doing. There's nothing that bothers me more than the entitlement of people thinking they should get paid as much as somebody who's put in the work and put in the years. It pisses me off, honestly. It's like, bro, I'm gonna scream, okay? Anyways. Chat says I don't give work 100% all the time. I'm sorry, I burned out. Guys, listen to me when I say this. No one gives work 100%. Except people that abandon everything in their life. I don't give work 100%. I need you to hear me when I say this. Being 100% focused is not putting in 100%. It's saying, this is what I'm going to spend my life pursuing at not at any cost, that's a saying, but it's saying I am going to focus on this thing. Everything about my life is this thing. The same way that when people go to college to become doctors, they focus in on being a doctor. Nobody puts in 100%, guys. But you need to be 100% focused on one direction. But you do not, nobody puts 100% in. That is a myth of the neurotypicals. And that's why autistic people burn out at work and neurodivergent people burn out, because we think it's literal. I've been there. Tell me how many of you have done this. You showed up to a job in which you overperform because you figure, oh, I can do this. Then everyone thinks, oh, that's the standard. All your coworkers are mad at you because you're setting a standard that's too high. Then when your boss goes, you're reliable and you're amazing, they give you more work to do, but not with a raise. And then when you burn out and you say, I don't want to do this work anymore, and no one else is doing this much work, they look at you like you're a bad employee now. Story of my life. All of my life, I was that girl that was like, I will put in 110%. And then I would show up and I would put in 110% and realize no one around me was doing it. And I would get very confused. And then I would go to my boss and be like, can I have a raise? And they'd be like, the most we can do is literally, I'm not fucking with you. Are you ready for this? 10 cents. Girl, I got up and quit, went to Hawaii for 2 weeks, came back with a different job. 10 cents. Capitalism, baby. Capitalism, baby. Okay. So again, nobody's putting in 100%. I don't put 100% into YouTube. I would literally not have friendships, not have relationships. Do you know what 100% is? Is what I said yesterday. Sometimes I wish I didn't have a partner or a family or any friends or anybody so I could do this 100% of the time. Putting 100% into work means everything else gets fucked. Because what percent is going to anything else in your life? What percent is going to sleep, family, cuddling, Netflix? Nobody's putting 100% into work. And the people who do, we call them workaholics, and they often get divorced and their kids never see them. Okay. So just remember. Okay. 100% focused, not 100%. Okay. Actually, this is a perfect segue into Michael Burns' video on depression and capitalism. What a perfect segue, actually. Let's go ahead and do that because I think that's really important. But yeah, these businesses got to start giving people raises to reflect, the rent around them, because people, that's why people burn out too. Like that's the problem. Is like not chat. I'm looking at chat. Businesses don't understand that employees would be more than happy to work their jobs as long as they're not overworked, underpaid. That's it. That's all you have to do. Don't overwork them. Don't underpay them. Work them the right amount, pay them the right amount, and everybody would be happy. And they can't do it. They literally are like, no. And I'm like, and that's why the turnaround rate is so crazy in these businesses. They're so stupid. Honestly, people are so inefficient. We give ourselves so much credit for no reason. It's such a simple fix and they can't do it. They can't do it to save their effing lives. Now, the third part, and this is the part where I do blame the employee. You gotta be reliable. You gotta be honest with your relationship with the employer. And I understand in this current system, you can't be. But when you have mom and pop shops, and I've seen it, I've seen mom and pop shops go over and beyond for their employees. And I've seen the employees not show up, not do the work, not be enthused, show up drunk, show up high. And I'm like, girls, we got to be serious. Can we please be a little bit Miranda, Devil Wears Prada, just like 5%, show up and be serious? Just like a little bit. But obviously have the balance of Andy and her relationships outside of work. Okay, just like a little bit though. That's why I always talk about I dream of owning a business and having employees. But then I realize people are human and humans are really difficult to work with. Humans are so difficult to work with. Look what just happened with Ethan attacking Ian's former editor. Do you know what I mean? You're an editor. You're not even a content creator. That's why I was like, I don't want to work with anybody. Working with people is crazy. All of a sudden, you're not just like Frogan, you're Hassan's mod. And I'm like, ugh. What is this? You're you can't even just be at a job. But hey, corporate is the same. Everybody's somebody, networking, somebody's friends with somebody. Group activities. That's why I say it might be the autism, but I've never liked a group project. Never. you know? You know? Anyways, okay, let's segue into this video by Michael Burns, which I think will be fun. I haven't seen it, so I'm excited. You don't need therapy, you need money. Let's see what this is about.
So I've been thinking a lot about depression lately, and not just because I'm depressed, but because I think we're ignoring the real cause of the depression epidemic, capitalism. And recently, psychiatrists have argued that emotional distress is way more common in nations with neoliberal capitalist policies. And this problem goes way deeper than you might think. It actually goes all the way down to the structures of our brains, which is terrifying, but it also might be the key to fighting back. And this is way more than just an interesting academic question for me, because as I mentioned before, I am depression. Now, most of us assume that depression happens because we have chemicals in our brain and sometimes they get imbalanced, or we have more or less of certain things, stuff like serotonin, norepinephrine, and dopamine. And these sort of imbalances lead to depression. These chemical explanations have led to antidepressants being one of the primary treatments for those who suffer from depression. Full disclosure, until recently, I was a member of the Wellbutrin gang. Let me know what your antidepressant of choice is in the comments, Don't forget to smash that anxiety button. Second most common mode of treatment is some form of talk therapy. These days, CBT tends to be the most popular. This too is a thing that I have done to attempt to be less sad and more good. And these treatments are as profitable as they are popular. In 2024, the antidepressant market here in America is worth $18.7 billion. It's projected to be worth $37.9 billion by 2034. According to another report, on average, Americans are spending $208.93 on therapy each month. Because let's be real, your insurance ain't paying for that shit. But according to psychiatrist Joanne Moncrief, author of The Myth of the Chemical Cure, none of the situations we call mental disorders have been convincingly shown to arise from a biological disease. Academic David Matthews writes that despite its prominence, little evidence exists to support the premise that biology is the primary cause of the development of mental illness. Now, let's be clear here. This is not some grifter logic in which medication is bad for you and all you really need is a positive attitude and a regimen of supplements that are not approved by anyone, anywhere, at any time for anything. Rather, they're pointing out the way in which the focus on individual and biological explanations ignore the social and economic factors that are, for lack of a better term, making us all feel like ass. Because when we treat mental health like a wholly biological problem, we end up treating it like a wholly individual problem. And this all leads to the expansion of a mental health and wellness industry where happiness is your responsibility and you're always only one book.
Okay, fun fact. So you guys know I've read thousands of books. I'm obsessed with philosophy. I do like self-help, but I hate self-help bubbles. I've never had an app. I don't go to the self-help section of the bookstore. I read it for curiosity, but I've always been hesitant to believe in it because it feels very capitalistic to me. Much like the pamper yourself bubble where they're like, get the mask and get the foot scrub and get this. Self-care shouldn't require capitalism. It shouldn't require capital because self-care should be about relationship with the self. Now, sometimes self-care can require capital in the sense that you need to feed and clothe and, shelter yourself, but it shouldn't also need a glitter mask. Okay? It's fine if you get a glitter mask. It's wrong if they tell you the only way you can feel good about yourself is by buying this new box set of Sephora makeup products thing. You know what I mean? I love it all. I love products. I love marketing. I love buying stuff, but I want to buy it for the right reason. Something I've been kind of obsessed with is overconsumption core, because I grew up with some relatives that you walk into their bathroom and there's literally hundreds of shampoo and conditioner bottles. And I'm like, what's going on here, guys? Or there's 50 different lotions. And I'm like, I get 1 to 2 lotions at a time. And until those things are empty, I do not buy a new one. My nail polish, I buy 1 to 2 colors at a time. And until they are empty, I do not buy a new one. Okay, shampoo, conditioner, I buy 2 bottles at a time. And then I do not buy any until I am out. Moisturizers, same thing. Everything I buy, I do not buy another one until they're done. At most, I buy 2 so I can give me a chance between me going to the store, give me a few months, but I do not ever buy, more than I need. 1, because I might change my mind and do something later. But 2, I find it's a waste of money. So there's something to say about that, right? Let's see. Chet says self-care for me is literally keeping my house clean so I don't have insane anxiety and overwhelm over dishes. Hey, honestly, that I love preemptive. My mom taught me this because my mom definitely neurodivergent. But she said, she would always say, nothing feels better than waking up to a clean kitchen. And girl was right. Girl was right. That is the most true thing I have ever experienced in my life. Nothing is better than waking up to a clean kitchen. Ooh, there's nothing I like more than when my partner cleans a kitchen just so I can cook and make it messy again. I love cooking in a clean kitchen. Oh, it feels so good. It's just the best thing ever, you know? Okay. I want to comment on this comment, but not the comment you made, just like the sentence structure you used, or the saying you said, we are lab rats being bled for money, except it's if it's work they are taking. The lab rats is so interesting to me. I just want to comment on that phenomenon of feeling like you're in a cage. I will tell you, I felt like a hamster on a fucking wheel in my 20s. I felt like I was being pushed by this unseen force into laboring, working 3 jobs, and somehow never paying my bills. Like never, ever, ever paying my bills somehow. I'm like, how do I work so many jobs and I can't stay on top of it? I'm so confused what's happening. Like I could never get on. I was just like, and a big part of it was that I got trapped and sort of keeping up with the Joneses, but in another way. The funny thing is, like, because I was in the underground, like kink scenes, kink and gay scenes, that takes money. And a lot of my friends were making 6 figures and I was not. And so there was definitely this pressure to like be invited out to places and realize like I can't afford to go. So the way that I would afford to go is either they would pay for me or I would put it on credit cards. And then I could never get out of my credit card debt because the interest is, you know, so high. It's like 30% or 28% or 25%. You know, and you're just drowning in it. And you're like, man, I can't go out with my friends. Shots, when I would buy a round of shots, my friends, it'd be like 80, 90 bucks. It's like, damn, like that. If I'm making $300 a week, in a good week, if I'm making $500 a week, hell, when I was making $750 a week, I thought I was a fucking millionaire. I remember when my paycheck went up to $750 a week with 2 jobs. And I was like, I'm fucking rich. I was like, oh my God, I'll never need money again. Ooh, girl, as if, you know? So how did I get off the hamster wheel? And this is why I always say, just turn left, get off the wheel. There is an existence that is off the wheel. Older generations called it the rat race, literally, like you're in a rat race, get out of the rat race. You can do it. You can absolutely, I did it. And that's what saved my life is I got out of the rat race. I re-examined my place in the universe and like, what was the meaning of my life? What was that purpose? What was that why? Okay, the why. And then when I came back to the workforce, when I came back to this world, I came back with a purpose in mind, with a sense of meaning, with my values understood. And then instead of getting back on the hamster wheel, what I do is I jump on it and then I hop off. I like jump on when I have to because everyone is there. Capitalism exists within this hamster wheel. So like I jump on, I do my thing and I go and I bounce off at the end of the day. Most people stay on the wheel like I used to. Get off the wheel. Get off the wheel. And I say this as somebody who's always thinking about work, but not always on the hamster wheel. And there is a difference. It's hard to explain it, but there is a difference because I am a creative. So I'm always thinking about creating, which is work, but I'm not thinking about work through the lens of capitalism. I'm thinking at it through the lens of how to make a good video or how to bring a good stream to you guys or how to really get you as excited as I feel about these topics, you know, like how to get my audience excited about this topic. I really want to talk to them about it. You know, that's a very different excited, I want to share with you feeling versus oh no, I have to go to work and I don't want to. And I just want to cry in the fridge and the freezer. Like I can't tell you how many times I cried in the freezer at work. Or how many times when the babies were down for a nap, I was just like Googling ways to just like end my life. I was a great nanny, but you know, on the side, who doesn't want to commit a little suicide, you know? Anyways, you could be suicidal and a good parent. You know what I mean? You're just like you're like a little bit in it, you know? And that's the thing that happens in life is like, you are balancing all of these things, you know, of wanting to die and wanting to be successful and thinking if I just had money, my life would be easier. But no matter how much money I was making, I was never better. Never. I never got better no matter how much money I made until I really like dropped all of it and I accepted that all of it was going to go away. And then I restarted again, but with a different framework. I restarted again, understanding Brittany's place in the universe. Okay. And then when I did it that way, it became easier not to get sucked in to this, like to the world, because the world is always making demands. Trust me when I say the world is always making demands. Join us, buy this, do this, think this, be this. And it's my job to be like, okay, I hear you. No, thank you. The temptation is always there. Girl, I always see the temptation, but it's my job to say no to that temptation. 20s Brittany, though, I think she would have thought the temptation was an opportunity. But the temptation is, though it can be an opportunity for some people, I just watched Ryan Beard's video on Kanye and Sneeko. And Sneeko says in the interview, all of my life was leading up to this. I really am like, I accomplished my dreams. Like, I never thought I could be here, but now I'm here. This is a testament to like, if you want it, you can have it. And Ryan said, this isn't a testament to the hard work you put in, Sneeko. It's a testament to how far Kanye has fallen, that the only people who will talk to him are you and other loser streamers. And I was like, honestly, though, true. Like, Sneeko sees this as a great accomplishment, but I think in a real way, we know it's not. Like, in a real way, we know this isn't the accomplishment it would have been had it been the Ye of 10 years ago. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think there's something to be said about the, you know, where you are, what you think accomplishment looks like, what you actually want it to be. And it's never going to be the amount of money, because once you have the right amount of money, like enough to pay your bills, you still have to figure out what next. So once you figure the basics out, that's why Maslow's hierarchy of needs is structured that way. Start at the basics. Okay, move up, have friendships, relationships, meaning, you know, purpose, but it's really beyond that. There's a beyond that, you know? Anyways, okay, let's go back to this.
Or video or podcast or supplement or app away from getting closer to achieving that goal. And of course, underlying all of this is the logic that once you're able to cure your individual depression, you're going to get back to what really matters, being good at capitalism. But how is capitalism affecting our mental health? You know, in particular, how is it making us more depressed?
Pull back the curtain on capitalism, man. What do you see back there?
So the basic idea here is that under neoliberal capitalism, which is the dominant social and economic form in the West, social and public resources have been eroded and privatized in the name of efficiency and profit. And this has created increasing economic precarity and scarcity, especially for younger folks. You know, because when going to the doctor or getting a college degree leads to insurmountable debt, when owning a home becomes a fantasy from a bygone era, when jobs feel harder and harder to come by, well, we all end up feeling pretty bad. Now, according to psychiatrist Anna Zara, this is why we see such a troubling rise in depression. Now, she writes that with less control of their work and fewer opportunities for recognition and promotion, workers often derive less meaning in work, which causes increased anxiety and depression. She goes on to write that neoliberalism encourages individualism, which is decreased emphasis on the need for community and social connection for fulfillment. So not only does neoliberalism create the conditions for depression and anxiety, in encouraging individualism, it then erodes the type of human community that we need to avoid feeling socially isolated. The thing that really sucks about all of this is that we treat this state of affairs as normal, which means that people and brains that struggle to thrive under these conditions are considered to be abnormal. This leads to folks being labeled mentally ill just because they fail to thrive in circumstances that are fundamentally unjust. And this is where medication can become problematic. It's often sought out and prescribed as a way to help patients become more successful in the neoliberal capitalist society. And this implies that not assimilating to the desires and aims of capitalism makes one ill. This really hits home for me. Many of the times I've had to seek out help for my mental health have been because work has been really hard. You know, I felt that fundamental incompatibility between how I was feeling internally and how I was expected to perform externally. You know, in a world where we derive so much of our social and economic value from our ability to be good at doing job, struggling to do so can make you feel like a failure. In a recent study in Frontiers of Sociology, the authors write, for the past few decades, healthy brains were often considered to be individualist and selfish computational machines which process information in order to maximize personal utility via decision making. And the fields of psychiatry and neuroscience have themselves embraced this sort of picture of mental health in which a healthy brain is basically just a profit-seeking algorithm, which makes people like Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg mentally healthy. This makes those of us
Okay, let's pause there. Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos, hear me out, ground yourself before I say this, are doing exactly what they think is the right thing to do. In my level system for introspection, extrospection, I believe they're 2As. So, and you don't want to be a 2A, and most people will skip from a 2 to a 3 to a 4, right? But when you stop at 2A, what I think happens in people's brains, they go, okay, There's probably no inherent meaning. We're probably just a floating rock in space. There's probably no God. So what's the next thing to do if there is no God and no inherent meaning and no deeper introspection, extrospection? Make money, baby. And if make money is the only option and you worship only money and you think money is everything, then you will go down that path, right? Yes, chat says step 3, profit. Exactly. Then you will become, because why not? In their brains, they're thinking, you're all stupid. I can't believe you're not doing this. And then they think they're so fucking smart because they did the thing that nobody else will do, except they don't understand that most people just aren't as shitty as you are. Like, I don't think most people are shitty enough to truly take advantage of people the way that Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg are happy to do. That's genuinely what I believe. I think people are pretty good. I mean, they're inherently flawed and everyone has evil, but they are like, I don't think people are willing to really take that kind of advantage of people. Now, boys traditionally who worship these kinds of men will go down a pathway of doing something similar and adjacent. And using Sneako as an example, we just reviewed Sneako versus Ye in another stream last week, where Sneako was a creative who sold out for money, and his reward was money. He got it. And now he gets to hang out with the most popular Nazi of our time, But really, was it worth it? Was it worth selling out? Or what if Sneako had decided to creatively pursue his creative outlet in a more constructive and introspective way? Could he have offered something better to not only himself, but the people around him? Because I know for a fact, Sneako has also hurt a lot of the people in his life. He's been personally a failure as well. He has personally failed people. Okay. And he sold out his art. And for what? So he can hang out with Ye? My Discord said Destiny would be considered healthy by that metric. And Destiny is a person who would consider himself healthy. That's the image he likes to put off. It's all these cluster Bs. It's all the women in my life. It's not my predatory behavior. It's not me that abandoned my kid. It's not all these things. It's, I'm a millionaire. Look, I bailed from college and I was able to be a millionaire. He literally thinks he is so, he's a good person because he's successful. And that is the conundrum of patriarchy mixed with misogyny, mixed with capitalism. And this is why people are so unhappy. It's why they're devoid of joy. They are joyless people. What did Lauren Sanchez say when she came down from the little astronaut thing she did with Katy Perry? That's the fiance of Jeff Bezos. She said, we really just have to be better to each other. We have to do better. We have to be better to each other. Girl, start with the man you are sleeping with, because he is absolutely responsible for so much bad in the universe. You are sleeping with the villain, ma'am. And that she has the audacity to come down from space and be like, we have to do better. We have to. It's like, yeah, girl, but that's why I say stop pointing the fingers and start with yourself, girl. Everybody, all of us. Stop pointing the finger philosophically when you're on your own personal introspection journey. We're not talking about politics right now. We're talking about your own journey. Stop looking at others and look at yourself and start there, because that's what a lot of these people aren't doing. Mark Zuckerberg's not checking himself. Jeff Bezos is not checking himself. All of these people that are trying to scam you, they're not checking themselves. Sneako isn't checking himself. Ye isn't checking himself. And so make sure you don't become them, because you also think you don't need to check yourself. Okay? Ooh, I got exhausted thinking about Jeff Bezos. He really exhausts me. P.S. I'm still in my year-long boycott of Amazon and I feel good about it. And has it been inconvenient? Yes. But you know what I did? I needed my new henna. I haven't dyed my hair in a really long time because I dye my hair with henna. And that's where I got it on Amazon. But I found the shop that gets it from Germany, and I bought it from Germany at a local shop, and that's where I got it from. So I wouldn't have to go through Amazon. So I'm getting it directly from the company that I found. Okay. Chad says, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Brittany 2025. Exactly, girl. Exactly.
Who aren't wired for capitalism then feel like we're falling short, like we are lazy or stupid and just incapable of keeping up with everything and everyone we see around us. Professor Michael Krauss Franson, I probably didn't say that right, writes that depression makes manifest the contemporary subject's alienation in its most extreme and pathological form, meaning that—
Wait, you know what he said earlier, that most depression is actually circumstantial. It's not that chemical belief we have. That was my depression. My depression went away the moment I philosophically understood my place in the universe. It's the tool I'm trying to give you. I swear I'm trying to give it to you, but it might not be guaranteed because your depression might not be only circumstantial. But if it is like mine was, then with the right framework, your depression might just be a thing of the past, but it might not be. So don't, I can't give you a guarantee. I can just say that, hey, for me, I was depressed for like all of my life, suicidal all of my life. But once I did this thing that isn't black and white, I can't tell you what to do. I can just tell you what I did, and then you can figure out what works for you. Once you do whatever that thing is, the right combination of the right tools and the right data, it might be a thing you get to say was a past, like, oh, in the past, I was this way. I love when I got assessed for autism. He assessed me for depression, and I'm not depressed. Am anxious, of course, and not depressed. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. He's like, yeah, you're very forthcoming with your answers. Like, he's like, do you think about killing yourself? And I was like, no, but I had for many, many years, but it stopped about 5-6 years ago. And we talked about it, and he was like, oh, and like, I'm very forthcoming with like doctors and therapists. I think I don't want them to ever feel like I'm hiding something if I trust them, but also I want them to know, like, I already did this work. Thank you. You can give me my gold star now because I did it. Thank you. I did it with the help of a community because ultimately we never do anything alone, but you still have to be the one to want to change. All right.
Now, depression describes the mental state of those who feel most out of sync with contemporary capitalist life. Is that you? 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 Okay, so how do we make sense of all this in light of our more common sense understanding of depression? Now, David Matthews writes that mental health under capitalism evolves from a dialectical relationship between the material conditions of capitalism and the corporeal and hence material nature of the individual. So rather than being either wholly caused by social and economic factors or caused wholly by biological and psychological factors, the two are inherently related. You might have some genetic predisposition towards depression, but it might not be a problem until a set of social conditions, unemployment, debt, housing costs, exacerbate that underlying biological predisposition. Looking at things in this dialectical way is especially important right now in the United States, as our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert.
And, love that edit. Elijah, thank you for the super chat, says, what's the name of the shop? I love your hair color. That's a great question. Hold on, can I show it? I can share it, right, without doxing myself because it's in Germany, so I wouldn't be doxing myself. Do you love my hesitation? I love my hesitation. I'm like, can I get doxed this way? Let me see if I can pull it up. Especially since you super chatted, which I appreciate. Oh, okay. It's in German, so give me a second. Let me pull up the website. Okay, got it. Okay, should be good. There you go. That's where I bought it from. And I use a henna brand, henna color that's copper, very important copper. And I get the powdered version because it lasts longer than getting cream versions. And then you can mix it with water and do it yourself. And so henna, copper, powder. That's the one I've been doing. I'm new to the powder myself. It does look green, but it will come out red in your hair. Okay, now, wait, depression, RFK Jr., hold on.
Employment, debt, housing costs.
Oh, dialectical behavioral therapy. So DBT, CBT, for those who don't know, tend to do better with neurodivergent people and others. So if you are doing regular, it's all talk therapy, but if you're doing like kind of like basic talk therapy where there's no real focus or guidance, you might not feel as fulfilled. And so you might want to switch it up. Discord says, I've been thinking about something you said a while ago, that therapy shouldn't be forever. And I think that's what you said. I'm in therapy now and doing great, but wondering when the end point is. Not yet, but it might be approaching. I don't think therapy is forever, but I think it's I don't think it's always, but I think it could be forever. I think it's like going to the gym. You don't have to go to the gym to work out, but it's never bad to like have a go to the gym. So I feel like go to therapy when you need to go to therapy, but I don't think you need to be in weekly therapy for 20 years. In the same way that I don't really think you need to go to the gym that much unless you're super It's like you know what I mean? Unless you're like super, I just don't know how that makes sense for the average person. I don't think the average person is like a gym bro, right? So yes, some people will need therapy like that, but I don't think most people will need therapy like that. But I do think it's good for us to go to therapy periodically throughout our life forever, because we're just hiring somebody to help us who has a specialty in the thing that we need some insight on. That's how I think of therapy, you know? So, you know, do with that what you will, and use it as a tool, you know?
Exacerbate that underlying biological predisposition. Looking at things in this dialectical way is especially important right now in the United States, as our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., is radically changing our public health approach to mental illnesses like depression.
Sorry. Oh my God. I keep doing this thing where every time music comes on, I go, like I'm cheering. I'm not cheering for RFK Jr. I just like the music makes me want to cheer.
Because, you know, if you don't understand what's going on here, we might think that he's doing something that's kind of good. So looking at things in this dialectical way is especially important right now here in the United States, as our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., is radically changing our public health approach to mental illnesses like depression. And you know, things are getting weird. Look at this recent article I found that's titled, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says antidepressants are harder to quit than heroin. Is he right? And things get weirder. More recently, I found this headline that said RFK Jr. is axing 10,000 employees at the health department in dramatic restructuring. I mean, of course, this is the department that's largely responsible for how we manage mental
P.S. because Chet says, I feel bad for people who go to therapy for that long money-wise. Yeah, it is so hard. But you know what's interesting? Somebody brought it up in my chat. You know, Adriana Smith, the woman who's being used as an incubator because she's died now, but her baby, her fetus is still growing, which doesn't look viable. It looks like a really heartbreaking situation. Obviously, I'm devastated for her. Who's paying for that? Who's paying for that? Who's paying for this woman to be on that for 9 months? Who's paying for the surgeries? Who's paying for that? Because in America, it costs money to have a baby, which, by the way, shook my partner, of course, because my partner's like, why does it cost money to have a baby? It doesn't cost money to have a baby here. So they're like, what do you mean? People charge you to have a baby? Like, can you believe you start off your life with a bill? You know, that's the question. Who's going to pay this woman's healthcare bill? Talk about stress. They're probably going to get depressed over this. They're probably going to need to go to therapy. Horrible.
Mental health services in America. But it's confusing when you see other headlines covering the same story from different sources. Like this headline that says that these HHS cuts will save Americans $1.8 billion annually. So how can the same story be covered so differently? It's because most media organizations prioritize clicks over clear and accurate information. You know, they focus on sensational stories and controversy rather than careful discussions of the issues. Now, I found all of these articles on Ground News. Ground News is where I go every day to catch up on the news, and they're sponsoring this video.
They're doing a Ground News sponsorship. And I just want to say, and I think this is what's crazy. Hold on, I'm getting lost because Michael Burns is doing this ad and I'm getting lost in the ad. Oh, fuck, I wanted to say something and I lost it. Universal health care, cost, who's it? Oh, Republicans. They're always like, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, but God forbid you like use a pill to do that. That's why I don't like David Goggins, because David Goggins brags about not needing ADHD pills, so he runs 20 miles a day till his knees break. What's the point of that? When I told my parents I might have ADHD, they're like, don't take any pills though. This is why I don't tell them I have autism. I don't tell them I have anything, because they're scientifically inept. It's so frustrating because it's contributing to exactly what's happening with RFK Jr. and all the Republicans. It's like, girl, science finally gave us an answer and you won't take it. And I'm not even saying like you need to take pills or that pills are the only answer. I'm just saying they're very helpful, even if you do them partially. I'm waiting for the pills. I've never even taken a pill in my life, but girl, give me a pill. If it will help me with my executive dysfunction by 10%, if it will help me focus, if it will help me remember why I walked into the kitchen and then I had to walk back to my bedroom and then I walked back to the kitchen to try to remember what I was doing in the kitchen and then I walked back to my bedroom and then back to the kitchen to try to figure out if I could like if I could like figure out why I walked into the kitchen, give me that pill. If you can help with my fibro, give me that pill. But at the same time, I understand that we're humans and we're experimenting. And I do think there's a healthy between being like an experiment and being experimented on. We should never experiment on people. But I think it's okay for individuals to recognize that the thing they're using might not be where it needs to be in 50 years. But that's why we call it volunteering. You know what I mean? It's why we try to have a better relationship with what works for us. But a lot of it is on us. And a lot of it is on us universally, like in all of life, philosophically. But at the same time, like, It's frustrating when people get in the way of your growth. Like, there's nothing more frustrating than a motherfucker get in the way of your growth. Like, that is so fucking annoying to me. Like, get out of my fucking way. And that's the obnoxiousness of them being like, I love you and know you more than you know yourself. I'm trying to help you. The road to hell is paved in good intentions, and your good intentions are in my fucking way. How annoying are you, bro? All right, thank you for coming in my TikTok.
If you use my link, you'll get 40% off their Vantage plan, which is what I use to get unlimited access to all of these features. I think Ground News is doing important work, and I really appreciate them for supporting my channel. I hope you'll go check them out. Okay, kids, let's get back to depression. But there's another wrinkle here, because recent neuroscience is at odds with that picture of our brain that says we're basically wired to just be good at capitalism. In her book, What Should We Do with Our Brain?, Catherine Malibu writes about how the science of neuroplasticity fundamentally changes how we should be understanding our mental health and our relations to capitalism. Paraphrasing Marx, Malibu writes that humans make their own brain, but they do not know that they make it. And we make our brain via the process of neuroplasticity, which is the brain's organic capacity to change and adapt on its own. For Malibu, it's dangerous to be ignorant of our brain's plasticity, because when we do this, we continue to believe in the rigidity of an entirely genetically determined brain. This is dangerous for at least two reasons. First,
and this is the conversation around determinism and free will, and also how I think introspection, extrospection allows you to have a different relationship with the functionality of your brain, which turns into what feels like even more free will. Like, I used to think I was engaging in free will when I was younger until I went to therapy and did more philosophy work. And then I was like, oh, I have many more choices than I thought I'd had. Like, I have many more choices. I remember when I first introduced the levels and I started talking about not being depressed, somebody came to me and they wrote me and said like, oh, I remember being this way in my 30s and thinking I had the answers too. And God bless them. But like, I'm sorry you're old and depressed, but I'm like, I'm in my 6th year of vibing. So, I'll talk to you again in 20 years to see where I'm at. But there's nothing wrong with being depressed. There's something wrong though with shitting on someone's success out of depression. There is something wrong with being annoyed that people think, they're doing better. And I get it. Sometimes you meet somebody who says like, oh my God, I've gotten better. I'm doing so great. And it's a cope. Let them cope. Because sometimes we all need to cope. A little fake it till we make it. A little fake it till we make it. Until we're really better. But like, let people cope if they need to cope. It's just amazing that like grown people will be so depressed in their own like bubble that instead of like allowing people to find joy in theirs or even somewhat happiness or even a cope, they just have to like shit all over it. And then they think, oh yeah, I'm not the problem. It's like, girl, let people cope. Let people, get out their own way. Ridiculous, some people.
Let's just believe the myth that our brain is just one particular way. If we're biologically depressed or anxious, well, there's nothing we can do about it except for take more pills. But again, for real, I've taken pills. I take them sometimes. If they're helpful, that's still good. Now, second, it perpetuates a vision of the brain that replicates the structures of capitalism, so that the healthy brain is just the one that moves like a boss. Or something. Basically, it means that your brain resembles the logical functioning of like Andrew Tate. Malibu argues that our task is to figure out how we can stop our conscious the logical functioning of like Andrew Tate. Malibu argues, or something. Basically, it means that your brain resembles the logical functioning of like Andrew Tate. Malibu argues that our task is to figure out how we can stop our consciousness of the brain from simply coinciding with the spirit of capitalism. And this has very real effects on our lives. Because the neoliberal vision of the brain as adaptable is just a vision of the brain that's good adapting to what your boss or the market wants you to do. Adaptability is employability. Malibu describes employability as a neo-management concept that indicates the capacity to respond to a world in motion by a supple use of abilities. So just as the neoliberal brain can use CBT or medication to adapt to its mental health struggles, the capitalist worker can adapt to the demands of the modern labor market. But rather than adaptability, Malibu thinks the power of the plastic brain is its ability to explode. She writes that perhaps we ought to relearn how to enrage ourselves, to explode against a culture of docility, of amenity, of the effacement of all conflict, even as we live in a state of permanent war. Rather than adapting to the system, this looks like fighting against that system, saying no to its demands, refusing to let that system tell us that somehow the very logic of neoliberalism is just built into our brains. And Malibu calls on us to visualize the possibility of saying no to an afflicting economic, political, and mediatic culture that celebrates only the triumph of flexibility, blessing obedient individuals who have no greater merit than of knowing how to bow their heads with a smile. So it's not only that the fight against modern depression is political, it's that our brain, at least according to Malibu, is equipped to win that fight. At this point, at least to me, it's pretty clear that depression is a political problem. But the way we've commonly understood depression can obscure or even distract from that political nature.
It's so funny. So they'll tell you it's your problem. You're the one who's depressed. I'm not depressed. So I don't have to help you as a society. And then when you say, okay, I'm going to take this pill to help me, they're like, no. And you're like, what? And they're like, no. And I was like, but didn't you just say it's my responsibility to help myself? Well, I went to a doctor and they gave me a pill. No. And it's like, okay. No matter what you do, to some people, it's just never the right answer for them. They want you to do it in some way that only matches their story. And I'm just like, I'm going to scream. And that's why I say, with peace and love, I don't do things because other people think they're good ideas. I do them because I think they're a good idea based off the data I've collected. And I try not to listen to people whose data is rooted in their bias that they're not willing to deconstruct. But I'm also aware that people are people and they're going to be flawed. So even the people trying to help you might make a mistake. And I think this is why I live my life sort of like forming my own little bubble, because we all live in bubbles. Oh my God, the way I've been hearing the word bubble so much more lately. Have you guys noticed that? You know, everyone forms a bubble, but truly forming my own bubble and allowing myself to vibe and just like acknowledge that I'm a part of the world. Like, this is why I say you exist outside of politics. My depression existed within the framework of capitalism, America, and politics. And once I realized I existed outside of those things, everything got better. Everything got better. It felt like it got better overnight, even though it wasn't. It felt like that quick of a change where I was like, holy shit. Now, to be fair, I had like a real breakthrough, like a genuine bubble pop of like, oh, Brittany isn't defined by the things outside of her. She is impacted by the things outside of her, but she is not defined by the things outside of her. And that changed my whole life. Because I grew up in a world that told me, that often seeks validation from the external, that I wouldn't know if I was ever doing the right thing unless other people let me know, or that I was pursuing a good thing unless other people let me know, which is different than a peer review. Okay, a peer review is different. I always rely on people. I like Michael as an example. I might go to his video and say, hey, what does Michael think about this philosophical take? Because I trust Michael's perspective on philosophy in a sense, not like one, just like as a person. I'll go to an FD signifier video. I'll go to somebody in my family. I'll go to my partner. That's different. Getting peer reviewed, like criticism is different than allowing people around the world who don't know you or don't see your position to judge you, and then you form a judgment of yourself, like not taking a pill because somebody told you only weak people take a pill. Well, maybe they're not the people I should be even considering or listening to. What do I feel about it? So when I did my meditation practice and like popped my like level 3 bubbles, I was sitting in a forest and I was doing a road trip across the US to all the national forests. It was my second road trip by myself. And I was thinking, okay, who is Brittany? What am I doing? Like, who is this person? Like, if I had to live in this forest forever, how would I live my life? If all of civilization disappeared and I was me, what would I do? What would be my first step? What would be the things that would define me? If I lived in a society that was functional, but I never had to interact with it unless I wanted to, what would my life look like? I asked myself to be honest, and I gave myself honest answers. The first, third, fourth answer you give yourself will not be the real answer. I'll just tell you this right now. The first time you ask yourself these questions won't be the right answer. You'll have to ask yourself these questions many, many times because you have to deconstruct. Your answers need to be deconstructed because your answers are often predicated by your prejudice and biases that have been given to you since birth by your society and by the people around you. There's nothing wrong with people. There's nothing wrong with society in a moral sense. Well, you know what I mean. I think you know it. I mean, in the sense that like they're just people on a journey too, but because they have good intentions, they impact you. So you are not defined by everything outside of yourself, but you are impacted by everything outside of yourself. You are defined by more than your thoughts and more than your actions. You are defined by the you of the you-ness. Your you-ness. Not to be mistaken with Sailor Uranus. They're different nanuses. They're different. Okay. So you exist outside of your thoughts. You exist outside of your actions. Who is that person? Who are you when you are not your thoughts and you are not your actions? And then build a relationship with that person. And when you start building a relationship with that person, game changer, girls. Game changer. Game changer.
And the consequence of this, according to Joanna Moncrief, is that locating the source of problems in individual biology, blaming the brain, impedes exploration of social and political issues. In other words, when we're also focused on understanding depression as an individual biological phenomenon to be treated at the individual level, we end up ignoring the fact that the very economic and social structures of our societies is what's making us so depressed. And none of this is accidental. As Belen Fernandez writes, the formula is simple. Neoliberalism breeds psychological distress by working to obliterate solidarity, the very essence of humanity, while converting the right to physical and mental health care into an exclusive and costly endeavor, an arrangement that only aggravates mental health stressors for those of lesser socioeconomic means. So as long as our social and economic lives are ruled by the logic of neoliberalism, there's no amount of Lexapro or cognitive behavioral therapy apps that are going to tear that system down. To riff on Marx here, it almost feels like the treatment of mental illness has become the new opiate of the masses.
I like that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that start? Do you hear it in the background, bro? He's playing America propaganda music in the background right now, bro.
Now, Franson writes that the point is obviously not to get out of depression so that we can get back to the work that caused the depression to begin with. The point must be rather to destroy the material conditions that make us sick, the capitalist system that destroys people's lives, the inequalities that kill, thus creating another world together. And if we're able to reclaim our brains, then who knows, maybe we can reclaim the world and make it a lot more human and a lot less depressing. Just a heads up, all the resources for this one are linked in the description. I'm also going to make a second video expanding on some of the research I did for this to post over on Patreon, so check that out. And finally, I want to say that if you have ever felt depressed or are feeling depressed right now, I hope you know it's not your fault that sometimes the world sucks. And it's not your fault that we live in a world that demands infinite flexibility and productivity. It's not you who sucks. It's the economic and social systems of power that suck. You're great. So let's figure out how to change those systems so you can get back to being whoever the hell you are.
I'm gonna do my ball.
Oh, hey!
$1,000 dressing because I got depression.
Okay.
We have breaking news that we're following.
Excuse me? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Great video, Michael Burns. Let me go back to it
The depression epidemic.
so I can actually send it to you guys. So you can go subscribe to his new channel. Used to be the host of Wisecrack, but Wisecrack is over. It's dead, like the future of capitalism. So go check out Michael Burns' individual channel. Love Michael Burns. I'll try to reach out to him, see if he'll come on, do a little collaboration with me. I think that'd be nice. Talk to him about philosophy. Was a philosophy professor in his past life. Is currently a YouTuber. So go give him a follow. All of this to say, I do think so much of our life is internal introspection, external extrospection. We must internalize the self, like deconstruct the self, introspect, and then deconstruct the external, extrospect everything outside of us. And I think this is the part that people miss because we think they're one and the same. They are not the same thing. The way people think about you and the way you think about yourself are not the same thing. Okay? They're not the same thing. Chet says, have you ever collabed with FD? No, not yet. I will figure out what to talk to FD Signifier about. I have a tendency of not reaching out for collaborations, even though I know he's open to it. Because he shows up in the chat sometimes and everything, and he's been very kind to me over the last couple years or whatever. But I just don't know what I want to talk to him about yet. So when I have that opportunity, I really want it to be good. Like with Michael, it's easy because Michael and I both do philosophy stuff. We can talk about philosophy. That'd be so great. But I want to have FD on when I really have a subject matter in mind. That's what I try to think of before I do collab. I don't want to collab just for collab's sake, Don't want to collab for just collab's sake. Anyways, okay, with that said, go check out Michael. We are going to continue our philosophical journey here. This is a content creator called Ali Sunvia. I actually don't know how to say her name. Is it Ali Sunvia? Do you guys know her? We've watched her before. Here's her name. I'm going to put it in chat. You guys can look at her name, the way that it's written. You probably have seen her around. She's a pretty big channel, good content. And she did this video called I Asked Philosophy Professors to Define Pseudo-Intellectualism. And I was like, oh, that is our jam. That is this community's jam. So let's check it out and see how it came out. I'm going to skip the kind of small talk. There's like some clips at the beginning that just like are not like there's almost like bloopers. So I just skipped a little bit in to start this convo.
As she says, I'm professor at TMU for philosophy, ancient philosophy.
And we're here to talk about...
How's that volume? She seems to have lower volume. Let me see if it's my end. Let me see if I can turn it up on my end. Her volume's a little tad low, so I'm going to turn it up on my end. Let me know how it sounds.
Pseudo-intellectualism. What do you think differentiates an intellectual from a pseudo-intellectual? Are there different types of intellectuals and pseudo-intellectuals that we should distinguish, or can they be categorized under their umbrella terms?
When you call someone an intellectual, it's because you think that they know a great deal about a great deal, and that's where that title comes in. And it's a title that you can't put on yourself. That's one of the categories of pseudo-intellectual. And when people look at someone and say, well, that person's really intellectual, what they mean is they not only have the knowledge, but they have the ability to apply that knowledge in a broader context. And that's when I teach philosophy, especially ancient philosophy. I try to explain to my students that wisdom is knowledge and application. It's not just knowing. You have to be able to use that knowledge for the improvement of society, for the betterment of your family, for the security of your situation, etc. And that is what brings it out of the caviar, out of the ivory tower, if you like.
Are you an intellectual?
It's a title that you can't put on yourself.
Testing you. Okay.
I think of an intellectual as somebody who traffics in ideas in such a way that's predictably conducive to achieving understanding. And so a pseudo-intellectual is somebody who sort of purports to be doing that or presents himself as doing.
That's what the self-help bubble feels like to me. The self-help bubble feels like to me a bunch of people saying they're super intellectual or something. And I'm just like, why are you giving yourself so much credit right now? Where's the humility? You know, that's why I don't and I've never liked like the Andrew Tates. Like arrogance is a turnoff. But you know what's funny? Is I feel like Jordan Peterson, that's my name. I feel like Jordan does this thing where it's like a fake humility where he obviously is. Jordan's so specific though. Jordan a little Judas. Jordan is a little Judas. Oh, he's the archetype of Judas that thinks he knows better than Jesus, but is humbled to the point where he refuses to leave hell. There's a narrative about Judas that he won't leave hell because he's so ashamed of what he's done. Peterson has this very like he's punishing himself for something. Why is Peterson what did he do? What did he fucking do? What did you do, Peterson? He's definitely self-flagellating. He feels like he's so afraid. Like I remember the video where he's like, if God was real, it would be terrifying. But he always looks like he did something wrong. Like he's always something there. What is that? Ethan! But Ethan and Jordan Peterson are starting to look the same to me. Like, what did you do? Now, Ethan, we know what he did. I know why his consciousness is eating up at him. I know what he did. What did Peterson do? What did Peterson do? I'm telling you, he's fighting his own demons. But why are his demons so much stronger right now? Do you know what I'm saying? Why are his demons so loud and strong? Why is he there's something there, I'm telling you. But I don't know what it is. I don't know with Ethan, it's obviously clear to me. Like, he's just like, it's so, like, I think we've all talked about it 1,000 times. Like, we just talked about it to death, you know? But yeah, what is Peterson fighting? See, Andrew Tate not fighting his demons. Andrew Tate's just sucking his own dick. He's purely arrogant. Andrew Tate doesn't have demons to fight. Andrew Tate is the demon. You know what I mean? Peterson isn't the demon, but he ends up doing the demon's bidding because he's fighting the demons. He can't win his own battle. Like Andrew Tate and Peterson, like they're rivals, right? Like Peterson will talk very badly about Andrew Tate and he'll say Machiavellian and narcissistic and egoistic. Like this is a bad man. But then Peterson himself is like, he's a self-flagellate. He's just like, you can't, you don't suffer like I suffer. That's Peterson. You don't suffer the way I suffer. Ethan! You don't know suffering like I suffer. I know it. I have to look at women who are fat in bikinis on Twitter. You don't know my suffering, Ethan. Sorry. Not beautiful. Ooh.
doing that, but is in fact doing something else.
What do intellectuals do? They think, they pay attention to arguments, they pay attention to evidence, they try to make sense of things and so on. If you do these things not for the purpose of actually, it's difficult to describe what the right purpose.
Ooh, Chad says maybe because he sold out. Maybe he did. Maybe it was that. Selling out would kill me. If I sold out, you would see it in my skin. Do you see how beautiful my skin is? No makeup, girls, clean face. Minus the rosacea, but like that's kind of cute, you know? But like, I'm just saying it. Maybe it is. Maybe.
But if you do that for the wrong kind of purposes, for political purposes, for financial purposes, and so on, that I think is a common motive for being a pseudo-intellectual, and that's what they actually usually do. Sometimes involuntarily, like sometimes someone has deep-seated prejudices and tries to justify them by intellectual activity, and is obviously avoiding like everything that might speak against those. So that's, I think, what a certain species of pseudo-intellectual look like.
Is it possible, like if someone was quote unquote intellectual, but was doing it for some instrumental purpose like money, fame, do you think they should be categorized as pseudo-intellectual? Or can we still think of them as like an intellectual in some sense?
Oh, that's a good question. So I was thinking about this. So originally when I was formulating my definition of a pseudo-intellectual in my head, I put it in terms of like what you're trying to do. But I think if you were to like, read Nietzsche's private diaries and find out that he was just doing all of his philosophy for money, I wouldn't think of him as not being an intellectual.
So the first answer I was drawn to, and I kind of suspect it might be the natural one, the one that everyone jumps to, is something like, real intellectuals like pursue knowledge for the sake of knowledge, whereas pseudo-intellectuals pursue knowledge for some other end. If I think about like canonical cases of intellectuals, like even like many of the professors here, they're deeply intellectual and they would fit in this definition. They would pursue knowledge for the sake of knowledge. But I also think they're hoping to make gainful employment from pursuing knowledge.
Ooh, this is a great point. Knowledge for knowledge's sake, but also if you're lucky enough, you actually have gainful employment. I mean, for me, that's the epitome of a philosophical creative. Yeah.
Also seems like they're pursuing knowledge for the sake of saving money. So with a slight variation, I actually think intellectuals are people who choose to develop their intellectual capacities, their cognitive abilities, etc., for the sake of truth. And I think pseudo-intellectuals are people who choose to develop their cognitive capacities for the sake of something like...
Ooh, so now we see her example of what her bias is. So she thinks Neil deGrasse Tyson is an intellectual and Ben Shapiro isn't. And I think both of them are not intellectuals. I'm not a fan of either of them. I'm not. I don't like either of them. They reek of men. They reek of patriarchy.
Gain, money, etc. The reason I think this works better is I no longer think it's true that we'd say someone who's just trying to memorize facts in encyclopedias.
Also, when there's 4, there's more. And Neil deGrasse Tyson has 4 women who have come forward accusing him of stuff. So
develop their cognitive abilities. They're really just trying to memorize a bunch of facts. So I go I can now preclude that from the definition of intellectual. Also for the professorial cases, a standard piece of advice that we tell people all the time who are thinking about going to PhDs is there's not that much money in it. You will not be rich from this. And there's a really good chance you won't be very famous.
So this is you said you're living. Can you give us the tour of your car?
Do it if you really want to become smarter, learn these things, when you become a more intelligent person.
Ah, great point. Chad says, didn't the owl from the library in Avatar: The Last Airbender make this decision? Sokka once said, to the library. And Toph once said, Appa be gone. And Aang once said, I'm about to slap a bitch. And then we all cried. I was there. That's how it happened. That's a great point. And yeah, the owl was more than fine as long as you were learning for learning's sake, but you can't learn just to destroy and kill lives. So I used to have this, do you guys remember when I was like, guys, my dream, that will never happen because you guys will be fucking in the aisles. It's like a dream of creating a research library where everyone just shows up to collect data and then we share the data we learned that day. But you have to be seeking objective data and then to pursue this idea of objectivity, which is very impossible in many ways. And that's the thrill of it. And I was like, that would be so much fun. But you guys know you'd be drama. You guys know you'd be fucking. You guys know you'd be complaining, Brittany, Brittany, and I can't handle you all. Yeah, I can't handle all of you. So I'm going to make my secret library and mind my business and disappear one day into it. But I could have invited people. But people are drama. And I was like, nah.
For the sake
I'm going to be the owl, girl. I'm going to be the owl.
of the truths that you might get to it, not for these other things. I think in that way, I get to keep that strong division between intellectuals and pseudo-intellectuals. With that said,
Okay, there's a caveat.
I think pseudo-intellectual has a pejorative attached to it. We generally think that pseudo-intellectualism is bad. I'm roughly in agreement, but I just want to flag the way that I think that sometimes pseudo-intellectualism could be totally awesome. It's like, some people, I think, want to pursue their intellectual capacities to share information with the world. That's not exactly for the sake of truth in and of itself. It's some sort of like service act, or it's for entertainment. Like, it's fun to learn things sometimes. It's fun to share that information with other people. There is a way to look at this channel, I might say, as that thing, though I wouldn't ever accuse you of being a pseudo-intellectual.
It's okay. People have.
But I go like, one thing that's kind of awesome about that is that how do you get people excited about academic pursuits? How do you get people excited about learning? Well, someone has to do the work and be like, here's...
I think that's the problem with the debate bro space. Is the debate bro space says you're intellectual if you debate well. That if you debate well, you must be very intelligent. And that's just not true. I would argue probably some of the most intelligent people are probably really bad debaters because they're two different kinds of jobs. They require two different types of, maybe you can call it intelligence or skill. I would say it's more like skill. I don't know that you need to be very intelligent to debate, but I do think you have to have the right skill. And I think that's the issue, is like, we do prefer the image of something rather than the contents of something. We really do judge a book by its cover. Even though we were not supposed to, we really, really, really do. We really, really do. All of us. I think it's a biological experience. Our brain does it faster than we're able to contend with, which is, again, this conversation about free will is very interesting. Did I freely choose to have that prejudice? Or do I have it ingrained in me biologically and environmentally that it happens faster than I can process? And what part of deconstructing that bias or prejudice is my free will?
Here's what's cool about it, and showing it to people who know nothing about it. And it's actually also, in that sense, I think your channel is great, because it does, in fact, I think, spread ideas, philosophy, excitement out there. I think that's wonderful.
I mean, one of the things that I've watched over the course of my past sort of 15, 20 years is the rise of the sort of intellectualism on the right. And so the idea of social conservatism comes couched in all the language of the academy, but really is a kind of code for, there are certain types of people that I don't want to admit exist. And so I'll call myself a social conservative, and then I don't have to consider it. Research is not about political ideology unless you're researching political ideology. So a conservative philosopher, for example, it kind of sounds like they're not interested in any other truth than the one they are already interested in. And that is what I would call a pseudo-intellectual, bordering on solipsism, and it gets right down to it, because they've decided that there are certain things that count and are legitimate and others that don't, and they're not going to talk about those.
Biological women are biological women.
But where are you going with this? What are you trying to accomplish?
You also have the increasing use of academic language in political spheres as a way of dressing up opinions as legitimate opinions within debate. Now, anybody who studies philosophy, or anybody who studies ethics for that matter, knows that part of the ground is that there are an agreed set of concepts and terms like right and wrong and good and bad. And what seems to be the case now, especially within the political domain, is that people use the terminology of ethics to defend arguments that are really defenses of what ethics would call the bad, or those things that are not morally acceptable.
I don't think that pseudo-intellectual is like a type of intellectual. Pseudo just means that something is made to appear a certain way, but not really genuinely that thing. A pseudonym is a fake name, but there is no distinguishing feature by which you could tell which one is a pseudonym and which one is a real name. They don't look different. It's not a distinction in what they do, it's a distinction in the surroundings and in whether what they do is genuine. The other thing is that in order to figure out whether someone is a pseudo-intellectual, you would have to be an intellectual.
It's a title that you can't put on yourself.
You have to treat people as intellectuals, and then after a while you might find out that, yeah, it wasn't really worth the time. But you can't just begin by saying those are pseudo-intellectuals because of this and that they say. Some of the stuff that people say on the internet and so on is clearly recognizable as bullshit. But then also, like, intellectuals in history have said a lot of things that seem like nonsense to their contemporaries. So there's a sense in which you should always be careful, even in cases where it looks obvious.
The next question is, who is an example of a pseudo-intellectual in your opinion?
Yeah.
Name drop time.
I had this question on paper, and I don't think I can name, or I want to name examples. Because I just said, in a sense, you have to be careful. Like you can't really tell who is a pseudo-intellectual or not. Yeah, I just implicitly did describe Jordan Peterson. But
talk to a few friends and things like that, and the name Jordan Peterson keeps coming up.
Why should you wear makeup in the workplace? Isn't that sexually provocative?
He has a legitimate expertise within the field of psychology.
What?
Isn't that sexually provocative?
He has.
Was it a green screen? Did she put Jordan's face in the computer, or was it actually Jordan's face? I literally can't tell.
And the name Jordan Peterson keeps coming up.
Why should you wear makeup in the workplace? Isn't that sexually provocative?
He has a legitimate expertise within the field of psychology, but he came to popularity.
Okay, Chad says it's definitely an edit. Okay, okay.
With the University of Toronto over the question of gender identity and the use of pronouns and what he called compelled speech. Now, that's a view that he's entitled to hold, but he's not entitled to use his academic credentials to make that legitimate. His argument at the time was with the legislature, not with the university. The university simply obeys the laws that are passed by the legislature. But instead of going to the legislature to register his argument, he went to the steps of the university. And that created a kind of buzz around his work and things like that, to the point where, last seen at Mar-a-Lago, he's opened up a private university in the United States, which teaches the kind of social conservatism that he supports. But that has nothing to do with psychology.
With him, I'm not actually quite sure. I think he wants something genuine sometimes, and he is smart in some things, but he's really like a psychologist, and he does these outlandishly mistaken interpretations of myths and fairy tales and so on, where you can see on the page that's obvious bullshit, and he did not actually put time into any of this. He's not doing the job. He's just trying to present the results without.
Ooh. 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 What did I say earlier? I said I am so tired of people wanting to get paid for a job they're not even good at, but they show up and that's so much of the right. This is so much of patriarchy. I was reading about how no, I wasn't reading. I was watching an interview of that Olympian. What's her name? The one who's on Dancing with the Stars. And she said it's so common that like a dad, a man will play basketball through high school and then assume he can coach. But a woman who didn't play it professionally will assume like that's the requirement for a job. Like women will hold themselves to a higher standard of qualification than a man. And that's mostly because the backlash she'll receive is nowhere near what a man will receive. Like men who are unqualified get huge promotions and jobs, but when a woman even is super qualified and attempts to get it, they'll discount her. And I think there's something to be said about that, where like Peterson, he might have a charisma about him that obviously works for people, but like there is something about his work that rings hollow to me. And it's probably that he's obviously chasing and fighting his own personal demons and he's taking it out on all of us. Peterson feels like he's working through his own problems, but like he's dragging us into it, and I don't want to be. And that's how I feel about Ethan. I feel like Ethan is like having something personal going on, and he's taking it out on us. It's like, go to therapy. The therapist needs to go to therapy. I think it's something like that where, yeah, I feels like he's not really having the conversation. I'm telling you, it's a man thing. It's a white man thing, especially. I'm telling you, there's some overlap. Something's happening here. Because I can name so many other men in my life that everyone's like, oh, they're so intelligent. They're so great. They're the same men who cry and complain because you said, fuck the white man. As if they don't know what that means because they're too fucking stupid to deconstruct it. No offense. God bless you. You know what I mean? If you think you're smart and you can understand what people mean when they say fuck the white man or fuck patriarchy or fuck, like, you know what I mean? If you really don't know what that means, then like, don't even talk to me right now. And that's the problem. Some of the men in my life who have appeared smart, but apparently have failed, you know what I mean? They can't deconstruct the thing that relates to them, that sounds like them. God forbid they have to deconstruct the patriarchy, specifically the white patriarchy. You know what I mean? And when you say go to therapy, they throw a fit. You want to see a man throw a fit? Tell him to go to therapy. Girl.
About doing the work. Usually when I've come across people who I think of as being pseudo-intellectuals, there are no real feedback mechanisms that are kind of helping them to think in a way that seems to advance understanding, right? So like maybe they're talking to like a very specific audience, and that audience basically just wants to hear their own opinions parroted back at them, right? And they don't have like an editor, they don't have a thesis advisor, nobody who is going to like look at their work in a way that's sort of objective and neutral and hold them to some kind of rigorous standard. The person who's a traditional conservative and they only talk to traditional conservatives and they just want people to be like, yeah, you're the best. Or the person who's their whole shtick is that they're anti-Trumper or something. Right. I mean, you could come up with a lot of examples of different communities.
I think Malcolm Gladwell is just an outrageously talented writer. I think he is so, so good. The thing with Malcolm Gladwell, though, I think, is that sometimes when he presents ideas,
I felt the same way about Malcolm. Yep.
They're a little bit simplified, or they're like lacking nuance, or they're like devoid of their context. And so people walk away thinking they have this really strong sense of topic.
This is my issue with George Carlin, because a lot of people wanted to think George Carlin was this great intellectual, but he wasn't. He wasn't. And that's the thing is like, he wasn't, but like, I understand why for the time it felt like he was, but he is an intellectual to the common man. I will do a video. I will start putting it together, and I will just react to clips and deconstruct them and explain to you why it's not as deep as people think it is, but that's not their fault, because for the time it felt pretty fucking deep. At the time, it probably felt really fucking deep. You know?
They got hand. But in fact, I think they're like, actually, if anything, in a worse epistemic position afterwards, because they think they get it, but in fact, they really don't. But again, I'll flag. It's not like blanketly true, in my view, that all pseudo-intellectuals are like bad or something. The other person that comes to mind, I'm one of those people who picked up chess during the pandemic. And I was like, oh, you know what? I should use an example from YouTube. So there are some like famous chess YouTubers now. One I'll mention is a guy named Levi Rosman. Levi has some content that's geared just for education. Like he's like, no, just people who want to get better at chess. And he goes, those videos don't do very well. So then he has all these videos that are geared towards just like
Chat says, who's the intellectual of intellectuals in your view, Brittany? Curious now? No one. That's the mistake. It doesn't exist. The illusion of the thing that exists creates the narrative that you can be it. Once you really know that you don't know anything, now it is only up from here, but you were never there. There is no such thing as an intellectual of the intellectuals, or the smartest person in the room, or who's the greatest mind of all time. No one. Now, this is a philosophical answer, because again, we look to people to lead us. The greatest mistake of humanity. Stop looking for leaders and be a good listener, a good student. Learn from everything and everyone. It's not that when chat says, oh, so there are no intellectuals. What's an intellectual? The idea of being an intellectual is that you can't name yourself one because you need the humility to know that you're never going to reach it. But other people might dub you this thing. But this thing is earned. You know, Eastern philosophy is all about earning status. You must earn the right. And it means, and I think this is why Eastern philosophy is so much better than Western philosophy. Western philosophy says I earned it because I said I did. Eastern philosophy says I will spend my life earning it. I'll never attain it. And yet they are and have maybe attained it. But you know what I mean? Those who say they have done it don't know it. And those who say they're still working on it know it better, but the journey's never done. And so this is the problem with Western philosophy. But who should I turn to listen to? Turn to the trees, turn to the grass, turn to the wind, turn to the sun. Better than turning to a man.
Entertainment. He'll recap games and be like, oh, this is so exciting. He has little bits where he'll shout like, oh, the rook, or whatever. And I go like, fair. I think that insofar as the majority of his content is geared towards that kind of entertainment, I think it's a pseudo-intellectual pursuit insofar as we can say chess, like learn to get better at chess in and of itself, is an intellectual pursuit. Again, though, I actually don't think that's
Did you hear Afghanistan banned chess, which apparently the Catholic Church has banned chess in history? I got to look into this. But chess was banned in Afghanistan because it might relate to gambling. So just, you don't want to talk about the patriarchy really hurting men and women? Women can't talk to each other. Men can't play chess. What is happening in Afghanistan? Hello? Hello?
a bad thing. If you care about chess and you want chess to expand in the world, you want people to get other people excited about chess. I think he does a great job at that. So those would be two examples of pseudo-intellectuals.
Some people think that philosophy is a pseudo-intellectual field. It can be jargony because they feel like philosophy might overanalyze things that don't need to be explored that deeply, or it doesn't engage with the real world, quote unquote. How would you respond to those sentiments? And is there any part of those sentiments that you agree with?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the perennial argument against the philosophical discourse, right? It's not part of the real world, but philosophy itself thinks it's looking for the real world. That's what the truth is about. It's about reality in itself. The essence of being, if you want to take sort of Mark Heidegger or Heraclitus or whatever, that's not something that the public should really be interested in because it doesn't have the impact. It's not the impactful side of the philosophical question, but it is a necessary understanding in order to get to that impactful side. So, for example, if you think in terms of philosophical ethics, I was recently talking to my PhD supervisor, and I made the statement that philosophical ethics has sort of failed because it simply doesn't affect politicians, the public, the people that are in charge of making decisions about the environment, about our health, about all these different things. And he agreed. He said because it has become ivory tower elitism. So it's the.
This is Western philosophy, though. And this is why when people come to my channel, I think there's a confusion about them wanting to make prescriptions. Because they'll say, well, if your channel doesn't impact the world or help society, then what's the point of this? It's interesting that philosophy channels that focus on deconstructing the self in relation to the universe feel like less good or less action than me getting on stream and just talking about how Republicans suck. Did I pay your rent by talking about how Republicans suck? Because I feel like more people in my audience are probably learning to have a good relationship with their life more through philosophy than they are by me ranting about how Republicans suck. You know what I mean? And I get like cathartically why it feels good to talk about how much Republicans suck. Trust me, I love doing it. But it really is, there is something to really say about the philosophy of it all. Because again, like, politics only exists because humans don't deconstruct or think philosophically. Politics are a reflection of a biological functionality that came through evolution all of these millions of years into like fruition. Like, politics is a reflection of us when we haven't deconstructed, and the way we see it and view it is because of that. I'm not saying to make the prescription that you have to be philosophically deconstructing, because I think there's bad philosophy. But I think what I'm trying to say is that it's interesting that I feel like the universe is giving us all the answers, but nobody likes the answers. Nobody likes the answer because for them, it doesn't feel tangible. But that's the point of philosophy. Like, what was it yesterday in stream? That person kept asking me questions. They wanted me to give them something tangible. I can't give you something tangible. Because like the reality of existence isn't tangible enough. We're not there yet. We don't know. And so what I can only give you is enough tools for you to create something tangible out of those tools. But I can't give you those tools. Like, I can't make things tangible for you. And that's what the world keeps doing. They're like, hey, is Andrew Tate going to make it tangible? Jordan Peterson? Ben Shapiro? Trump? Who's going to make my life tangible? Who's going to give me something I can grasp onto and now identify myself through? And I don't want to give that to you. I don't want to give you a thing that you identify through. It's why I won't write the levels down and make a book. Because if I make a book of the levels, then I'm going to get people identifying with the levels, the same way people identify as a nihilist. Don't identify with philosophy. Don't use words or do it. I don't care. You're going to do it anyways. But if you are seeking actual truth, you can't identify yourself with a philosophical lens that is limited off by the person who created it. You know? Chad says politics is a symptom of our inability to cooperate because of our poor relationship to philosophy. Yeah, like we have so much opportunity here to really see each other, but we're also like working on fear and bias and prejudice and all these things. And that's why a philosophical lens can help you. That's why the bringing up Avatar was so smart earlier in chat, because really the owl is saying learning for learning's sake is beautiful. But if you learn in order to hurt other people, you're misusing this thing. You're misusing this thing. And that's why, you know, he attacks the crew, because he's right. Sokka tried to learn to hurt people. You know? Brittany makes a book, then it replaces horoscopes. God, I'm a leveler, actually. Actually, according to my sun and moon, I'm actually a level 6. So.
Structure of arguments in philosophical ethics that counts as important rather than the meaning content of an ethical position.
I'll start with a little humility. There's truth to these claims. I think sometimes it is within professional interest to make things more complicated or more interesting or seem bigger than like it naturally needs to be just to get the explanation off the ground. But I'll also say, I suspect that's the vast minority of cases. Like, I do think that happens, like it exists. But for the most part, in my experience, most people are just a little underappreciative of how complicated things might actually be. So a friend of mine works on like conceptions of naturalness. Like, what does it mean for something to be natural? Mm-hmm. Here's a really intuitive view. Natural just means not been touched by humans. Okay, but then you go to like national parks or nature preserves, and those things only exist through...
Hold on. Chad said this is different, I think, than philosophers who identify with schools to situate their thought throughout history. Like Frankfurt School, Marxist, Hegelism, like Hegel, and then for Zizek. I will say political philosophy is different. Political philosophy is like very two-bubble to me. philosophy used through political means is too bubble to me, but it's also specific. Like it's like the same thing as going to the library, and it's like identifying with systems. So when people say like, oh, are you a socialist? Why are you identifying with systems? Like what bubble taught you to do that? The bubble that still wants you to identify as a capitalist. What was Ethan and Hassan's biggest argument about? Ethan couldn't understand why he couldn't be a good capitalist. Right? He couldn't understand why can't I be a good capitalist? How are you even a person when you're identifying with a system or a construct like that? You know? Chat says socialism isn't a system, it's a theory. Is this like veganism isn't a diet, it's a philosophy? Is that what this is? Like when people say I live in a socialist country instead of a capitalistic one, are they talking about systems and wealth, or are they talking about a theory? I'm confused. How are you using that word? I'm talking about I can see that perspective. I don't know the bubble. I don't know how the bubble applies the word theory, considering that most people speak about it like a system. Or maybe we're just maybe it's a bubble word difference, you know? Chess says I considered a very different branch of philosophy, like the political philosophers are in the same building as the government economics people. Chat said semantics. Yeah, maybe it is semantics. Maybe. Chat says when people talk about the socialist countries, they're talking about countries that are closer to the ideal of socialism. Sure. I mean, so you're saying when people say they're a socialist, they're not talking about government systems. They're talking about the philosophy of the theory behind the word socialist? Chat says, I'm not sure I understand what you mean by identifying with the system. I'm a socialist because I believe socialism is harm reduction. It is the most efficient way to lift the people out. It sounds to me in my brain when people say, I'm a capitalist, I'm a socialist, like you're saying, I'm a barbell or a leg lift. It's like, or you're like identifying with like, a thing I can't identify with because it's not about me. It's like something else. It's like the same way I feel when people say like, I'm a nihilist. Like, why would you identify as a nihilist? Or I'm an objectivist. Like, why would you identify like that? Unless you're putting yourself in a constraint of saying this bubble is my thing. So I'm just trying to figure out like, what do you mean? I think what people mean when they say it is they're like, I think this is the best way to be and I live in this bubble. So when people say I'm a capitalist, they're saying, I believe in the free market. I believe in this version of what I think the free market is. I believe in capitalism the way it is. I believe like, this is what I believe a capitalist is. If people say I'm a socialist, they're saying, I believe like the government should primarily like help people financially and universal healthcare should exist and all those things, right? I'm just trying to understand. Chad says, I think the people call themselves a socialist the same way you call yourself a progressive. Yes, but I'm calling myself a progressive to signal to the political bubble that I exist under this categorization for them, not for myself. I don't identify as a progressive. I'm identifying myself as a progressive for them. So the reason I use the terminology is because I'm in the political bubble talking about it, but I exist outside of the progressive bubble. I'm saying I assume people do too. So are you using it in that way? Because then I'm here for it. Is that how you're using it? Because I am not Brittany is not a progressive. Brittany is using those words to signal to the bubble. Is that how you're using it? Because if you are, then I get it. You're not. I'm not. Yeah, I think that makes sense. It's an external categorization. It's not an internal one. Okay, I think I think we're getting there. I think we're getting it. I believe this versus I am this, right? I believe in progressive politics, but only within the political bubble. Chad says it's starting to sound like Hogwarts houses. It is, but I like it. Chess says, I don't think we should internalize it and make it a part of our identity, but I do think it's useful label for communicating our values. Okay, good. Then we are using it in that way. Okay, then I'm here for it. Okay, I think I grew up in bubbles where people attached it to their personality versus I wondered why Ethan was so weird about being a capitalist. You know what I mean? Like, why is he being so weird about do you think capitalism is literally the best system? Like, I am a capitalist. Like, why are you saying that? You know what I mean? But I think, okay, we're getting on the same page. Thank you for that clarification, guys. I appreciate it.
Incredible amounts of human endeavor to maintain the environment in that way. It's absolutely been touched by human beings. But are we going to deny things like Banff or Yellowstone National Park? Are those not natural things? It seems like the category breaks down a little. It's not fully clear. So I'd go, I think there's truth to the claim that philosophy overcomplicates sometimes. But I think the vast majority of times it's just actually appreciating the way in which things are deeply, deeply complicated.
I find the idea of an entire field of intellectual activity, pseudo-intellectual, slightly weird. As I said, I don't think there is any distinguishing feature.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, chat. He identified himself as a capitalist, Ethan. So when the idea was criticized, he took it personal. That's what it is. I don't care when people criticize progressives because it's not my identity. I don't care when people criticize a lot of things because it's not a part of who I am. But I also didn't care when people criticize me because I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for the YouTuber who will give me constructive criticism. Not criticism. Criticism is not helpful. But also, yeah, internalizing that because of the way that the systems are. Yeah, you're right. That's what it is. Ethan, you're a dirty capitalist. He's like, what the fuck? Yeah. So he took it personal. Or you're a filthy socialist. Yeah, I am. You know what I mean? That's what it is. When people start saying yeah, I am a socialist. It's yeah, I'm not going to play that game with you. I'm just going to say yeah, call me what you want to call me, but I'm advocating for marginalized communities. And so everyone benefits, and call it what you want to call it, but that's what I'm doing. Maybe it's similar to how I say I'm plant-based. My partner said this to me the other day. They were like, so what's the word you're using? Because you're not vegan, but you're not plant-based. I was like, no, I think the bubble said plant-based is my label. And they were like, yeah, but you're kind of vegan. I was like, yeah, but I'm not really vegan yet. And they were like, yeah, but you're kind of vegan more than you are plant-based. I was like, but I'm still not vegan, so I think I'm still plant-based. And then we were arguing about the category. And I was like, but the bubble says it's this. It's not, and I'm not identifying with it. It's not coming from me. It's coming from my why identified with external labels, and I'm trying to communicate to you guys. But my partner and I know what I think about it, and we're wondering, how do you take what Brittany thinks about it into a label that the world has already created? You know? And that's the fun we've been having with it, which is what label would match? And then, because they know what I think as a partner. But how would you explain it to the world quickly in a way that the world might understand, It's kind of funny, Anyways, Chet says, what's the protocol for reaching out to you professionally, just for the record? It is, I don't put whatever way I accept DMs, really. Anyone can DM me anywhere. I read them all. I just don't reply to most of them or any of them. So if you DM me on Instagram, which is a very common way people DM each other, actually, fun fact, they call Instagram the new LinkedIn. If you email me, if you do that stuff, I just don't respond to 99% of emails. And if you want to work professionally or collaboratively, I only want to work with people that are serious about whatever field they're in. So if you're a YouTuber, you have to be an actual YouTuber. If you're a philosopher, I expect you to be written books, have papers, are a college professor, make content. I want to work with people who are actually in the thing they're doing. I think a lot of YouTubers do a lot of collaborations with just I don't know, randoms, which I used to do too. I've stopped doing that because as much as it's fun, it's not very easy to do your job with people that are just want to hang out with you at work. You know what I mean? Chet says, girl, you're a philosopher without a written book or paper. I hear you though. Got to protect yourself. Well, I don't know. Am I a philosopher? What does that even mean? I don't think philosopher, in the academic bubble, you would have to have a philosophy degree, right? I'm not calling myself a philosopher, but that's what people call me. Call me what you want to call me. That's what I'm saying. I don't have a label for myself, but Depending on the bubble, I am technically a philosopher. But according to academic bubbles, I'm not a philosopher. I don't have a degree. But according to this bubble, I'm a philosopher because in this bubble, that's what the requirement was. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's a construct. None of it exists.
Of what pseudo-intellectuals do as opposed to what real intellectuals do. So it would depend on how people do philosophy, not on whether they do philosophy. About the going too deep, you only know whether something is too deep.
Wait, listen to that.
The distinguishing feature of what pseudo-intellectuals do as opposed to what real intellectuals do. So it would depend on how people do philosophy, not on whether they do philosophy. About the going too deep, you only know whether something is too deep when you know how deep one should go. And you find that out by going as deep as it gets. What I find very important in my own activity is whenever I get into something, I think the first year or something thinking about that I have ideas and solutions and so on. And then I spend like maybe 5 or 10 years finding out how shallow my thinking was and how mistaken I was and how much there is to know about those people. That's most of the books that I buy. Like are books that I have to buy because someone thought something very similar before and they came up with all the arguments against what I thought was just obvious. So it is really important to go deep. And in my experience, there is no such thing as too deep because at every level, it's important to realize that you're not done yet in principle. There was a third thing about the real world.
Yes.
Define real world. Like, what does it consist of? Does it really only consist of like chemical molecules or like particles, or does it not also consist of injustice or metaphysics? Like, is metaphysics not part of the real world? Do people think they have intellectual problems? They have questions. They might be skepticists or solipsists or idealists and so on. I think this is part of the real world. So if people engage with that, it might be far away from like rocket science or like physics or car engineering or whatever, but that might in some cases make it even more important.
I do think a lot of philosophy is, I don't know, at a certain level pointless or boring or just kind of misguided or whatever. But I don't think that's like pseudo-intellectualism. I just think at some point, if you have some kind of, worldview, like some kind of inchoate picture of things, you have to work out like all the little details to see if it can actually be made to work. And when people are working out the details of worldviews that you don't accept, of course, you're going to look at these attempts to work out the details as boring or pointless or whatever. But that's just because like you've kind of already gotten off the bus earlier on. And I would bet that those same people would look at my attempts to work out the details of my world pictures as sort of pointless too. But I just think that's kind of inevitable because philosophy is a clash of very different worlds.
Whoa, wait, Chet said so you wouldn't hire yourself is what you're saying? What are we talking about? I do YouTube professionally, as the other chatter pointed out. So I'd hire myself as a content creator because I can do that. I've been doing it successfully for many years. So just for the record, I am not discounting. I just know when people ask me for collaborations, I'm just saying that like professionally, I would love to collab with people. I have a lot of people who show up in my DMs who are like not professionals. So I'm just warning people, it's not you. It's like, you got to eventually close your circles down because when you open them up to too many people, it just gets really bad for everybody. Go check out all those other YouTube channels, all the panel YouTubers, and tell me which one of them is successful. You know what I mean? In any capacity in their career, because they're not actually taking themselves seriously. And I'm looking for that, girlies. I want all that for all of you. Don't you want a doctor who's serious about their job? Don't you want a content creator who's serious about their job? Actually, maybe you don't, but I do. I'm desperate for it, honestly. That's why I've been very focused on who I watch. Because I'm sick of watching these YouTubers who are like not serious about their debates. Ugh.
Worldviews. Like that's one of the things that's like wonderful about the discipline, right?
What drew you to philosophy?
When I was in high school, I had this friend. I don't know how old you were in like 2009.
2009, I was 7 years old.
Okay, fair enough. I was on chat roulette at that time. Because of the age I was in, that roughly dates me.
Okay.
And I met this girl. We became friends. Like, nothing romantic. We were just like pen pals essentially.
Yeah.
And then after a while, like a couple months, I hadn't heard from her. And I wrote on her Facebook wall because back then that's what you did. I apologize. I'm old.
I had Facebook too. I understand what that's like.
And then I got this message from this woman, be like, "Oh, how do you know this girl?" I'm like, "Oh no, we're just pen pals." She's like, "Oh, I'm her mother. She actually died." And I go,
"What?"
Yeah. As it turns out, she been hit by a drunk driver.
Oh my gosh.
And then
look at this. I love that he's fidgeting with the microphone out of all the things. That's how you can tell he isn't a professional audio or content creator, or he doesn't have the instinct of a person who makes content. He's literally playing with the microphone. He's so sweet. I love him. Imagine hiring a sound guy that plays with the microphone. You know what I mean? I love him. He's the guest, but you know what I mean? You can always tell when a guest isn't used to having a microphone on them. It's my favorite.
The mom was obviously and like totally reasonably grieving in a certain way. And she was kind of like questioning me about like, "Oh, can you tell me about like how great my daughter was?" And I go like, I understand that instinct.
Yeah,
Your fighter just died. Like, I get it. The thing is, I didn't really have anything to say. We're pen pals. Like, we're not that close.
Yeah.
Like, it was just, I wrote to her like roughly once a month.
Yeah.
But then if I was faced with an ethical dilemma, like, because on the one hand,
Oh, and another thing, I just want to say this. I know for a fact why one of the reasons I do want to build my platform, and I think you guys should share my videos, is because I do want to collab with other YouTubers, but those YouTubers are doing the same thing I'm doing. We're hesitating to collab with people that have a certain following because we're not sure how professional it is going to be because of power dynamics. People sometimes won't collab with you unless you have more subscribers because they're worried that the power dynamic might make things awkward. So you have to have something that gives them the reassurance that you're not just clout chasing, that you are here, you have your own standing. That's why I know like in 10 years, I'll be at the most like secure I am with my job because I'll have built up that thing. But I'm telling you this right now because whatever you're working on creatively will take a long time probably. But that's why there's a social, this is a social script that I don't know if people know is being played, but it is one where there's an expectation of how collaborations go and how should people treat you. Because we've all collabed with the wrong person. And so there's a hesitancy moving into 2025 from a lot of people on YouTube, like who's safe to collab with. And it sucks that YouTube's become so hostile that it feels unsafe to collab with anybody. But look at the way some of these dramas bring in the views. And so in order to not be the drama, you kind of got to have to figure it out. Dr. Kirkonda, my heart goes out to him. Just listening to him talk about that, him just trying to get involved a little bit. And oh my God. Oh, he had to take his videos down. He had to take down his Instagram and his TikTok because he was so overwhelmed with the harassment he was getting. Isn't that crazy? My heart goes out to him.
you can comfort a grieving mother, but you have to just blatantly lie to her face. Or you can just be able to be like, I don't know anything. But then you're not comforting a grieving mother about the death of her child. And like that feels bad. And I learned I faced what I took to be an ethical dilemma. And that's the first time I ever faced an ethical dilemma in a real poignant way. And that got me very, very interested in ethics.
I can't just let other people tell me what's right and wrong. I think that's what everybody, like at least as a teenager, discovers that you don't want other people to tell you what to do.
Teenage angst.
Yeah.
I was a teenager in the 90s, and in the 90s, like the big policy issue was single payer, or as some people call it, socialized healthcare, right? And whether that was a good idea, whether it was just. And I was somebody who thought that it was a really good idea. I would have all these debates with my friends about it. I would listen to radio shows. People would argue that it was not a good idea. So I got really interested in this policy question. And when I got to university and discovered philosophy, I just saw that, okay, there's this field that allows you to like tackle the absolute, like deepest, like foundational questions having to do with, single payer healthcare or whatever the policy matter of the day is. In a certain way, like philosophy is so pure, right? Like there are other disciplines where if they're talking about something like free will, it'll be like, okay, what does this scholar say about this fiction writer's depiction of free will? It's like so circuitous, and it's like you have to be like enculturated into it. Whereas philosophy is just like, okay, is free will possible? Or like, does God exist? Or like, how do we know that we're not living in the matrix, or whatever the issue is, right? What's right, what's wrong? Some people don't like that, right? I mean, some people think it's like philosophers get in the way, and it's like, I want to talk about the policy issue, and you're just like bringing it back to these questions about the good life.
Oh, I love philosophy. The story of my life. I want to talk about policy, but you keep bringing it back to the why. Girl, it's all about the why. See how people are this is why I say all of civilization didn't need to know why in order to build civilization. We didn't even need to dig that deep to build skyscrapers, but maybe that was part of our problem. We didn't dig deep enough and we just kept building. And then this is our creation. This is what millions of years of evolution brought us to because we refused to dig deeper. Everyone is so focused on the politics. They're so focused on like policy. Why do we even have it in the first place? And this is why I say philosophy isn't about, my version of philosophy isn't about prescription making. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm going to ask you why you're doing it. And then I'm going to ask you again. And then I'm going to ask you again. And then I'm going to ask you so many times, you're definitely going to know I'm autistic by the end of it. You know what I'm saying?
Or whatever. But I mean, for some people, it's like how can you avoid talking about?
Oh my God. Undead Love. Thank you so much. Membership for 7 months. Says like the stream, y'all. Good stream, Brittany. Thank you.
These fundamental questions.
What is philosophy good or useful for, in your opinion?
I think the question, like, what is philosophy good for, might already be like the wrong. Or, yeah, I don't want to answer that question because I think
It's not instrumental.
it's not for anything. It's for itself, but that doesn't mean that it's isolated from other things. It's with sports or music and so on. Or art.
It's for itself, but it doesn't mean it's isolated from other things.
People do that for their own sake, and that doesn't mean that it's meaningless. And even mathematicians do math for the sake of mathematics, and it's very useful. It turns out to be very important. Some of it, at least, some of it doesn't. But you can't tell the difference when you're doing it.
I actually think philosophy does deal with real world problems. It's just that, like, sometimes when you're thinking about questions like, all right, what's the best way to distribute like healthcare resources or whatever, you're going to be pushed back to these questions in like abstruse moral theory. At least that happens to me, right? Like I think about this stuff like a little bit, and then I'm like right back in like philosophy 101 and be like, is utilitarianism true?
Right.
So if you want to understand why a particular course of action is right or wrong, there are a lot of details involved. Most of us, most of the time, don't think of those details. We have what everybody calls an intuitive sense of what is right and wrong. There's no such thing as an intuitive sense of what is right and wrong. It's a result of how you're brought up, the culture that you're part of, the religious faith that you might have, or whatever else. You make your decisions based on those things. But when you unpack those in the academic setting, there are a lot of details that involve essences of things. And so the public discourse can be brought back around to the public understanding if that bridge is made to explain that, okay, there are details. The essence of being, for example, is important in academic research, but it's not important for understanding what the next government is likely to do in terms of our freedoms, our rights, et cetera, et cetera. But there are things in philosophy and political theory and all those sorts of things that do help us understand those things. And that's what the philosophers need to do it.
I think one thing philosophy is really good at is constructing and refining concepts. So let's say you're interested in the sciences. You want to know what causes some phenomenon. You're relying on the concept of causation. But what do you mean by causation? That's actually a huge literature that stems at least to David Hume.
How can we promote trust in academics while also acknowledging the worries about obscurantism?
Okay, hold on. Did that just get anybody wet, or was that just me? I love philosophy. I love it so much. I'm gonna cry. It's so good. It's so good. And it just so encompasses that conversation from yesterday's stream. Streamer wants answer. I give answer. No, I want real answer. I gave real answer. No, I need the other answer. I can't give you other answer. Like, that's philosophy, baby. Like, that's, I could do this all day. I could do this all day. I could literally do this all day. This is all I do. This is all I want to do forever. And I love when he said you can't go deep enough. You can never stop deconstructing. But you see how people are like, but Brittany, when does it end? When you want it to end. You choose. You get to decide when you stop deconstructing. Ethan decided, Palestine, I'm done. That's it, baby. I'm over it. He's like, I'm good. Jordan Peterson was like, wait, what is it? He goes, I stopped when I saw that lady in the bikini on Twitter. That's it for me. Not beautiful. Like, he's like, I'm done. Like, people find their ceiling and they stop. And I'm just like, but what if you don't stop? And then what if you think about the way that impacts people? That's why when people say, don't you like, aren't you angry that people want to pay off people's student loans? Like, doesn't that just make you so angry when people want to pay for people's medical care? Like, nobody paid for your student loans. No one paid for your medical care. It's like, no, that sounds great. That sounds great. Do that. Like, that sounds great. It's the attachment to the idea that, like, you don't want other people to have it easier than you had it, even though we want every generation to be better off than the last. Isn't that the fucking irony? Your job as a parent, subjectively, is to make sure your kids have a better life than you had. And then the irony is when parents see their kids having a better life, they hate them for it. That's what all of society is. It's so interesting. Like, I want you to have a better life than our ancestors did. So if that means universal housing and healthcare, let's fucking go. Now, if we find through philosophical deconstruction that universal housing and healthcare isn't good for you, we won't do it. But we have more data to show it might be better than not better. We actually have data to show that human beings, regardless of how much you spoil them, it won't be enough to solve their meaning crisis. So spoiling them isn't the issue, though it is the issue because the word spoil. The issue isn't housing people. The issue is giving people a life worth living. They're suffering from the meaning crisis, like Vervaeke said, right? So it's not just about money. And I know everyone says, oh, it's easy to say it's not about money when you have money. I know, girl. But when you get money and it's still not enough, I need you to remember that. I need you to remember that money is really good for when you need money. But when you have it and you're still fucking suicidal and cutting yourself, I'm telling you, money isn't the answer. It might be the answer for some people whose only problem is money, or the lack thereof. But when your problems are bigger than just money, it's not enough. So you have to figure out, do you have problems bigger than money, or are your only problems money? Because if your only problem is money, which it's not, spoiler, it's not. But let's pretend your only problem is money. Okay. Then you have no business talking for everybody else who's telling you it's bigger than money. Because now you sound like those conservatives who are like, just run it off. Just do this, just work out. Oh, you can't get a date? Just work out. It's like, it's not about working out. It's about the fact that money or working out doesn't guarantee the outcome I want, which is to be loved, to be seen, to be understood, to have meaning, to know my place in the universe. This is why these incels will never be happy, because they think if I just work out and I just get money and I just get a girl, everything will work out, as if that was ever enough. Now, it might feel like enough, and this is where my levels come in. For some people, in some bubbles, it might be enough for some people. But even generally speaking, in those bubbles, people still want to be a good enough partner, a good enough parent. They still want to feel like their kids think of them as heroes, or that their job appreciates them, or that they feel like they can survive day to day. Okay? So, you know, it's interesting when people think it's one answer. There's one solution. There's one suggestion. There's one thing. And then they want it to be the thing that's the answer forever. That's why religious people will argue, oh, we knew the answer 2,000 years ago. It's Jesus Christ. It's like, oh, well, you know, I don't know about that. Jed says, I think money can't buy happiness, but it can buy stuff that will bring you joy. I don't define joy that way personally. I think joy is when you have symbiosis with your internal and external. Happiness is you can buy happiness. You can't buy joy. In my opinion, in my definition. I don't know what definition you're using, but for me, happiness can be bought because I feel pretty happy when I have a donut, or I feel pretty happy when I'm watching Netflix. But joy exists outside of anything money could buy me. Money never bought me joy, but it did buy me a lot of happiness. And I appreciate that. Shout out to money.
And elitism in academia.
I knew the answer to this. I'd be a lot more famous than I currently am. I think that one popular answer people are going to give is something like transparency. Like, oh yeah, the expert should just be transparent. Except, and I'm not the only one that thought this, I think transparency.
Chat says, I think it's hard to chase your higher needs if you lack money, but I totally see what you're saying. For some people, absolutely. For myself, I found my joy when I was making like the least amount of money I ever made. And I was working the least. I think what I had was something that money couldn't buy, and that was relationships. I had a sibling I could live with. I had relationships and access to things. Money can buy you an apartment, but it can't also buy you connectivity with people that see you for who you are to an extent in which you gain that wisdom of self through those interactions, which is also why you can't just meditate out in the mountains. Because meditating out in the mountains with no relationship to people, it has to come after the relationship to people. And this is the other part that people miss. And I'm not dismissing what you said, very important, but the other issue is people ask me, Brittany, if we raise kids in a mountain and make them meditate their whole life, will they be introspective? Well, what are they extrospecting up against? Introspection, yes, but extrospecting up against what? This is why rural tribes in the middle of somewhere that doesn't have technology can be very introspective, but they're extrospective against their own tribe. They have people, they have connections, right? So there's something there that I think is playing a role in which it's not just having relationships, it's having the right ones at the right time with the right mechanism, with the right connectivity. I am grateful for every bad relationship I've ever had because there was so much good in them. And even though they ended badly, or we don't talk, or we're no longer friends, or things have moved on, I will never not be grateful for those interactions. But what I'm grateful for is for just a second in time, I was seen by a person in a way that was meaningful enough to change my life. Uh-oh. Am I still here? Am I still here? Am I lost in the darkness? Am I still here? Or am I drowning in despair? Okay, am I here? No, I'm here. I'm not frozen. I'm frozen. I'm back. Okay. So I think it's, okay, I'm back. Okay, so what I was trying to say, and I don't know when it cut off, okay? All I'm saying is it's a lot of things, and it's not just one thing, and it can never just be money, but money is a great tool, and I think you should have it. I do think you should have it. Chad says, did you read Into the Wild? I read Into the Wild. I've seen documentaries and I've seen the movie. Yeah. Very interesting. That was definitely somebody. See, Into the Wild is an example of somebody who was really looking for something. They were discovering who they were. And I think they died before they discovered it. But I think it also just goes that way sometimes. You know? I think that's just how it goes sometimes. But money is really important and you should have it. I just want to warn. I think I'm trying to, you know what I'm doing? I'm being a big sister and I shouldn't do that. It's none of my business. It's just like the way you want to tell your little sibling who's like, Brittany, I'm going to be a billionaire. Habibi, you don't have to be a billionaire to be happy. This is the trap of capitalism. It traps even people in poverty. It traps all of us. We'll have the same people who rant against capitalism say, oh, it's easy to say you're not happy when you have money. I'm being a big sister that's trying to warn you that, hey, when you get that money, it's not going to be enough, but it's going to help. And I can't do that. You're going to figure it out, you know, yourself or, and this is only if you're on a very specific introspection journey. Or maybe you do, maybe, I don't know. I don't think so. I think regardless of if you're a 2 or a 5, I think money is simply a tool to get you to have a deeper relationship with self because it buys therapy and access and vacation and rest. But there's so much more work to do after that, you know? Something like that. Anyways, you know what? I'll stop worrying. You got this. I believe in you. You guys are going to do great.
Is a very limited answer. It's just that sometimes, like by the nature of what expert-like knowledge is, it won't be fully accessible to the general crowd. So what I kind of suspect was going to have to happen is we're going to need some sort of like value alignment. We need people to tell others, like, this is what the experts are doing and here's why it like makes sense. Again, I actually think formats like your YouTube channel is pretty good for that thing.
I'm getting so gassed up right now. Like,
just like, you go around, you talk to experts, you talk about their work and you present it accessibly to people. That's a wonderful thing to do. And I think that like, all right, if some of these ideas make sense to the audience, they now have a better understanding and a little more trust in philosophers.
People accept elites and they accept people doing obscure.
Oh, hold on, chat. Let me get a clarification from you. You said, I think having money will be enough for me, honestly, because I already have done a lot of the work. I'm just missing the ability to not die. I want to make sure that we're talking about philosophical work. Because when I say you don't need money, I'm only talking philosophically. I'm not talking about housing and healthcare and stuff like that. Because obviously we all need money. I want more money every day. Guys, super chat me. Like we all want money because we have to live under capitalism. I'm talking about the relationship to self though. Right? So I just want to clarify, we definitely all want money. But when it comes to philosophically yourself, knowing yourself, you know, having a relationship with the self, that's different than making sure you're housed. But, you know, what is housing really? So I just want to make sure you know that I'm I want to be realistic. We all need money. But when it comes to the happiness with the self, joy with the self, meaning all of that stuff, money is just a tool, you know?
Stuff. So everyone knows.
Yeah, Chet says, I know it. The work is never done. Yeah, the work is never done. But at the same time, some people settle into their life. I think people cap out, you know? Chet says, I'm very content and happy with myself. My only negative part of my life is a lack of money. Hey, my worst part of life is my job and it's pretty great. I feel you on that. The worst part of my life is that I don't have enough money. And that's a pretty good life. I'm not saying that, but like, it is the most stressful thing in my life. It is the hardest part of my life is money. And that's so autistic of me, but I'm an autistic girly that works. It's the hardest part of my life too. But it's not my life. Does that make sense? It's the hardest part of my life, but it's not me. All of my life, I knew how to work. I just didn't know what I was working for. And now that I know why I'm working and I know why I exist, it's easier. But the hardest part of my life is the part of my life that isn't me. Like my work is me, but when I turn off this computer, it's not me. I go to my real life. Does that make sense? I don't know if that's helpful, but it really helped me when I realized like, this isn't me, but this is the thing that I do to make money. You know? Oh my God. Thank you, Kay, for the super chat. Guys, super chat me. Sir, yes, sir. Thank you. So I hope that helps in some way to separate yourself from it. Because I noticed when I did that, it made it easier. When I was being a creative and I kept putting myself into the work like me, my identity was my work. Oh girl, I was miserable. I was miserable. So I don't know if that helps. Chat says, stop trying to convince me you don't exist inside my phone. I'm not real, Bryson. Chat says, the thing that makes it hard is that needing money requires you to do things that aren't the things you really want to do. And it gets even worse when you figure out what you actually want to do. Hey, for sure. I think this is what I did. You don't have to do it, of course. But I made a list of all the things I'd be willing to do even when I didn't want to do them. And that's what I chose to do for work. I will make YouTube videos and stream even when I don't want to. But I won't make OnlyFans content when I don't want to. So I don't do that full time. Fun fact. Maiden, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, soldiers. Thank you. But I realized I could make YouTube videos. I could talk about philosophy even when I didn't want to, which is almost never. So that's what I did. I made a list of jobs. I was a professional nanny before this. Could I be a nanny even when I didn't want to go to work? Would I be a good nanny? Nah. Even when I don't want to, I'm a pretty good content creator. I realized that for me, even when I didn't want to, I'm pretty good at this job. But when I say I don't want to, it's usually because I'm having a chronic, health flare or my anxiety is insane. My anxiety can get so bad that I'm literally like almost like gagging before stream. And then I show up and everything's okay. So I played to my strength. And I think society doesn't teach us to do that. Actually, society tells you, fuck your strengths, do what looks good. I think you should play to your strength. Play to your strength and see if you can turn that into a job. Chet says that's so much better than asking yourself if you do it for free. Yeah, I think so too. That question, do a job that you do for free. I think it's a nice idea, but it's not exactly realistic under capitalism in the way that I view survival. Like for me, I definitely have to do what I can manage to do even on low spoons. That's how I think of it. So when I call out because I'm in pain, it's because I'm not on low spoons, I'm on 0 spoons. But I will stream even on low spoons because I know I'm able to still do it on low spoons. Without self-harming and without becoming depressed and without losing my brain, my mind. Versus my other jobs, and this was a part of my autism assessment, if this is helpful. My autism assessment made me write out my work history, and I realized all of the jobs I had me break down and collapse so drastically every 2 years that I either had to move or switch jobs or switch families because I was burning out so fucking hard. I would dread it. I would cry. I would be like, I can't go into work. I can't go into work. And it's like, you have to, Brittany. And then I would physically slap myself and pinch myself and bruise myself to be like, get it together, go to work. And I would push myself to go to work. And yeah, I don't do that anymore. Like, I don't do that anymore. You know how people sometimes have to drink to go to work? Yeah, I don't do the equivalent of that anymore. I was never a drinker, but yeah, I don't do that anymore. Now, when I have an anxiety issue now, so the difference between Brittany then and Brittany now is when I have anxiety now, I'm more like, oh my God, what if somebody like, for my birthday stream, I was like, oh my God, I'm so anxious. What if I get on this birthday stream and I talk about eugenics and the whole world misunderstands me? And then I'm like fighting for my life in my comments. I'm like, and I'm like, maybe I shouldn't do it. It's too much. And I was like, but I really want to talk about it. And my partner's like, well, can't you talk about something else? I'm like, no, I already decided this is what I want to talk about. And then I'll walk around the whole house being like, oh my God, am I going to have the wisdom to do this? Oh my, and then I get on stream and it ends up being one of the greatest streams ever. It was a great stream, bros. We did a great job. Now, to be fair, it was because partially my audience is really smart, and so it was a really good conversation. But I'm usually like walking through the house like this. My underboob sweat gets really intense, and I'm like, oh my God, what if human beings misunderstand me, and then I have to fight for my life? You know what I mean? Yeah, that's my anxiety now. which before it was so bad. It was so bad, you know? Anyways, I hope this helped. If it doesn't, I'm sorry, but I feel you. Your struggle is real. You are valid. You will figure it out.
That about physicists. People know that about musicians or about baseball players. Like they do stuff that we can't do. We even don't know how they do it, and it might even not have an apparent purpose, like baseball. And still, we like it, we appreciate it, we approve that they get a lot of money for it. So I don't think the issue is that everything that is kind of out of reach for people, like that they don't know how to do themselves, and that is done by a certain elite, that's therefore untrustworthy. That doesn't seem to be the issue. So the issue must be that people actually do know and do have experiences, and this knowledge and those experiences are just dismissed by what they call the elite. It's a more complicated kind of distrust. It's distrust in the system, not necessarily distrust in the discipline.
Because of the over-specialization that is required of graduate students and things like that. So as the fields become narrower and narrower, graduate students work on smaller and smaller domains, and PhDs become absolute experts in very, very little. And that's where the public perception that there's something going on here that isn't entirely legitimate comes in.
I love how his microphone, he's literally holding the microphone instead of like this. He's like... Girl, I know she's like, you know, very neurodivergent or something's going on. I was like, girl, tell him you got it. That's why you see on podcasts, people are always like mic checking. That's why they have a sound guy. It's really hard to do it all. It is. I'm laughing because it's so human. I'm laughing because it's kind of cute. He's just like, instead of like this, he's
Because the reciprocal side of that is that people with PhDs, that's the qualification of teaching at a university, you have to teach more than the people that want to study what you want to study. And so if our education program to produce intellectuals, teach them from being intellectuals by narrowing them to such a degree that they can't educate, then we're into bad territory.
So I sort of have, I guess, a controversial view about this. I think that academics have to be a lot more willing to go out there in public, including like YouTube or whatever, and have discussions and debates with people.
Like you're doing right now.
Like Carefree Wandering. I love Carefree Wandering. Also, for all the people in my audience that are like, oh, her edits are a bit much. She has 1 million subscribers and this video has 600,000 views in 2 weeks. The girl knows what she's doing. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, I agree. I don't normally watch videos with all these kinds of edits unless I'm watching on stream because it's not how my brain works. But this girl knows what she's doing. She is a good YouTuber. 600,000 views in 2 weeks and 1 million subscribers. Isn't that amazing? Love her.
We're not even having a debate.
Yeah.
Just to have this many people interested in philosophy. Wow.
Right? It's not like an adversarial interview. But I think even things that are adversarial, first of all, people need to be shown that what you're doing is valuable. And the way you show it is by presenting it in front of lots of people and having some pushback and showing that you can deal with the pushback and have some counter argument, right? That you're not just like some paper tiger. And maybe it's going to get hate mail for this. But like, I remember during the COVID pandemic when there was a scientist, I think his name was Peter Hotez, he was challenged by RFK Jr. to have a debate on Joe Rogan. And he said he wouldn't do it because he thought RFK Jr. is a charlatan and like maybe he had some questions about the forum, about like the Joe Rogan show or whatever. I watched that whole kind of back and forth and thought, if I were Peter Hotez, like if I were not a philosopher, but instead a virologist or whatever, I would totally accept that debate invitation. I think you look like you are like full of yourself and also that you can't really defend yourself if you don't accept stuff like that. I don't think Joe Rogan is like a hostile forum, right? Like even if you don't like the show, like I think it's not something where Joe Rogan is screaming at you and you can't get a word.
Yeah, Joe's not the issue. It's the audience interaction after, most likely.
A monkey riding a motorcycle down the street, jumps off the motorcycle and tries to steal a baby.
And I don't think like RFK Jr. is like some like raving asshole, right? I think he's wrong about stuff, but that's like an example. And I feel like academics should do a lot more of that. And I would love to do that. So
Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan. If you want to have like a meta ethics debate,
Yeah. The last question I have is about social media. Social media algorithms play a big role in deciding who gets a large platform and hence who gets to influence people's beliefs. Do you think this has led to net positive or negative effects? Or, you know, I'm sure it's complicated in every aspect as well.
I wish it was like, maybe it's complicated, but like, and I realize that we are looking at people who look at YouTube or something. Whenever I have the impression that something is done by an algorithm, I try to get as far away as possible from it.
Oh, I trapped you in this YouTube interview then.
It was at this moment that he knew.
No, I'm fine. Like, I would recommend to everybody to just turn off the device and go outside and look at the sky or something like that. If I look at something on YouTube and the next recommendation seems to be recommended because of some, I feel like I went to a party and I'm surrounded by like drunk and aggressive people. I want to get out. I want to like have something that I can actually rely on. That's more genuine and more trustworthy. Doing what intellectuals, philosophers, or scientists also do is to actually go deep into something that you didn't even know a year ago existed. And how would that be done on the internet? Like, it's done in conversations and like sitting in libraries and thinking and so on. If you can make a 20-minute video about it, it's not deep.
Yes. None of my videos on my channel are deep, guys. Read a book. Read a book. I don't know what your connection is to social media. Do you have any social media accounts?
I did. I had all of the various accounts, but I ditched them all after that internal research from Meta came out.
I would argue no piece of art is that deep. It is deep because of your relationship to it. It is not inherently deep. It's just an object. I'm the kind of girl that when I would go on hikes with my siblings, I'd be like, look at this rock. And they're like, what? I was like, if this rock could speak, oh, look at this rock. And I would put my ear to the rock and I'm like, can we take this home? And they're like, Brittany, that's a boulder. I was like, can we take the boulder home though? I just feel like I can feel this boulder is so important. And they're like, we're not taking the boulder home. I was like, fine. And then I would take home all these little rocks. And they're like, why'd you take this rock home and not this rock? I was like, this rock. This is a meaning rock. This rock has meaning. And they're like, why this rock and not this rock? I was like, you don't get it. You could just tell. I was like, look at it. I can't explain it. Just look at it. And it's not inherently meaningful, but it is about the relationship too. Even life itself, life is not inherently meaningful, and yet it is sort of inherently meaningful. This is the tiny contradictions of life. Life is inherently meaningful because it exists, but it's not inherently meaningful because it exists. It's not your existence that's meaningful. It's the fact that you exist that's interesting and meaningful, but it's not the fact, it's not your existence that's meaningful. It makes sense.
I have 4 daughters, and I
Allison, welcome to memberships.
decided that if I have a vote in social media, it's to exclude myself from contributing to that negative impact on women in our society. At the same time, I did have a quick moment, a hot minute when I went back to X, because I thought what was going on with Donald Trump was absolutely ridiculous. So I tweeted that this is what you can expect in your country from dimwits like this. And I got banned for using the word dimwit. You can use whatever.
Interesting. Also, all these philosophy professors so far have been more like left or liberal leaning, maybe a little hesitant to answer even, but noted.
The racial slur you want on X, but you cannot call people a dimwit. I think it's a fundamentally negative thing in our society because it's rewarding all of the wrong behavior. If you call it a rage algorithm or whatever else, social media companies have absolutely no interest in the good of society. They have an interest in their bottom line and whatever serves that. And you can see that very clearly with what Elon Musk is doing in the United States right now. I don't even believe that he's concerned about the economics of the United States. I think he sees it as a play toy. And that's what it leads to, is a sort of disingenuous jumping up and down and shouting simply because you have the platform to do so.
How awesome! Turns on!
Currently, I think it's going to net negative, but I don't think it has to be that way. It's like any other tool. Like if you use it well, it can be awesome. If you misuse it, it can be horrendous. Just think of a knife. Cutting up zucchini, great. Stabbing people, terrible. Here we are. We're against stabbing here.
Yeah.
We're not afraid to admit it. Part of what is at issue is that what goes viral is not based upon like, what's true or what's good or anything like that. It's about like what drives the most like attention grabbingness. It's just not a great metric by which we want things to go viral. Until we change that fundamental issue of like, what we propagate is something that like be beneficial to everyone in like a meaningful sense. I think this problem will persist. The trouble, of course, just lies in the fact that like, how do you do that without like just obviously censoring too many things?
Right.
I'm not trying to flatter you here, but I think it's like a rare person who can like deal with that. Like, if I were being looked at that way all the time and people knew me from YouTube or some other public forum before they had met me, like I would be drinking myself to sleep every night. I'm sorry to say that.
It's actually, I've gotten better at handling it over the years.
I'm a big time hate reader and hate viewer. Some of these channels, like they just have like the most incendiary and like obnoxious title.
Yeah.
And so I'll click on those because I'm like, I can't believe that somebody actually thinks this.
Oh, I've done this many times. Yes.
Right? Yeah. Those people get a lot more exposure and then, the algorithm feeds them back to you. And then after like a few months, your YouTube feed is just a slew of like things that are not insightful and make you feel shitty about the world and so on.
I forget who the person was. I'm sure there's more than one person. People who have left Silicon Valley and are saying, yes, I agree that social media algorithms right now are unethical, but if we have ethical business models, that would change things. Do you think that's possible? It's very hard for me to conceptualize at least.
Well, this is it. I mean, it's an argument that is always made by people that want to change the sort of business model, right? So the people that are not making the money that they would like to make need to do something that is not currently being done. So advertising an ethical business model and algorithm is simply a way of saying, I'm going to do something different than what they're currently.
Chat said, he said that things don't go viral if they are good or true. Isn't that subjective? There's a reason philosophy channels don't get views traditionally. And it's because generally speaking, if you look at the numbers, when I say the world is a reflection of itself, I mean that YouTube is a reflection of the world in that sense, meaning that first we're comparing reach. Like Mr. Beast is getting 45 million views in 24 hours, right? Like there are people who are making videos and they're literally getting 100 million views, right? Compare that to my 1,000 views a video or 5,000 views a video. That's what when we're talking about virality, like actual virality, not mini viral. If we're talking about a certain length of everyone has seen this, or like a lot of people have seen this, or at least 4 out of the 10 people you talk to know what you're referencing, right? It's just, we're talking about the speed of light, something goes viral. If something goes so viral, like the Rickroll, that Rick himself has to get notified, like you're a meme. If Brittany Broski going viral, that everyone uses it but doesn't even know who she is. There's a comparison here that I think we're talking about in bubbles that make it like true or not true. So everything is subjective, but I would say that truly meaningful works of art and protest and activism do not go viral. Noah Samson said this. So many people have said this. I feel this with even my channel. If you look at my channel compared to channels that are like pretty similar, my channel gets less interaction and view because most people feel like they can't keep up with the conversation. I've literally gotten feedback like, Brittany, your vocabulary is too hard to understand. They don't understand my political perspective. They don't know what box to put me in. When you're not digestible, it is harder for people to know where to put you. And so they don't know how to interact with you. How many people in my audience have come back to me to say, when I first saw you, you made me so angry. And then years later, I realized what you were saying and I came back. Or, oh yeah, when I first started watching you, I didn't understand you, but now I get it. People don't want to feel alienated. They want to feel like they're in on the joke. There's a reason why the president, when they give speeches, have to give it at a 5th to 7th grade level. 5th to 7th grade level. Now, I can't fix the way that I talk because I don't know in which way that I talk that is hard for people to understand. I can't figure it out. So I'm going to keep talking like myself. But I will say that it's confusing because I don't consider myself a very articulate person in a lot of ways. Like my partner and I always joke that he speaks better English than me. But, you know, I've gotten the feedback enough to know that something's happening. Something in my, like I've had people accuse me of trying to sound smart. And I'm like, but that's an autistic accusation as well. People with autism often get accused of trying to sound smart, but it's just the way that we talk. And so maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just ableism. So yeah, I agree. Noah Samson talked about this. I lost my train of thought. That like when he makes videos on Palestine, he has to cover it with peanut butter so people will take the pill. And it's you know, it's about Destiny or it's about Mudahar, it's about Asmin, and that was what makes people watch. And so that's how people learn about Palestine. I think that's what he's saying. He's saying what the algorithm is giving you is what is reaching the most amount of people, which means it's probably not going to be that good. Like people used to make fun of people when I was growing up for listening to pop music. Because what's pop music? Popular music. I love pop music. Is Britney Spears' Oops, I Did It Again a work of classic art? No, but it's fucking good. All right? It's fucking good and I like it and you're not going to take it away from me. I love pop art. I love pop culture. I love what's viral. I love virality. But I will probably never go viral because I will never appeal to enough people or honestly piss enough people off. Do you know what's ironic about my work? I don't piss enough people off and I don't make enough people feel like they identify with the work. Isn't that interesting? I'm not sensational enough and my views aren't cruel enough to go viral. So everyone just watches my work and goes, oh yeah, Brittany's fine. Brittany's cool. It's kind of interesting, you know? Chat says I prefer to use the words that make the most sense to avoid equivocation and being misinterpreted, which turns out to shoot me in the foot because it causes people to misinterpret me as a snobby. Girl, you just used equivocation in my chat. Equivocation? Girl, that's more than 5 letters. Who says equivocation? Except people who read. You know what I mean? Even reading. If reading is a dying art, then what do you think Book Talk's doing? Do you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? If reading is a dying art, you know what I mean? Girl, that's what I'm saying. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, girls? We are a niche community. We're a niche community of nerds. Niche community of nerds, you know?
Doing it's not to be ethical. It's the same as
money in a different way.
Yeah, that's it. Well, this is what's going on globally. I think in economics is the old guard of capital capitalist rape and pillage types have been replaced by the robber barons of Silicon Valley. It's still the same capitalism. It's not going to feed more people. It's not going to house more people. And it's not going to make more people healthy. And so it's a simple kind of logic to say, okay, well, if we had a business model that was ethical, then we'd have ethical business. But that's just a tautology, right? There isn't a group of people that are willing to push the boat out that far and say we are going to suffer losses until we have an ethical business model. That won't happen.
Do you think that pseudo-intellectualism should be a crime?
Okay, so though I've taught philosophy of law, that doesn't actually make me a lawyer. You know where you can find lawyers? Morgan & Morgan.
That's right. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm with over
Yo, what a transition to an ad.
1,000 attorneys operating in all 50 states. That means they have the resources to fight to get you the best results. And when you're serious,
I always feel like they're friends almost, or maybe they're just similar ages, so they feel more like same generation, but their humor together is funny.
Seriously hurt, your injury could be worth millions. Unlike most insurance companies, Morgan & Morgan don't settle for lowball offers. They achieve significant verdicts in the past couple of months for victims involved in life-altering car crashes, such as $12 million in Florida, 34 times the highest insurance offer.
Oh, by the way, I found an app because I was researching this about language, and there's an app, I don't know what it's called because I forgot now, where you can put your video script into it and it can tell you at what grade you're speaking, so you can dumb it down or make it more advanced depending on your audience. And I was like, damn, that's good. A YouTuber was making a video about it, but I never used it because I don't really script. But I was like, damn, that's good. Because now, yeah, I kind of wonder, I should just take one of my YouTube videos, like one of my pods, and download the, I don't know, CC or something, and then check it out. Because I am curious at what level do I speak at that's alienating people. And this is my job, if you're going to go into this field, not to be upset at the reality of it, but to accept it as a reality and then to move forward. I talked to a lot of my friends in content creation about this. Like, can it be frustrating that like the way the general public wants you to make a video feels not as rewarding to you as a creator because it isn't going as deep? Yes, but sometimes that's also necessary to make a couple of videos that don't feel that quote deep or go that deep to get people involved to want to go deeper. Like a year one philosophy professor isn't going to expect much depth out of his students. They're at the beginning part of the journey. So maybe in some ways as YouTubers, one of the most common parts about being a YouTuber is the best, most active part of the audience is people who are just starting out. So money channels burn out after 5 to 7 years because you can only make so many money videos about, you know, how much money do you have in your Roth every year? Or like, how much house can I afford? Like people get burnt out. Even when I was doing BDSM education, I got burnt out answering the question, how do I find a dom? I got so burnt out answering those questions, but that audience, the newbie audience, is the audience with the most interest, time, and the people who spend the most time Googling. So you need to make videos and books for those people that are just starting out on their journeys because they are the people who are looking for the answers. You can't make money off an audience that isn't Googling for you or looking for you, right? But it can be difficult as the creator because you want to go on. So I always say, as a person, I'm moving forward. As a content creator, I'm trying to bring people with me. I don't want to abandon people that are just starting out, which is why I will answer questions I've answered 1,000 times for new people, because as a content creator, I'm here to bring everybody with me. But as a Brittany, I'm doing my own growth personally. That's what I do in my own time. And then I share some of my milestones with you guys. But ultimately, as a creator, I'm not here to abandon somebody in my audience that's like, Brittany, do we have free will? I'll answer that question 1,000 times. One, because we don't know. And we're still deconstructing it. And what we think we do know is pretty good. But, you know, and two, because no matter what level of philosophical journey you're on, you're still going to be asking yourself, is there free will? It's just the way you answer it is dependent on who's asking, you know?
Offer and $26 million in Philadelphia, 40 times the highest insurance offer. There are no upfront costs, no sign-up fees. Their service is absolutely free unless you win. All you have to do to submit a claim is to visit the link in my description and fill out this short form. Know how to protect your rights and take action and get that bag. You can start your claim now with Morgan & Morgan at forthepeople.com/Ollie, found in the description, or by scanning the QR code on the screen from your phone's camera. That's forthepeople.com/Ollie, or the QR code somewhere here on screen. Thank you so much to all the Patreons who support this channel. Rohan Prasad, Harmony, Luec Lusignan, not sure if I'm supposed to pronounce it in that French way or not, Pink Bowie,
Okay, I'm gonna, let's not read out patron names. Okay, this is her comment section. One of the key differences between a professor and a student is clearly represented in the caffeine requirements of either based on the size cups on the table. Wait. So he has, can you guys see? So he has a little cup and she has the big cup. It looks like he has a coffee and she has a tea. Okay. This is a great format. Love the professors of almost every field because they're also knowledgeable. I wish, what's crazy is this has 600,000 views in 2 weeks. First of all, I'm going to like it. But it is kind of crazy that she did so well on this video. Let's go to her main channel. Let me see. I think it's because, how often does she post? She posts pretty consistently. But she does a really good job. Like her videos get really good views, really good engagement. Yeah, she's really good. I really like her. Yeah, it's just very focused and very clear and very there. So like, you know what to expect. Yeah, a mix of philosophy, social science research, and media, Gen Z trends, trying to be open-minded, empathetic, and critical. Love that. Yeah, she kills it, bro. Okay, let me see. You only know whether something is too deep when you know how deep one should go, and you find that out by going as deep as it can get. Let me see.
Going too deep. You only know whether something is too deep when you know how deep one should go. And you find that out by going as deep as it gets. What I find
I think what's interesting about going deep is, as a person who's done drugs a lot of my life, and I don't recommend you do drugs for introspection as a requirement. I recommend you do drugs as it relates to your joy. So I'm a big fan of doing drugs as it relates to my joy. And I use it a lot through meditation. That's mostly how I did drugs. I'm a meditative drug person. I'm not really a party person who does drugs. I usually do drugs to meditate. But when I did drugs, I think one of the most important part through that drug process for Brittany was to remind myself that it was drugs and that I am not talking to gods and I am not experiencing magic. I am experiencing a biological experience with a chemical change in my brain that's occurring because I took a chemical, I took a drug, I took a thing that is meant to interact with this very biological reality. Through all of my research and all of my time, I do not have a relationship with like what people perceive as magic, meaning I've never met a demon. I don't talk to gods. I've never met like a tree that could talk to me. Do I think everything is living and everything is alive? Sure. But I don't have those relationships with reality. And I do think I hear from people all the time that are like, I love drugs. Like everyone should do drugs. I don't think everyone should do anything. But I will say that you have to stay grounded, especially when you're using a tool that is so naturally ungrounding. I mean, that's why people have killed themselves. You know what hurts my soul the most? I have a podcast on this if you're new to my audience, is when people don't believe that weed causes psychosis. It really kills me. Because you're so anti-fucking data. Like my friend who experienced weed-induced psychosis, like go listen to our podcast together. I'm telling you right now, that's why I'm saying like even drug users are so anti-information. You're just afraid that people are going to take away your drugs because they create psychosis? Like, it's like, stop. Except that some brains react some ways to some drugs and some people will get psychosis. It happens. The same way some people who meditate also get psychosis. Meditation-induced psychosis is real. So like all these people that are sitting here and they get so defensive over their weed because God forbid it creates a psychosis. Like to some people it will happen. And I love weed. But it's the fact that you're so anti-information because you're afraid of the reality of what it means. It doesn't mean the bad thing unless you have a bad society that's now going to punish you for the bad thing, which society already exists in that construct. So you got to get over it, But yeah, the way people have been so anti the data because they feel like it's scary for this thing they love. Girl, this thing you love might also be bad for you. You gotta accept that, right? Anyways. Chat says I'm the type to get high with the homies and then go radio silent because I'm so busy meditating and observing and being present with the internal experience. Vibes. Chat says people deserve to know and consent to the risk. Yeah, I think like people should know and consent to the risk. And I think more than that, family members should be prepared. We were not prepared when my friend went under weed-induced psychosis. We literally couldn't, I didn't even believe it when the doctor said it. I refuse to believe it. Me, I was like, no way, bro. Weed? And they're like, it's weed, dude. I was like, no way, bro. And then finally I was like, okay, it's weed. And that was crazy. That was such a bubble pop for me where I was like, no way, weed? I swear, because I'm not a doctor, I was like, maybe it's schizophrenia. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's bipolar. And then all the professionals, all the doctors, all the people were like, it's weed. I was like, fuck. I had no idea. I had no idea that weed was doing that to people. And here I was, you know, smoking all willy-nilly. Hold on. Brittany Simon, weed induced. Let's see. I have to Google my own podcast. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to. I don't know what I name things. Here, chat. This is the weed induced podcast with my buddy. Yeah. God, what an experience. You know. Chat says, "Did you see the rise of Chat GPT induced psychosis, bro?" Everyone is having such a interesting experience with these tools. They're all tools, guys. Not all tools are universally good tools. That's why I don't like making prescriptions. Like, Brittany, should people do weed to be more meditative? No, not necessarily. You know? No, not necessarily. Because for some people, it's not going to be good. You know? I think that's the issue is like people are obsessed with having some universal tool. And I can never give that to you. You know? I can't give it to you. Remember to sleep, drink water, and eat food, because a lot of my friends induced weed psychosis was brought on by weeks of not sleeping, being isolated because of COVID, no food, no friends, no socialization, no living, just smoking 24/7, not doing any of the basic care needs. It's very biological. You know, it's a mistake. It happens. So make sure you're taking care of yourself. It's not always the reason why, but for them, the doctors think it was a combination of like a perfect storm, you know? So make sure you're doing your basics. Even with my borderline, like it being in remission, I don't think about it much. I eat, I drink, I sleep. You know, it's okay if one of those things isn't perfect, but I always try to get at least 2 out of the 3 things kind of good. You know, I'm eating good. I could sleep better, but I have a sleep app. It helps me track. I'm trying to get my water in, girl. You know? Chet said that's why you won't go viral. You won't give in and take an extreme standpoint for everyone. Hey, that is the truth. Can I tell you that is the truth? Because I won't black and white. If I gave prescriptions, I guarantee you I'd go more viral. If I started giving hardcore prescriptions, I think I would go more viral. But here's the thing, and here's the thing that I think will matter the most. I think my work is going to speak for itself, and that's why I think it will be a slow build as it has always been. But you just wait, girls. I think in like 5 to 10 years, people are going to be begging for this kind of a channel because I've been begging for it my whole life. And I found you guys. And if you guys exist, there's more of you. The question is, where is everybody? How are they going to find it? Consistency. If you're on social media, consistency. You know, Mr. Beast took 7 years before he had his first viral video. Not that we're a Mr. Beast fan. I'm just saying. I'm not worried about virality. I am eager, though, for the point in the world where the world will need it again, because right now the world is busy dying. The world can't slow down enough to meditate. So they don't want this. They want to be validated in the crazy, which I totally get, but I can't validate the crazy. I can't validate the reactionary stage people are in right now, but that's okay too. You know, it is what it is. Chat said we need a Mr. Beast of the left. There will never be a Mr. Beast of the left. Mr. Beast only cares about money, 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 money. Yeah, we can't have a Mr. Beast of the left. Okay, let's see. Chitty chat says, this video is so fascinating. I love the way it was filmed and edited. More like this, please. Would have preferred microphones that worked, but I understand you're dealing with non-media trained people. Loved it though. I really liked the way she edited it too, with the guys coming in and different answers being, you know, I liked that. I love how it actually was very good content, but in a form for younger generations with many effects and funny memes added in. Yeah, see, this probably really appealed to younger audiences really well. I mean, I love the memes too, but I couldn't, you know, I could have watched it without the memes, but with the 600,000 people have watched it without the memes, You know what I mean? I loved the memes, but I also, because I watch philosophy podcasts with no memes, but like those don't get the views, right? Just, I want to give you an example of like, this is how I think about it, which is again, why I love my job, because I don't worry. I don't worry about the same things people worry about because I don't have to. People never understood that in, when I was in the debate bro bubble for a while, like, Sneeko would call me and be like, Brittany, get on stream. I'm like, nah, I don't want to. He's like, get on stream. Let's like have a conversation. Let's make it big. And I knew Sneeko was chasing clout and like fame. And I was like, nah, I don't want to. I'm hanging out with my brothers. And every time one of those boys would call me to say, get on stream, start a fight with somebody, like do something, like make a conversation, I would choose to hang out with my family. Or I would choose to like not do it. And that's the thing that like I know has changed in me. I think 20-year-old Brittany probably would have done it. But 30-year-old Brittany was like, I'm going to go hang out with my brothers. Have fun. Now, if you go to Vervaeke's channel, and I like Vervaeke, 100,000 subscribers, but 7,000 views, 6,000 views, 2,000 views. He's getting my views. Why? Even though he's a credited philosophy professor, he has his whole meaning crisis series. He's talked to people like Jordan Peterson. He's been on Theo Von because he's not a sensationalist. He gets on, he has pretty grounded conversations. Maybe they're for you, maybe they're not. You don't have to like him, but he's not getting out there with these. Okay, so let me just do this in contrast for you. This is what I love about this, guys. This is my special interest, also marketing, because I'm just so Vervaeke in this regard. Look at Peterson, 8 million 8 million subscribers. Look at Matt Walsh. Now, Peterson's views, to be fair, are down because everyone's views are down. But 100,000 views, 200,000 views, not the worst for a channel his size. Matt Walsh, this just came out 23 hours ago, so 57,000 views. But the titles, making movies and rejecting the woke right. Okay, that's Jordan Peterson's new thing. Have you heard this? Jordan Peterson's new thing is the woke right. Peterson reveals crucial differences between mothers and fathers. Okay? Aggressive and forceful. Vervaeke's titles are like Sacredness After Deconstruction, Hacking Humanity, Data, Desire, and the Future of Free Will, Lectern, Q&As, The Virtue of Love. Peterson's like, Reacting to Harvard, the scam. The West is too weak for radical Islam. And it's like, autonomy, authenticity, and what is it? The fragmented self. It's like the differences between the bubbles are so fun for me. Where like Peterson is sensationalizing himself. He's literally like been famous because he was sensationalized from the beginning. He was unserious from the beginning. I think unserious people sensationalize their work. That's what I think. And I think maybe that's a correlation between what the philosopher was saying in the last video, that things that go viral aren't the deepest or most meaningful because it takes a level of sensationalism to make things happen. And so when you're having a grounded and serious conversation, how could it go viral? So sometimes that's what that means. Now, if you're really lucky, you'll create something truly authentic and beautiful and somehow it goes viral. But, So the next video we're going to watch is on cultural nihilism and the rise of the grifter. Fun fact, very sensationalized video, very well done. Cultural nihilism and the rise of the grifter. We're cooked. Mr. Beast, Trump, Ben Shapiro, Paul Brother. Okay, so like already hooked me in with the we're cooked Mr. Beast. I was like, I'm hooked. Also, my audience asked me to watch it. So I was like, I'm in. Okay, I'm excited. We're going to watch it. Small YouTuber. You guys wanted to see it. Let's watch it. We love the word grifter. It always gets us going. Okay. Let's take a 2-second break though before we begin. And we'll come back and watch that video together. So give me uno momento, por favor. Give me a momento. Hello, hello. Pause. Pause. You're gay. Pause. His butt looks gay and beautiful. Pause. Pause, pause, pause. Pause in time. I think I might be gay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let's watch this video. Cultural nihilism and the rise of the grifter. Thank you to Discord for sharing it. Jarrett Moore. Jarrett? Jarreett. Jarrett? Jarrett. I don't think I've ever heard that name. Jarrett. Okay, vibes.
I have 30 seconds for my attention span to escape the grips of a Mr. Beast video. When the timer reaches 0, this 2013 Volkswagen Jetta will pull me across the pavement at top speed.
How's the volume?
In 3 years' time, I'm gonna be exposed for diabolical behavior as a Discord mod.
Okay, funny.
Haven't I seen this rope trick before? More importantly, will anybody care if they've seen it before? Jump cuts are starting to make me feel nauseous. I'm almost too sick to find the close tab button. Why do I care about this? Am I doomed to exist in an endless cycle of trivial curiosity and relief with nothing to take away at the end? Am I anything more than a hostage to my dopamine receptors? In a leaked internal document, Jimmy Donaldson, aka Mr. Beast, explains his vision and goals for the channel in a 36-page manifesto. Your goal here is to make the best YouTube videos possible. That's the #1 goal of this production company. It's not to make the best produced videos, it's not to make the funniest videos, not to make the best looking videos, not to make the highest quality videos. It is to make the best YouTube videos possible. Everything we want will come if we strive for that. This bears striking resemblance.
Ooh, wait, let me internalize that. To make the best YouTube video, not the best looking video, not the funniest video, the best YouTube video. Oh, very different. Okay, yeah, very different. Interesting. Yeah, your job is not to make the funniest TikTok or the best. The point is to make the best TikTok. You ever been on a TikTok and they're like, is this TikTok premium? Oh my God, am I on TikTok premium? Okay, interesting. Yeah, YouTube Premium. Ooh, the best YouTube video. Interesting. Okay, I've internalized.
To a 2015 Atlantic article warning about the commercialization of art. Now it's an audience you think of addressing. It's a customer base. Now you're only as good as your last quarter sales. It's hard to believe that the new arrangement will not favor work that's...
Okay, hold on. Chad says that's so subjective though, because I think his videos suck, not in the technical way, but in the brain rot way. But you're wrong objectively. So objective and a subjective in this sense is not up to personal taste. Whether Mr. Beast is good at YouTube is not up for debate. He's exceptional at YouTube. Personal taste is I. He said, I need to make the best YouTube video, which he does. That's why he's the top, right? This is where you take it out of the personal and you observe the situation. So within the context of the conversation, the best YouTube video is domination of YouTube. He is without the doubt one of the best. Chat says the best metric of YouTube video is views. Views, engagement, and prominence. So it depends on, and again, it's not for him, by the way. Chat says for him, it's not the best for him. It's the best for YouTube. YouTube has to be the one to give the, because if a musician makes a video that goes viral on YouTube, like Friday, it's Friday, great video for the YouTube community. Virality was insane. Not a good YouTube video. Her virality didn't make a good YouTube video. Mr. Beast makes a good YouTube video. Yeah, Rebecca Black, thank you, chat. So that's the difference, because to the audience member, we think a good video is a video that goes viral. That's not a good YouTube video. Now, so David Dobrik, I think he was a good YouTuber. He didn't make good YouTube videos. I think David Dobrik was a good YouTuber, he didn't make good YouTube videos. But YouTube loved him because he was a good YouTuber who made videos that captured an audience. I think Mr. Beast is just playing at a level that people can't comprehend because, like, there's a reason he's a billionaire. Like, there's a reason that kid is going to be a billionaire off YouTube and David Dobrik isn't. David Dobrik's not going to be a billionaire. He's done. David Dobrik is done. Mr. Beast will be a billionaire. It's crazy. This is really a special interest of mine. I love the categorization difference between the two. It's insane. You know? It's insane. Oh, chat, I know you're talking to somebody in chat, but the difference between Taylor Swift and trying to use an equivalent difference here, but there's the Taylor Swifts and then there's the Chaperones. You know what I mean? Both are great, but like one's Taylor Swift. It's not about liking Taylor Swift. I'm not a fan of Taylor Swift, but no one can deny that Taylor Swift built an empire. Chaperone's probably never going to be an empire building. She's probably not going to be a billionaire through music. You know what I mean? Not unless something changes fundamentally. But like there's the Taylor Swifts and then there's the Chaperones. You know, there's the David Dobrik's and then there's the Mr. Beasts and then there's the Britneys. I'm here too, you know. Hi. I'm here too. You know what I mean? We're all doing the same thing, but we are not all doing the same thing. That's what I mean to compare it to.
Safer, more familiar, formulaic, user-friendly, eager to please. More like entertainment, less like art. Artists will inevitably spend a lot more time looking over their shoulder, trying to figure out what the customer wants rather than what they themselves are seeking to say.
I feel the retention. Just give us
99% of movies and TV shows would flop on YouTube. On top of that, they'd be wildly unprofitable, having no flexibility and long lead times that can't adapt to trends. We aren't here to make a small movie once or twice a year. I want to make one every week. LOL. MrBeast makes high-production, long-form Super Bowl commercials on a weekly basis. The scale of the production that's grown to be his trademark is impossible without corporate...
And so much of it is fake, right? So now we know MrBeast also fakes a lot of what's in his videos. His recent trip to Mexico was heavily scrutinized, but they had to come out. Even the president of Mexico had to say, like, a lot of it was fabricated in the video. So that's the other thing. MrBeast is making over-the-top, high-production, like he said, Super Bowl commercials, right? It's a production level that I can't even. I'll give you an example. My partner and I were watching Slow-Mo Guys on YouTube, and they have a camera, and I want the camera. I'm like, I want this camera. How much is it? And he looked at me. He goes, anywhere from like $30K to $200,000K. I was like, can we have that camera? Can I have a dream where I buy that camera, please? I want a slow-mo camera. And the fact that like I was like, I want that, and I know exactly what I'm going to do with it. And like I want that camera. And like if I need a camera at that production level to make the videos I want and I can't do it otherwise, like that means you are reaching for an existence that's like so different. The camera I am using is the same DSLR I got in like 2018 for like $1,600. Do you know what I'm saying? Like to make the things you think you want to make, it doesn't happen for no money. It happens for money that is so intense, like money that you'll never make in your lifetime. And I'm not saying this is good or bad. I'm just saying what it is. I am not putting a value judgment on it. I'm just explaining the categorization. It's also, I'm so excited about explaining it because it's my favorite.
Sponsorships. The millions he's paid from views on YouTube is often just enough to cover the cost of making the video, with a large percentage of revenue coming from corporate sponsors like T-Mobile or his own business ventures like Feastables chocolate bars. This gets into a moral gray area when you remember that half of his 350 million person audience are children. One of the newest products he started to advertise are the Beast Labs collectible action figures. A toy with loot box style gambling that requires you to keep buying packs until you finally get the legendary Who Gives a Shit.
I can't wait to learn numbers, counting, colors, and shapes with you today.
For all children's television programming, there's something required by the FCC called a bumper. This is to signal to children that the show they're watching has officially paused and advertisements have commenced. It was deemed unethical to have a child's friend, SpongeBob, tell them that the only way they could make friends this fall is if they purchased the new Prime Energy drink.
I want a 4,000 Gucci sweater. I want a house, an iPhone 15. I want Mr. Beast in my basement. I want a lion. I want KSI and Logan Paul in my basement. I want this lady in my basement.
The invention of the Gutenberg printing press led to the Protestant Reformation. The ability to mass-produce copies of the Bible gave people a more direct relationship with God. With the advent of the social media influencer, people now have a more direct relationship with advertisers, forming parasocial relationships with the people that try to sell them products. There needs to be a clear demarcation between advertisement and entertainment. What happens when there is no differentiation? The advertisement is the content, and the content can only exist as an advertisement. All of the consumer protections created by the FCC to regulate broadcast television still only apply to broadcast television. Is this relationship still a concern to our government? Or is it the desired outcome for the next generation to be conditioned as more active consumers? Mr. Beast's biggest video was his recreation of the contest from the Netflix original series, Squid Games, an anti-capitalist satire set in South Korea where financially desperate contestants compete in life-or-death games for a life-changing sum of money. It explores how the ruling elite debase and humiliate us for their own entertainment, forcing the working class to strip themselves of their humanity and abuse each other just to keep their heads above water. Mr. Beast saw this and went, whoa, why don't I do that? Squid Games is not a warning for the future. It's a critique of the present.
Which one you want? This one? Okay, here's coin. I have one. Here you go. Okay, good luck. Thank you. You win? No. Okay, my coin.
Can I take this?
My coin?
Yes, can I take
Wait, my coin.
Everything the show parodied is what Mr. Beast had already been doing to a lesser extent. He just brought it right up to the line before executing people.
If I have to do solitary confinement in order to do the things I want to do, then I will do that. You're gonna get $300,000 because it's $10,000 a day. I grew up poor in North Carolina. I said, excuse me? Like I was not having a good time. I just wanted to turn the lights off. And I'm vocalizing to people, I wish the lights would turn off.
It's why we don't let people sell their organs, because we know poor people will do it. Like, that's the thing with exploitation, is you making a situation where people can get ahead, but at the expense of their dignity is not good. So like, this is why I say money is not the answer. Because if you think money is the answer, then you're going to, when you get it, wonder why you're still not happy or joyful. And two, you're going to do things you never thought you would do for this thing that you think is the ultimate answer to your life. So like, my Discord and I did this like what if the other day because we were watching Arcane and stuff, and we were talking about like, what would you do? I think it was during that. It was like, what would you do in order to have this return? So if I told you guys, like I saw a guy yesterday who said, would you go to prison for a year, but when you get out, you get like $10 million, but real prison, you know, so there's a chance you die, maybe you die or something if it's like a rough prison. Okay. It's like, would you risk it just for 10 million? No, fuck $10 million. Who the fuck needs that? Do you know what I mean? Like, who needs that? You know, but the problem is like, it's not just like bad people exploiting you. It's human beings who haven't sat there and pondered the meaning of why. They don't know why they do anything. They don't have rights or wrongs. We don't think about what we're doing. We just think like, hey, that's how life is. What are you going to do? You know what I mean? And so I think that's why I say like, pause and ask yourself, why are you doing this thing? Because most people just do it because like everyone else is doing it. And I'm saying that might not be bad. Like we should all stop at the, red light because everyone else is doing it. That's really good. We should all go on green. That's really good. Like some things you do want to follow what everyone else is doing, right? But sometimes you want to wait and say, hey, why am I doing this? There are some group activities that are good and some group activities that are bad. There's some things you have to do individualistically and there's some things you can never do alone. So this guy, he worked with Mr. Beast. It's like, yeah, a lot of the people in these positions are like, this is life-changing money. I could save my family's whole life. Yeah, or you just like come home and be with your family. There was a dad I saw on Mr. Beast who eventually just stopped. He's like, nah, I miss my kids, bro. I want to go home. And he stopped doing it. Because at some point, some things are just more important than the money.
And I go up to my friend, my good friend. And I go, they're not turning the lights off. He goes, what? That's a war crime. We're not allowed to do that to terrorists.
Yeah, like keeping the lights on, solitary confinement, an all-white room. The fact that it happens in prisons is horrifying enough. The fact that it happened on a competition for a YouTube video.
24 hours breaking the Geneva Convention, I guess, is what we're doing. And you have power over people. When one person doesn't have resources and the other one does, and they hold it over your head, and you go, of course, yeah, I agree to it.
And listen, some people will say, yeah, but if, no matter what we do, someone's going to complain. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't do it at all. My partner and I talked about this yesterday. We would rather forego all of the art in the world if all of the art in the world only got to be created at the expense of the marginalized or vulnerable or other people. I don't need it. I don't need it if it came at the expense of other people. Now, the question is, can you name something that didn't come at the expense of somebody else? Kind of. So what human beings do is, and this is reasonable, and you should keep doing this because you can't do otherwise, and I need you to really radically accept that, okay? So this is harm, okay? This is a no-go. This is no harm, okay? Realistically, let's say I have this cup of water. Okay, it's a cup of water somehow. Somehow this is a cup of water. Okay, this is like the water. It's coming up. This cup of water has to do X amount of harm in order to get it to your house where it's filtered and able to be, you can drink it. Okay. Actually, no, stop. Let's do something easier. This is an Apple cell phone. Okay. Apple cell phones and a lot of cell phones come at the expense of like slavery and child slavery. It's not funny. Okay. You bought the Apple phone here at the Apple store. Okay. But the people over here who are enslaving the kids to mine the materials necessary to create the phone, they're causing the most amount of harm. The people who paid those people, you can't see what I'm doing. The people who paid those people, they're doing the most amount of harm. These two people are the most responsible. These people are the less responsible because you're closest to no harm. And yet you still have to engage in some level of harm to get the phone in the first place. But it's not the same responsibility as these people. And yet these people over here who are closest to no harm create the demand for these people. But the reality is that the people who are willing to do the most harm to get the most profit, okay, that's Mr. Beast. That's like all those people. Those people are willing to do whatever it takes to get the most profit at the expense of everybody else who would want to engage in little to no harm. Okay? And so what we end up running into is a paradox. It's a conundrum. I am a good person. I want to do no harm. But by simply existing, I am now officially on this scale of harm. Minimally, by simply existing, I am here. I, as long as I exist, can never be in a place of no harm. Because the only thing that exists in a place of no harm is nothingness. It doesn't exist. If you exist in the paradox of always being a default level of harm. So if I am a default level of harm, why not just go all the way? Why not go all the way? Okay, why? Why not? What's so bad if I'm already a little harmful? Why not get to this point over here? And the why is interrupted by the answer, whatever the answer is, your why. So your subjective why, okay? This is your why. You are the only person who's going to create the reasoning for not doing the most amount of harm. Okay? And that's going to be up to you. But no matter how you like it or see it, you always start off existing in a level of harm. And then we spend our whole life going back and forth between these two areas, hopefully never reaching this amount of harm. You know, hopefully not reaching this level. But, you know, I think a lot of like 2As reach a lot of this level. I also think harm is different between global harm and individual harm. So you have Jeff Bezos level of harm. And then you have rapist level of harm. Which is worse, guys? Who's worse, a rapist or Jeff Bezos? Don't answer the question. It's a trick. Don't answer the question. It's a trick. It's a philosophy trick. The same way we don't compare trauma, we don't compare harm. Because to the individual, the rapist is worse than Jeff Bezos. To the climate change, the villain is more Jeff Bezos than the rapist. It's subjective. The point of reference in relation to the harm is the arbiter of the harm. You cannot objectively decide who is worse, the rapist or Jeff Bezos. Okay? So it's a trick. When people ask you, what's worse, rape or Jeff Bezos? That's not a real question. That is not a serious question. That is a got you virality TikTok clip of Andrew Wilson saying, oh, well, some people like rape because they orgasm. It's not serious. Okay. So, all of that to say, what was this about? Oh, yeah, levels of harm and how are you willing to engage and what does it mean to engage? Okay, going back to Mr. Beast.
I needed it, of course. This is the note I got from the director, from Jimmy, when I'm receiving some cash. He said, Jimmy said, can you say to the camera how thankful you are that now you can pay back your student loans?
He was lauded for his YouTube
When was the last time I muted myself, girls? When was the last time? Wow, thank you, chat. Thank you. When was the last time I muted myself? Chat says, why would you want to harm? For the same reason people make babies. For the same reason people fall in love. For the same reason we want to help people. The road to hell is paved in good intentions. A lot of harm comes out of people's willingness and desire to help people. A lot of harm.
Recreation getting more views than the original source material. In our entertainment landscape that values views and dollars more than anything else, there's no other conclusion you can really come to.
And all I thought about was art and music. Now,
oh, this is a great fucking movie. Did we watch this with the Discord? This is a great fucking movie, and the name of it is escaping me. It is this is one of the greatest fucking movies. Wait, we have watched it. We have watched this movie. Hold on. Does he tell you what movie it is or?
36, and all I think about is money.
People argued Mr. Beast's video was superior because the original took 12 years for the creator to get into production. Meanwhile,
My Dinner with Andre. We've seen it. We've watched it in the Discord. It's My Dinner with Andre. Yeah, chat new. My Dinner with Andre. It's one of the greatest films. It's so fucking good. Highly recommend if you guys haven't seen it. I think it's free on YouTube actually. Yes, Discord and YouTube chat both knew it. Such a great film. Fabulous film, And I love a lot of movies, but like this is one of my favorite philosophical kind of films.
a YouTuber can recreate it in a few months, stealing all the challenges and aesthetics and stripping it of the art and social commentary. He parlayed the success of the Squid Games video into a full-length series of the same nature on Amazon Prime called Beast.
Wait. Chet says, the framework you had was about the why stopping you, but if you are unintentionally harming, then no one will save you from that. You would need a more serious reason not to harm. Oh, okay. It's like you need to not want to harm unintentionally. Okay, yeah, I agree. Okay, so you were asking, why would somebody harm intentionally? Okay, I see your point now. Yeah, I think that's a great, right? That's what you're asking. Like, why would somebody want to harm intentionally? I think the ends justify the means probably plays a much more significant role in people's psychology than we believe, which actually goes back to what you were saying earlier, that there might not be an intention to harm. But I think that's the responsibility of people. Yeah, chat says Netanyahu is harming intentionally, but see, Netanyahu believes the ends justify the means. So he thinks he's doing a good thing, which means he doesn't think he's harming people in a way that is unjustified, which in his head could argue he's not harming anybody. But that's the irony. Now, you could take it down to a personal level and say, maybe harm looks like pushing through on a deadline for a job, but the ends justify the means, and that's reasonable. But maybe you would say creating an Israeli state at the expense of Palestinians isn't worth that harm, but to Netanyahu and some Jews it is, or to Israelis, or to Zionists, specifically Zionists, obviously. It is, as there are non-Zionist Jews, but or Zionistic, non-Zionist Jews. And non-Jewish Zionists. Yes, got it. Okay, figured it out. So that, I think that is the conundrum, is that's why I think it is so specific to the bubble and the perspective, and why did you do what you did? Why did you do it? Now here's the dilemma, and this is the problem I have with people. Sometimes I'll meet a man, it's always a man, and I'll meet a man who refuses to engage with the deconstruction of why, and plays dumb about the harm they caused and downplays the harm. But at some point, your ignorance is now greater than your intentionality. So now at this point, your choice to stay ignorant is intentional, and therefore all the harm you have done is now intentional. So it went from, well, I don't even know I'm doing harm, it's unintentional, to a lack of willingness to engage, therefore intentional. And the question we all have when we're really rooting for people's potential is, at what point is there unwillingness to engage in the deconstruction, the intentionality you're unwilling to see for what it is? That's the question. Chat says, yeah, if you want to harm intentionally, I think it reveals the person's worldview and that they aren't understanding how the harm also causes them, conscious and indirectly via worse world. Like someone who robs for a living, if they rob other workers instead of robbing the rich, they are also by that choice making their own poverty deeper by sinking their community deeper into it. Yeah. Chat says she just summed up Ethan. I mean, I was thinking about Destiny, but hey, Ethan and Destiny are like, you know, dating now. So, you know what I mean? These boys end up all being the same at the end of the day. Like, yeah, you playing ignorant is not going to help. You'll be like, oh, well, I thought she consented because she sent me the video. Oh, well, I thought, it's like, okay, now I'm going to fucking slap you. Okay. So yeah, like I think that these men can't be trusted. These people can't be trusted. Anyone who's unwilling to engage. And that's the thing with ignorance is you choose to be ignorant at some point. Not at all. It's funny that conservatives will claim everybody chooses to be ignorant always. But then what are they doing? What do they call their choice to be ignorant? Do you know what I mean? So yeah, at some point, your ignorance is a choice. But it's dependent on the circumstance, right?
Games.
1,000 contestants! Are you all ready?
It's hard not to put yourself in the shoes of the contestants, knowing what's at stake. There's a bizarre detachment to what the reality of money is for normal people. The show has a sanitized triviality regarding the stakes of what's happening. Someone will be seconds away from winning hundreds of thousands of dollars and fail to meet some arbitrary criteria, shattering their dreams. They could have been on the precipice of leaving a housing situation plagued with domestic violence, finally being able to leave the job they hate and starting their own business, or a parent being able to spend time with their children for once. Then Mr. Beast pulls a lever and says, "Bummer."
Oh,
Before a single mother's dropped through a trap door while he makes soy face into the camera. There were 2,000 contestants, so there wasn't a deep dive into anybody's individual story. You could just see glimpses of their life in between challenges. When deciding on picking team captains for somebody that would be bribed in exchange for eliminating their team members, somebody was trying to prove their integrity by saying, "I'm an Army veteran, I'm living out of my car." There was a murmur in the group. Did he just say he was homeless? I don't want to trust a hobo. A woman tries to stick up for him. He's not homeless, he lives in his car by choice. I think Mr. Beast should be in charge of military recruiting. Enlistment is down with Gen Z, less people are willing to join the meat grinder just for a Dodge Hellcat. But what if the signing bonus was a Dodge Hellcat or a mystery box? We're already at the point where sitting in air-conditioned offices, flying explosive drones into people's homes with joysticks. For every day your platoon is able to occupy Aleppo, your child will receive an extra $1,000 towards their college fund. I was joking about this, and then I saw the Pentagon was actually in communications to collaborate with Mr. Beast on a project. Apparently it fell through, but there was a cute little cameo from the Navy SEALs in Episode 5 of Beast Games, so we can only speculate on what level of involvement the Department of Defense will have on future content. I don't hate Mr. Beast. He does give more to charity than 99% of us ever will, and at the end of the day is just a guy that makes YouTube videos. He just gives me this queasy feeling that we're living in a dystopia, that if you lose your leg, your best bet is accidentally running into a YouTuber that thinks it will go viral if they give you a prosthetic leg.
Damn.
He thinks as much himself. Hating Mr. Beast would be like that thinks it will go viral if they give you a prosthetic leg. He thinks as much himself.
He's talking about just uploaded a video where we helped 2,000 amputees walk again. Many lived in America, and it feels so disgusting that in this country with so much wealth, a fucking YouTuber is the only option to get people a prosthetic leg, and yet he continuously contributes to that capitalistic game in which the system upholds through patriarchal lens because, I don't know why, actually. I think that's part of the game. When Jeff Bezos had a whistleblower, she was fired after 15 years of working with him. When she was fired, she had whistleblown after coming to Jeff and saying, we have to do things for the environment. We're fucking up the environment. So Jeff made like a pledge that Amazon is going to do this much green initiative. And when she was like, Jeff, it's not enough. We're not doing enough. He fired her. But everybody thought Jeff was so environmentally friendly. Yeah, I think the dilemma is like we as a population, these people exploit our weaknesses in order to make money, but we also participate. And that's the conundrum. We need each other. Or rather, they need us, but we're convinced we need them. But not in a conspiracy way, in a biological evolutionary way. Because like, it's the same reason people in chat want me to give them the answers. You are exactly why you think you need them. You don't need someone to give you the answers. You need to learn for the rest of your life that the answer is ever evolving, right? So like you can blame the billionaires, but I would blame my biology. I would blame nothing. I would say, what is this biological relationship I'm having with existence that my monkey brain is convinced I need to do this thing? Why do I need to do this thing? Why do I think I can't manage my life without this thing? What is it about my life what is it about my brain that is convincing me this is the only option? It's get off the hamster wheel. But they're telling you, everything around you is telling you the hamster wheel is where you need to be. Your food is there, your shelter's there, your people are there, but you don't understand there's food, water, and shelter off of the hamster wheel. And if you want to use the hamster metaphor as just like working in general, then yeah, sometimes you got to be on the hamster wheel, girl. It's like the people that think homesteading is the dream. I'm sorry, you're chronically ill and need Amazon to deliver you groceries, but you think you're going to grow your own vegetables? You are literally chronically ill. Why do you think having a homestead is going to be easier than a 9-to-5? What are we talking about here, girls? What are we doing? We're not thinking through because we're all just dreaming. Stop dreaming. You know what I mean? Except that life is not that easy no matter what path you choose. It just becomes like joyful and symbiotic, but the suffering is there. You just got to suffer wisely. You're always going to suffer. You will just learn to suffer wisely. You know? Girl.
Hating Mr. Beast would be like hating a hurricane. He was inevitable. The social media algorithms and distribution of new media were the low-pressure zone required for him to form. If you told a supercomputer to be the most popular YouTuber of all time, they would be doing the same exact thing as Mr. Beast. He's reverse-engineered YouTube's code to give us exactly what engineers in Silicon Valley think will keep us watching. When decisions are made solely on market...
Oh, I love that. Chet says also flashback to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where they find the answer for everything but can't understand it because they don't have the question. Fucking-men. God, I feel like I'm always like, I say this so often, but like, that's not the right question. We're never asking the right questions. It's so frustrating to me. Like, not you guys, but like when I was on those panels and I would ask a question, they're like, why are you asking that? I'm like, why are you asking that? Everyone's always like, Brittany, what's the difference? Why are men becoming more conservative and women are becoming liberal? That's not the right question. Like, it's not why are they, it's first that they are. And then why they are can come secondary to the fact that you've accepted that it's happening. Not because something has gone wrong, but maybe because something has gone right. Because they always ask it like, why is this horrible thing happening? Well, that's not the right attitude. Instead of, ooh, why is this thing happening? See how that's different? Oh no, why is this thing happening? Ooh, why is this thing happening? Different questions.
Market research, algorithm optimization, and return on investment. The content becomes a procedural checking of boxes, better suited for an AI than an artist. If Amazon or Netflix...
Oh, can I ask a question? Chet says, I also want to be able to build extra accommodation so when queer people get disowned by family and friends, I can offer them accommodation. Can't do that in the city. Can I ask a question? Why do y'all want strangers to live with you? Like, do you mean strangers? Because, like, I feel like I've gone through that stage, not that I'm calling your comment a stage, where I was like, I want to build a homestead and have people come live with me. The more I've gotten older, the more it is clear to me that like, no, you don't. And if you do, are you sure? Are you sure? Because people already live with you. It's called your neighbor. People already live with you. It's called your family. And like, how did that work out? Like, are you sure that's what you want? Or is that another dream? Like, I'm too chronically ill to go to the store, but I want to have a farm. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you though? Do you? I got family members I don't even want to live with me. I don't even want my in-laws to live with me, girl. I'm going to get a second house at most. But like, do you though want people to live with you? Do you? Do you though? I mean, maybe you do. And that's great. Somebody does, right?
Let's create an artificial intelligence to dictate programming. What will be lost from our culture? At this point, would we even notice? How did we get here? The year is 1990. Looming threat of nuclear war with Russia, mullets and baggy pants. Joe Biden is running for re-election and Mike Tyson lost his first fight. The Simpsons premiered on...
Chet says, sometimes I don't even want to live with myself. Girl, sometimes I don't even want to live with my cat. Indiana Jones is the most demanding animal I have ever lived with in my life, and I've dated a lot of men. Indiana Jones is so stimulating that I'm like, she's our last animal. She's our last animal. We're done. I can't. The demand is insane. The demand is insane. I love her. I would do anything for her, but Jesus, sometimes I'm like, that's it. We're done. After this kid, we're done. No more.
On Fox. The year is 2024. Mullets and baggy pants, looming threat of nuclear war with Russia. Mike Tyson lost his last fight, and Joe Biden lost his last free election. The Simpsons finished its 34th season. 34 years of cultural stagnation. The grips of nostalgia have destroyed the infrastructure of our institutions, and the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight was the final nail in the coffin of meritocracy. Their fight was a metaphor for the entertainment landscape at large. Mike Tyson representing Hollywood, the behemoth and cultural icon of the past, well past his prime, and being paraded out regardless of his ability based on his reputation that he can sell tickets.
Ooh, but you know what I want? Music is loud. I'll turn it down. Oh wait, music is loud but vibes. Oh, I thought you meant my video was loud. You know what I do want though? I don't want roommates and I don't want to live in the same house as people, but you know what would be cool is if I had an apartment building and we were all roomies, but you know what would make that the worst part? Is if my neighbors had loud music and I was annoyed with them and they weren't strangers, I would actually want to kill them. Because now I know them. See, when it's a neighbor with loud music, I'm less angry about it. I don't know them. But when it's my sibling, I want to kill them because they know I don't want loud music. See, and then it becomes like roommates again. I prefer strangers over people I know, but I prefer not knowing you, so I can't be mad at you when you live differently than me. Because when I share a space with somebody, you got to live like me. You got to live similar to me. So if you're going to live differently than me, we got to be strangers. So I can't get mad at you. See, I don't get mad at strangers. I do get mad at family. Because now I feel entitled to telling you how I feel because I know I can. I can't tell a stranger how I feel. It's none of my, they're strangers. Do you know what I mean? Chet says, why are you living so close? If you homestead, you could live like 200 miles away from each other. Hey, that's true. Miles? I will say this. I also don't want to be tied to anybody. I'm a free spirit. I don't want to have to be obligated to people. I noticed that about myself. That's just me. A lot of people aren't like that. But I don't want to be tied. I want to be able to get up and leave whenever I want. Oh, meters, I think. Yeah, probably meters. I will say this is just who I am. You are different, and that's beautiful. I will say, like I always tell my partner, if they die, I'll get an apartment near my sister, and I'll see her. But I want to live alone. I don't want to be roommates with anybody. And it's like $2,000 for a 1-bedroom. You know, but I'd do it. I would live next to my sister. $2,000 for a 1-bedroom is fucking robbery. Let me tell you, it's fucking robbery, but I would pay it to live near my sister, but not live with my sister, you know? But everyone's different and you should play to your strengths. If you're a community person and you're more into that, do that. I met so many poly people that live together. I don't want to live in a place with 6-7 adults. Everybody got different smells and different textures and different opinions. But that's probably my autism, you know, but maybe some autistic people like it. You know what I mean? So I'm all about it. As long as you know that's what you want. I just meet a lot of dreamers who have that goal, like owning a farm. But like, do you know how my brother spends $14K a month on his farm? Do y'all know that? Like, I don't, like the land alone was $500,000. I think that's how much it was. And then to maintain the land with all of the animals and trees and waterways and building, like it's like $14K a month. Y'all got that kind of money? Because he does. His job pays well. And he has just a high school diploma. But like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't foresee me ever having that kind of money. So like, if you got it, great. But I just know what it takes. I'm not interested. You know, also, it depends on the standard of living. I need to live nice. My brother, his family, they live nice. You know, Chet says commercial farming is not homesteading. He's not a commercial farmer. He's not a homesteader either. He owns a house. Like he just has a family. He doesn't commercial farm. He just farms for his family. It's not commercial at all. He's not a farmer. He's just a boy who has a farm. You know what I mean? But yeah, like, I don't know. It's interesting though, what we want as goals and what we think we'll have. All I need is good internet and I'm good to go. But I feel you. Good internet and a nice kitchen. I do want to be in a clean place.
Legacy, I think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm gonna die. It's gonna be over. for yourself. Fuck cares about me when I'm gone. People that think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're dead. We're dust. Absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that I have not heard before. So thank you so much for giving me that kind of idea as well.
Love you too.
Jake Paul, the influencer, the self-made man.
Fun fact, convicted rapist. Homesteading is part of the cost cutting, so you don't need to buy stuff. Yeah, I know that homesteading has like more of a, here's the other thing. And this is just speaking for myself. I'm honestly, as a girl who tried van life, as a girl who wanted a farm, as a girl who wanted land, as a girl who looked into homesteading, I'm not saying it's one-to-one. I'm just saying what I realized when I was doing things is that, oh, I was doing it because I didn't have money. And I thought this dream would work for somebody who didn't have money. And I think what I learned is I needed to have dreams for people who had money. Not a lot of money, but money. Versus I only had all these dreams because I didn't have money. And I thought they were the dream I wanted because I thought it would cost less. But what I realized is that it does not cost less unless you have money. It only feels like it costs less because you have money. You know what I'm saying? You know how rich people get more gifts from fashion designers, so things cost less to rich people because they're gifted a lot of stuff? That's how I feel life works. I feel like life is easier when you have just the right amount of money because things end up costing less somehow. When I was poor, I spent more money feeding myself now that I'm not poor. And I don't understand how the math worked out, but it worked out that way, guys. And I can't explain it to you. But there's something psychologically happening there. I don't know how to explain it. We need Chelsea to get on. Chelsea can explain this. You know what I mean? I bet Chelsea from the Financial Diet can explain this.
That circumvented the traditional path to success.
It's every day, bro, with the Disney Channel flow. 5 mil on YouTube in 6 months, never done before. Past all the competition, man. PewDiePie is next, man. I'm popping all these chicks, got the brand new Rolex.
Nobody told him he was the world's greatest boxer. He said it for us. A master in marketing and navigating the algorithm to get his face on the screen, fueled equal parts by love and hate, leaning into his role as the heel with people tuning in and buying pay-per-views just to see him get knocked out. But that doesn't matter. You don't have to be liked or respected to make it rich in America. You just have to be seen. William DeResowitz explains in his Atlantic article.
Yeah, okay, thank you, chat. Chat says, Poverty by America is a good book that talks about how it is proven that it costs more to be poor. I swear to God, it's true. I think you're right. I think I've got to know this. Like internally, I think I do know this, that it literally, you know, because when I was poor, I was paying overdraft fees, so I could never get ahead. And now that I can pay, I don't pay overdraft fees. I'm telling you, it's like that. It's like when you don't have money, you somehow are spending more on a croissant than I've ever spent on a croissant in my life. Yeah, like I am living off, as an example, with my partner. We are spending $400 a month on food for the both of us, or euro. But in America, I was spending $400 on just myself. But I was eating wrong. I was engaging with food incorrectly. Like there was something about the way I was like engaging with money that was so wrong. I have been bad with money my whole life, like 30 years old. And I finally was like, I got to stop being bad with money. And I'm still learning. But yeah, there's something there that I'm like, why is everything costing so much? Like, why am I better with money now than I was then? And yeah, even when I made like, even when I was making like 50K, I never had money. I never had money. And I was like, why do I not have money? How did I go from 23K a year to 50K a year and I still don't have money? Because how was I living on 23K, but I'm not, because I wasn't, you know? I'm telling you, there's something like, oh, we need it's such an interesting phenomenon.
The death of the artist and the birth of the creative entrepreneur. No more gatekeepers, goes the slogan of the Internet Apostles. Everyone's opinion, as expressed in Amazon reviews and such like, carries equal weight.
And to be fair, as I got better with money, sorry, I'm not even paying attention. As I got better with money, I also made more money. So I finally reached the threshold of making enough money to still be paycheck to paycheck. But it was enough money to live in a better place. So my health output was also better. Like I live in a nicer place. I have a nicer vibe. Like my brain is doing nicer. I can sleep well. Like my standard of living went up. So even though I'm paycheck to paycheck like everybody else, my standard of living went up. Versus when I was poorer or like less money-er, I always just lived wherever I could live. Even if it was a shoebox, I would pick it. If it had mold, I would live there. Whatever I could afford. I wouldn't even complain. Like, I mean, I would hate it. I couldn't sleep. The neighbors were horrible. The mold was awful. The condensation was so bad. The bugs in the apartments were keeping me up at night. So my standard of living was really bad, but at least I had a place. At least I had roommates. At least I was kind of working. But yeah, now that I've made just a little bit more money, my apartment's clean. I never worry about bugs. The neighbors are great. My standard of living is better. The grocery store is better. Like, that changed everything too. So, I mean, it really is that it's a money plus mindset plus just reality check. Like, so many poor neighborhoods have no grocery stores. Just none, just McDonald's and gas stations. That's so shocking to me. You know? Yeah. Yeah, doing things because you're desperate or afraid, never good. That's survival, baby. When I was in survival mode, never good. And now that I'm living mode, yeah, everything feels easier. Oh yeah, sharing laundry. The fact that I have a laundry unit in my apartment is such a big deal in Europe because most people don't. At least not a lot of people do. The place we had before this had, we had to hang dry our clothes, though it did have a washer. But I lived in apartments where you had coin laundry, or I'd have to go to the laundromat. Oh, girl. Laundromats, quarters. And I didn't even grow up. I grew up middle class. You know, and when I was on my own, I was still living like a middle class, like almost like student life, but I wasn't in college. It was like I was living off a student life, like a budget, but I wasn't in college. So I didn't even get the benefit of getting a degree after, you know? Anyways, interesting, huh? Anyways, keep dreaming, girls. Keep dreaming. We all gotta, dreams do come true as long as they coincide with your joy.
The democratization of taste. Judgment rested with the patron in the age of the artisan. In the age of the genius, it largely rested with the artists themselves. In the age of the professional, it rested with the critic. But now we've come to the age of the customer, who perforce is always right. Or as a certain legendary entertainer is supposed to have put it, there's a sucker born every minute. Another word for gatekeepers is experts. Lord knows they have their problems, beginning with arrogance. But there's one thing you can say for them. They're not so quite easily fooled. The breakdown in trust of the institutions after repeated failure has opened up avenues for con men to come in and fill in the gaps. Are they up for the task? At the highest level of performance, you need a deeper understanding of the craft to appreciate the nuance that separates somebody from the top 10% and the top 0.1%. The best boxer in the world isn't focused on marketing, he's focused on boxing. There needs to be an infrastructure of support around them to package what it is they excel at to an audience. There's currently a legitimate heavyweight champion of the world, and nobody knows his name compared to Jake Paul. Somebody that's passably competent with an eye for promotion ends up overshadowing.
Oh, this is exactly the point I was going to before, guys. When I said I really want to work with people that are actually good at what they do. And they just, this is the problem. Is like, I don't want a Jake Paul. I don't want somebody who's just good at marketing. I want the guy that's training to be a boxer whose name I don't know, but he is the best. I want the writer who nobody knows their name, but their work speaks for itself. Like, I'm looking for, like, when I think about, oh, this is what I'm talking about, bro. And this is who I also want to work on being. And it's a lifelong journey, by the way. Like, I know it's a lifelong journey, but for myself, I do have the goal of actually being a person who, like, actually has done something for 20 years. And only after 20 years, 30 years is, like, actually seen as somebody who knows what they're doing. Not somebody who's been doing it 5 years or 7 years. Like, I'm telling you, you just wait 25 years in my career and you'll see it. You'll see that I was busy honing my craft. Whatever that is. Like, I mean, I don't know what it is, but, you know, because it's not now. It's not the thing I've been doing for 10 years. It's the thing I had been doing for 30. That's what's going to be.
Shadowing once-in-a-generation talents. Comedy clubs experience a similar problem with social media personalities touring the circuit despite never having done stand-up. Even the most respected comedy clubs are still a business and can't say no to a guaranteed sellout. Roughly 8 weekends out of their 52-week calendar will be booked by people with little to no live performance background. One time I opened for Ed Bassmaster, whose claim to fame was walking up to people on the street and asking them a question and then going. That's about it. I was hosting the show. I was booked to warm up the crowd, and then he was going to do costume changes, and while he's off stage getting dressed, I would go on stage and fill more time. I met him in the green room and was like, hey, my name's Jarrett. How long do you want me to do in between costume changes? He's like 2 to 3 minutes top. And make sure to get my character names correct. Don't mess it up. It's Gerard Douche, Mumbles, Skippy, and Chip Diamond. Make sure you nail those. And I'm like, yeah, all right, dude. So I go on stage, I do my host set, and then I introduce the first character, Mumbles, which is just a ripoff of Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys. He says hi, and then the crowd goes nuts, but he didn't have any material planned, so in character, he just starts talking about his real-life accomplishments. He's like, man, I'm so happy to be here. We got big things in the works. I just sold a project to Netflix. We're going to be on Netflix, guys. And they're just going nuts. He's only up there for like 2 minutes, then he's like, okay, bring the host back up on stage. I go on stage and do my 3 minutes, and then I see from the sound booth they're telling me to stretch because he's not ready yet. So I just keep going, and I do 10 minutes. He comes back on stage for his next character, which is just a ripoff of Andrew Dice Clay. He's flicking his cigarette in the crowd. He still doesn't have any material. He's like, yo, we just sold a project to Netflix. So he just did the same thing again, but as a different character, because he didn't write any jokes. He maybe had like 30 seconds of material, and then he's like, hey, we got big things in the works. Oh, I'm a celebrity. Boom. I go back on stage, do another 3 minutes. He's not ready again. I do another 10 minutes. Then I bring him back on stage for a third time. I'm like, okay, this must be the big one. I go to the bathroom, I come back into the showroom, and the crowd is dead silent. He has this look of terror in his eyes. He's just like panicking and like scanning the crowd. He's like, where is he? Host, get back on stage. I don't remember the names Mumbles and Gerard Douche, and he didn't bother to remember my one Christian name. The show was about 45 minutes long, and he was paid $8,000.
Whoa.
I did 37 of those minutes for him, and I think I got paid like $50.
Damn.
And I was still young at the time. I didn't think I was the one that deserved to be headlining. But it's taking away potential stage time from people further along in their careers that are trying to get better at this and trying to get to the point where they...
What did I say about Trisha Paytas? And people were like, ooh. I said, it's fun for the YouTube audience to see Trisha Paytas on SNL. She wasn't on SNL she was a guest on SNL, which is what celebrities do. Trisha isn't an SNL talent. She's a celebrity the talent uses to get people to watch the episode. And I don't watch SNL. I'm not a fan of SNL. But I said, when you guys say, oh my God, Trisha's on Broadway. Yeah, you don't mean Trisha auditioned for Wicked and sat there audition after audition until somebody gave her a chance, and she went to vocal coaches and she tried to... You're saying Trisha Paytas is a celebrity and she got to get to the front of the line to have an opportunity by being, well, Trisha Paytas. And it's fine. Like, that's the reality, that a lot of people become celebrities for access. Like, the best part about being famous is that people know who you are, so they treat you better. Yeah, I get it. But that is different than the creative who's honing a craft in which they hope to be recognized for or hope to move people with after years and years of working on that craft. I'm not judging the differences, because I don't care if you're a celebrity who wants to be famous. Somebody's got to do it. Okay, somebody's got to do it. So might as well be Trisha Paytas. I'm just saying, for the viewer, do you know that's what's happening? Or do you think that Trisha Paytas honed in a craft and people are recognizing the craft? Or do you understand that Trisha Paytas used sensationalism, racism, and mental health as a way to get to the top? Sensationalized at the expense of marginalized communities to reach the top. I'm happy they are healthier now. But, you know.
They could sell out their own crowds. Somebody that the local hosts and features in our scene would be able to learn from by working with them for the weekend and building connections.
Actually, Noah said something really nice to iDubbbz yesterday that I felt pretty good about myself, where Noah said, damn, like, it's hard to get on stream and not just fucking feel stupid, because, like, I don't do streams. I make scripted content that make me sound smart. So when I make a video, people are like, no one knows what he's talking about, but here I am fucking streaming, and then people are going to be aware that I'm kind of stupid. And I was like, yeah, most video essayists that I've ever met in person are incredibly fucking dumb. Not because they're actually stupid, but because they're not as coherent and wonderful as the script makes them sound. That doesn't mean you're not smart and beautiful and wonderful. It just means you're a human who has to struggle in real life time to problem solve very difficult questions. That's okay. We're all pretty fucking stupid. And the other thing they said, which is true, the cool thing about streaming communities is we're pretty kind and lenient on people who make mistakes, because we are literally in real time. Yeah, it's actually kind of why I like it better. I like streaming because it allows me to problem solve in real time, and there's like an element of forgiveness to it. But scripted YouTubers sound smarter in videos because it's on purpose. But that's okay. There's nothing really fake about it. It's just a different way to consume information and digest whatever subject they're talking about. You know? Like, let people be stupid. Also, let people be smart, but also recognize, like, no one's, going back to the first video we watched today, a true intellectual. We're all just, like, figuring it out.
De Niro's first big break was playing a younger version of Marlon Brando in The Godfather 2. An elder statesman of Hollywood passed the torch for the next generation star to be born. When it came time for him to play the old mob boss at the end of his career in The Irishman, instead of casting a new face to carry on the mantle of the American crime movie, they used CGI to de-age a 78-year-old Robert De Niro to look 62 and play a 30-year-old version of himself. His wrinkles were smoothed over, but his arthritic skeleton lurked beneath the surface of CGI and special effects. He moved with the grace of Joe Biden climbing the stairs to Air Force One. They cast somebody who couldn't convincingly open a jar of pickles, throwing thugs through windows and stomping out rival gang members before hobbling away like your grandpa looking for his chair in the shower. Steven Seagal is playing Special Forces operators, reporting to his 89
I believe Steven Seagal is also living outside the country because he was also under scrutiny for assault, I think, allegedly.
year-old commanding officer.
Decrepit old man in an army uniform and he's like, well, I don't know if we can get up that mountain by sunrise.
We're so preoccupied with name recognition, we haven't been able to gracefully transition to the next class. We have a
I am correct. He's got a list of people and he lives outside the country now. Yep.
generation of super seniors still hanging out at the local high school, making teenage girls uncomfortable and offering them Quaaludes.
And yes, he is still alive, chat. I saw him on a TikTok recently and I was like, oh. Yep.
Spots for writers and actors in
Oh, chat says, what is your craft? And then someone said, I think Brittany's craft is a YouTube entertainer and her niche is philosophy and introspection. If you're asking me directly, what is my craft? Well, first of all, who says it's on the internet? And second of all, you could have multiple crafts. Remember, you are not just one thing.
general became much more limited following the boom of reality television after the 2007 writers' strike. The studios had an adversarial relationship with creatives and told them, we can do this for the most part without you.
You preach theater etiquette, so my kids, put your phone away. You preach theater etiquette, put it away.
I love that clip.
There's she's right there. We're gonna have to speed up a little. She's zooming, dude.
Sure, you're a Shakespearean-trained actor, but will anybody watch your stupid play if Snooki is getting punched in the face outside? The scripted projects that were greenlit were mostly star vehicles and existing IPs, and the audiences didn't seem to mind. Audiences are still paying to see Frankie Valli wheeled out like he's in Weekend at Bernie's, blinking help me in Morse code, instead of trying to support new bands at local shows. It's a short-sighted model that's beginning to implode on itself. If we don't start investing in talent while they're young, once the older generation passes away, they won't have the experience needed to develop into what the icons of the past used to be. The director of The Godfather, Francis Ford Coppola, tried to tackle the issue of studios not taking chances and stifling artists' creative vision by starting his own. In 1969, he founded Zoetrope Studios, a studio by artists, for artists.
Francis said, I've had it with these big Hollywood movies, I've had it with Hollywood.
Oh my God, that's George Lucas, right? Didn't he look like the philosophy professor she was interviewing at the coffee shop?
I want to do something more interesting.
Coppola shared his vision for the new company with Lucas.
I came back with great enthusiasm and I told young George Lucas about this vision of like having a place out in the country, and we'll just make the bedrooms editing rooms, and we'll discuss the script in the garden, and we'll have lunch together, and there'll be all these young people working together. We'll be independent.
He had clear paths for development, with in-house school and internships, profit sharing for employees, and mentorship programs, where the old guard of every position would take people under their wings and develop their talent for their future careers.
And then they would sleep with them and sexually assault them because that's how it always goes. Sorry, that was too cynical. That was too cynical.
Maybe you could light the candle to show that, that new hope is springing.
This is good.
Their strategy was to parlay the success of each film and roll over any money they made into developing their next project. In 1982, investors lost faith and started to pull their funding. Coppola took out millions in personal loans and put up his house for collateral to make the film one from the heart. The film generated $600,000 against a $26 million budget. The studio went belly up and Coppola had to file for bankruptcy. He was forced to go back to the studio system, directing safe films to recoup his losses. After several successful business ventures and recouping his fortune, he was set on making his 40-year passion project, Megalopolis. Spoiler alert, massive piece of dog shit.
And you think 1 year of medical school entitles you to plow through the riches of my Emersonian mind?
Entitles me?
Yes.
Fun fact, apparently Idaroski, who did The Holy Mountain, knew he couldn't pay back the studios for The Holy Mountain, but asked for the check anyways, and then just hoped it would work. And it did. I think that's the story, how it goes. That kind of stuff is so interesting to me. Like, you don't know if it's going to work, but you kind of just hope it does. You know what I mean? And then things happen. Being an artist is hard. Maybe people don't see the vision. Maybe they give you way too much credit. Wes Anderson has a new new movie coming out. And I'm not like a big Wes Anderson fan. I'm not a big anybody fan at this point in my life, really. But I do love Idaroski. I love a lot of people. I like Wes Anderson well enough. But I'm not like, oh my God, Wes Anderson. You know, some people just like fucking come when they hear his name. And then some people are like, he makes the same movie over and over again. I'm over it. I think sometimes the greatest artists can make the same thing over and over again in different ways. Like, the greatest chef can make a souffle 100 times and it's still like the greatest chef and the greatest souffle. It doesn't matter if you've had it before. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think the idea of, oh, he makes the same movie every time. Yeah, that can be annoying. But I think sometimes that's also what's so consistent and reliable about it. Yeah, like Miyazaki. Like, Miyazaki's great, but you could say like all of them are the same. But also, like, that's kind of the point. I kind of need it. You know, like, I kind of need to know that's what I'm going into sometimes. You know, that's actually why I thought The Boy and the Heron was so different. I think The Boy and the Heron was uniquely different compared to other Miyazaki films. If you guys saw it, it's very different. But I liked it. But it was like, oh, I was like, the first 30 minutes, I was like, oh, this is very different. Something is very not the Miyazaki I grew up with. And that's why I think it was kind of interesting. But yeah. Or even Grave of the Fireflies. It's different. Like, it's, yeah. But anyways, all of this to say, it's hard to be an artist and it's hard to make something worth watching, especially when what's the most normie series that like makes guaranteed money every time? Marvel. There's nothing wrong with Marvel, right? There's nothing wrong with Marvel, but there is something to be said about the fact that like if that's what you're up against, yeah, that's why they call it indie films, or that's why they call it like niche films. That's why we have niche genres. Okay.
Entitles me?
Yes.
Entitles me?
Yes. So go back to the club.
The movie was based on Elon Musk's favorite book, Bad Sign, 12 Against the Gods. It's set in an alternate version of New York City, mixed with the Roman Empire, and tells the story of Caesar, a billionaire creative genius that discovers a new molecule that kind of looks like an Art Deco building and vaguely does something cool. His vision is to rebuild the entire city out of this material, and the mayor Cicero says, I don't know, that kind of seems like a waste of money. You know, we have, thousands of people starving in the streets. We could use that money for healthcare. This is the villain of the film. The entire thing is just such a Hollywood elite power fantasy. At one point, the main character is arrested for
unlawful intercourse with a minor, statutory rape, and more. What are you talking about?
And then he has a team of Charlie's Angel-style supermodels break into the records department and prove that she was lying and was actually a 23-year-old, thus exonerating him of the sex crime. Caesar goes into debt mirroring Coppola's until an asteroid destroys the city and he gets to rebuild with his fancy Art Deco molecule. None of the material conditions of the starving masses are addressed, but he gets to rebuild the city with copper moving sidewalks like an airport terminal. This is the happy ending. Megalopolis lost $110 million of the director's own money, and there's something kind of beautiful about that. I am thrilled to accept the Razzie in so many important categories for Megalopolis, and for the distinctive honor of being nominated as the worst director, worst screenplay, and worst picture, at a time when so few have the courage to go against the prevailing trends of contemporary movie making. In this wreck of a world today, where art is given scores as if it were professional wrestling.
And by the way, I have no problem with the Marvel films. I just think the pacing is what's off. I love The Godfather because you know what I love about old movies is the pacing is so slow, it feels like real life. I love movies that show you a scene of a guy eating breakfast for literally like 10 minutes and you're like, what's happening? Having breakfast. I also grew up with those films, so it's also deeply nostalgic to me. Like, I feel like I know, like, you know what I mean? So I don't mind a fast-paced film. I don't mind a Marvel film. I'm not a huge Marvel girly. You know, I like the original Star Wars. I like a lot, but I love the slowness of films. I love a film that feels like there's no rush to get out of here, but I'm not just long because, like, Wicked was really long. It was good, but honestly, Wicked did not. I could have watched 3 hours of The Godfather, but instead I watched 3 hours of Wicked, and I loved Wicked. But I would rather, in terms of vibes, 3 hours of The Godfather felt good. 3 hours of Wicked felt like, okay, I gotta pee. Let's go. I gotta pee. 3 hours of The Godfather felt like vibes. Like, pass me the vape, pass me the joint, bro, pass me the cigar, and let's watch the fucking Godfather. You know what I mean? To be fair, I also read Mario Puzo's books growing up, so. But yeah, even Miyazaki, there's a slowness to Miyazaki that I just love. There's a way to feel like you're in it and you're not watching a movie. You're experiencing like a world. Like I'm jumping into the world with them. I really wanted to watch, oh shoot, I shouldn't have even brought it up because I just totally blanked on the name. There's a movie that I really loved growing up, and I want to show you guys the original, and then I want to show you the newer one. And I want to explain why the newer one has like a faster pace. I've been thinking about this for months, and I just blanked on the name. It's one of my favorite films. It's about a group of friends, and they all get together again because one of their friends kills themselves. Does anybody know? There was an old film with Glenn Close, and then they redid the film with a newer pace. They're both good. It's like Pride and Prejudice. The original Pride and Prejudice with Colin Firth, way better than the new one, but the new one's great. The new one's great. You know what I mean? But it's not the same. The pacing's too fast. The first Pride and Prejudice is slow and patient, and they have those food eating scenes for like, minutes on end. So much better. The new one with Keira Knightley's fun though, but it's not the same. And I know chat says they're making a new one. Girl, I don't know, girl. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about that. I might be a curmudgeon. I might be too old at this point. I don't know, girl. I got a lot of good feelings about the two Pride and Prejudices already. Okay? So we'll see, but I don't know. I'll see it because I love me a Pride and Prejudice film. But yeah, I'll remember what it's called, and we'll do a movie night on the Discord because I want to show you guys the difference. I think it's such a good people story. It's one of my favorite human stories. It's very like progressive in a sense for the time. It's very like it's very interesting for the time that it was made. Anyways, I'll remember the movie and then I'll make a movie night.
Choose not to
oh my god, I just realized this movie, we're not even halfway through this video, so I'm gonna stop pausing it so much.
Follow the gutless rules laid down by an industry so terrified of risks that despite the enormous pool of young talent at its disposal, may not create pictures that will be relevant and alive 50 years from now. What an honor to stand alongside great and courageous filmmakers like Jacques Tati, who impoverished himself completely to make one of cinema's most beloved failures, Playtime. My sincere thanks to all my brilliant colleagues who joined me to make our work of art, Megalopolis, and let us remind ourselves that box office is only about money, and like war, stupidity, and politics, has no true place in our future. He made exactly what he wanted to make and paid no mind to studio executives or what he thought would be profitable. He says, screw my kid's inheritance. Sophia's got that lost in translation money. She'll figure it out. He blew his life savings so we could see Aubrey Plaza's titties one last time before he died. He did that for us.
Yeah, Chad, I just Googled it and I just saw that you posted it. It is The Big Chill. Yeah, that is what it is. It's The Big Chill. There's a new one and an old one. And the old one is one of my favorite nostalgic films to watch. But the new one's actually pretty good, but different. Yeah, that's it. You found it.
Reusing the same roster of creatives can save money for a project's advertisement budget. It's much more difficult for people to go see a stage play set in the 1800s about a group of strangers waiting out a blizzard than it is for them to go see the newest Tarantino movie. You don't have to build up hype from the ground floor. You already have the goodwill from the success of the last project. But sometimes that goodwill can run dry and people become a brand risk. Ezra Miller was cast as the Flash and set to be the new face of the DC cinematic universe, and then proceeded to terrorize the population of Hawaii for the next 2 years. They were charged with allegedly choking a woman, assaulting 2 people at a karaoke bar, kicking in a couple's door and threatening to kill them, stealing somebody's passport, hitting a woman over the head with a chair, burglarizing a home, and has been accused on 2 separate instances of grooming 12-year-olds to join their sex cult. They became an Avengers-level threat that ascended to the level of cryptid. Chupacabra, Wendigo, Ezra. Parents in Oahu warned their children not to stay out after dark, otherwise the Flash would get them. Similarly, Marvel abandoned the storyline of Kang after the actor Jonathan Majors pulled a Homer Simpson on his wife, allegedly. Human beings are a liability. We used to go see the newest Scorsese or Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. Nowadays, the star isn't necessarily the creator or the leading man of the film, but the character themselves. Fictional characters are infallible. Batman can never Me Too somebody.
Robin, if you want to go on the next mission, first you have to do something for me.
Like what, Batman?
I've just been really stressed out lately and need something to decompress.
Well, golly, how can I help?
Do you remember rule number 1 of being a hero?
Never reveal your secret identity.
More broadly.
The importance of keeping a secret?
Precisely. Robin, grab the bat lube.
Uh-oh.
After Iranian General Soleimani was killed in a U.S. airstrike in 2019, a prominent cleric was asked, who can we take out as revenge against America for what they've done to us? He responded,
Think about it. Who are we supposed to take out? Spider-Man and SpongeBob? They don't have any heroes. We have a country in front of us with a large population and a large landmass, but it doesn't have any heroes. All of the heroes are cartoon characters. They're all fictional.
People are reaching a fatigue with existing IPs. Interests are waning in superheroes and Fast and Furious movies. The cow is milked dry. The udders are chafing. We have to keep trying for new ideas and characters that will define the cultural zeitgeist for our next generation. The places I'm still seeing produce interesting art are getting away with it by diversifying their artistic investment portfolio. Instead of dropping $300 million on It's Morbid, what if you spent $15 million making 20 original movies and just going all out? Some of them will suck, some of them will be great, but we have to try. It's a gamble, but when you're in the business of distributing art to society, it's worth the risk. If all you care about is money, get into arbitrage or health insurance.
Okay, really fast pause, because I was wondering why I couldn't find the remake of The Big Chill. Technically, it's not a remake, but it's a remake. They fucking stole the same story. It's called About Alex, if you guys want to watch it on your own. So The Big Chill is one of my favorite films, but then About Alex came out in the modern times. It's the same fucking story. So the fact that it's not called The Big Chill or that it's not technically a remake is ridiculous, because, like, girl, you done stole the story, okay? It's the same story. But that's what I was thinking of. I was wondering why I couldn't find it, but, like, it's the same story, okay? Anyways, for those wondering, thank you. Ooh, bisexual lighting. Okay.
Mainstream
If you couldn't see it, he literally said bisexual lighting on the screen.
entertainment system can get away with not taking risks by reusing their tried and true roster of proven talent, rebooting a franchise or making another sequel, or taking whatever's currently popular on the internet and consider that passing the first round of focus group testing. That's how we end up with The Rizzler on Jimmy Fallon. NBC said if this is what America wants, we'll give it to them. Bring him out on primetime for the masses. Jimmy Fallon is a transitionary figure in the media landscape who grew up in a different age of entertainment. He came up watching Bob Hope and Johnny Carson and is trying to carry on the format of their shows for a new audience and culture. The nature of fame and what a celebrity is has changed since the 70s.
You'd think he would be famous for being the last guy to be on the moon. His name was Harrison Schmitt. He's not famous, but a girl with a giant ass is famous. Now, when I was young, a man who went to the moon was famous. And a lady with a giant ass, you'd go, can you stand over there? Because this is...
Where they previously interviewed child prodigies like Michael Jackson, now they're interviewing a child... something. Prodigy's not the right word. Comedian's not the right word. Brand? He's not sure what to do with him. Is he to be treated like an artist and we dive into his creative process? What is there to say?
What's the story behind the...
So basically one day I came home from school and I was like, Dad, I want to make a video. And I was like, this is how to do the ridge face, and then I just did it.
Late night has always been a secondary form of entertainment.
Okay, here's another question though. Okay. Why do video essayists put themselves in different physical locations if it's not to retain our attention because we think the next scene might be more exciting than the last? Does it have anything to do with the storytelling? Does it have anything to do with more than capturing our attention? Why are we more likely to listen to a video essay if it's interesting and changes, location than a person just talking straight into a mic and giving you the same information? It's all attention capture. Exactly, chat. It's all attention capture. The question is, why are we upset that the attention that gets grabbed, the attention that gets sought after, the people who get rewarded for the attention is like this family who doesn't have any talent or anything to offer? Instead of accepting that, like, hey, the data is the data. The world is a reflection of itself, and this is what humans want. You keep saying, this is what they convinced us they want. This is the algorithm. This isn't what I want. Isn't it, though? Maybe not you and me, okay? But the world. And that's why people get snooty and they go, oh, I don't like what other people like. I like the niche stuff. Oh, I don't like it because that's too popular and mainstream. I don't listen to mainstream music. My clothes aren't even mainstream at all. I'm very organic, and I actually made this shoe from the leather of a skin of a doll I had as a child. You know what I mean? Like, we end up creating narratives around how cool we are. We're such hipsters, and like, I'm not like other people because I'm unique. You're not unique. You just have different tastes. And your taste doesn't make you better than other people. I don't have better taste because I'm not a Marvel girly and my brother is. I don't believe in it. I don't think it matters. Like, I actually don't think it matters. I think Logan Paul shit is just as good to somebody else as the shit I like to make. I just don't think it matters. I think the fact that we think it matters is why we're in such a meaning crisis. We put so much emphasis on the wrong shit. If Logan Paul is serving you, great. Do I think he's serving you? I don't know. Do I think he's serving you more than I'm serving you? I don't know. Do you think I'm serving you more than he's like? Do I think if people would be better off if they watched me instead of Logan? I do not know. I could not answer that, gun to my head. But I guarantee you, if you asked most people that question, they'd say, "Yeah, of course. Of course, I think my content's better than Logan fucking Paul." Yeah, of course you do. You made it. But if you weren't you, would you think that was true? Would it matter? Would it matter? And this is just for you to feel okay with the way the world is, instead of being angry at, or like being like, why are humans like this? Why are you like this? You know? Chet said it's all cope to ourselves to feel good about our choices by posturing it as better than those. Yeah, choices. I agree. I think the only way you can make comparative value is if you've already agreed that there's a value in the first place. Right? Which is, you know, funny chat, I see you. Thank you. You do have uniquely exceptional taste by liking my content. True. But I do think there was a conversation I even saw between like Noah and the people he kept having on his stream about like those content creators over there. And I do think because we've put a value on like Palestinian lives, let's say, you can say the content creators that are devaluing Palestinian lives, they're making bad content. Because we've now agreed that the value we're judging them on is on whether or not they're calling out the genocide. So we've created a construct in which to judge them. But if you take away that construct, what do you judge them by? The judgment has to engage, you can only engage in the judgment through the construct. Otherwise, it doesn't exist. That's why when you deconstruct racism and everything else, you realize like, why do I even hold this belief? Because it came out of a belief from somewhere else, a construct of something else. So, you know. Chat says exactly, Brittany, people are much more individualistic than their algorithm portrays, but people still get reinforced that their algorithm gives them the attention capture. Chat says finding the meaning gives people meaning. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Whether it be musicians or filmmakers, they would go on to promote their upcoming projects to a new audience, give a behind-the-scenes look to existing fans, or offer creative insights and inspiration to the people wanting to follow in their footsteps. As a talk show host, Fallon has spent 20 years humanizing titans of the industry and showing that despite their talent and influence, they're still just like us. What do we do when we already know that they're just like us? Neither the host nor the audience can pinpoint his exact talent, just that he has a gravitational pull of power. You can see the fear of the unknown in Jimmy's eyes as he offers him treats to get in his good graces. The segment was more akin to when a wildlife expert would showcase exotic and deadly animals to the host. The Rizzler, lying in wait like the Black Mamba, ready to strike at the throat of late-night television. If entertainment gets to the point of superficiality, where it doesn't inspire any discussion or thoughts, there's no need for interviews or a variety show. We won't need to discuss the meaning or interpretations of art. The only meaning to the Costco guys is that there is no meaning.
Oh, Costco food court, I miss you.
Can you imagine 100 years from now in anthropology?
No. Chat says, I know film bros who think they can objectively rank movies based on techniques, and that is a way to rank, but it's not the only / superior ranking system. I think I can rank people's beauty 1 through 10. But it's subjective through my brain. And it's based off a ranking I give. So the way I rank people's beauty is the same way I would rank a show horse or a show dog. So there's a criteria, and only through that criteria could I do it. The same way the film bros can rate a film by creating the criteria in which they rank them. Right? Chad says I could go for a Costco slice. Bro, the way I would eat the fuck out of a chicken bake, and I know I'm plant-based, but the way I would eat the fuck out of a chicken bake and a fucking pretzel and a pizza. I'm so hungry. I gotta eat. I've waited too long to eat.
Class going, Okay, so today we'll be dissecting Keemstar, A-logging, the Haktua altcoin pump and dump scam. None of those words are in the Bible. It's just a Mad Libs of mimetic trends. Like 20 years ago, Kurt Vonnegut was on The Daily Show, speaking out against the Iraq War and promoting his new book. Now the Rizzler is mewing on Fallon, reviewing slop from the Costco food court.
Leave that kid alone! Lee's a kid, bro. I will say, I don't care. I don't watch Jimmy Fallon. How about that? You know what's funny? I think Jimmy Fallon is slop. I hate Jimmy Fallon. I think he's such a fucking hack. So I don't give a fuck who he interviews because I'm not going to watch it. I'm tired. I have no spoons. I just think it's funny that he's like, Jimmy Fallon's giving time to this loser. Jimmy Fallon is the loser. I wouldn't give Jimmy Fallon my time. See, people go on Jimmy Fallon to get validation because the normies love Jimmy Fallon. But I don't care about Jimmy Fallon. I just don't think he's funny, and I think he's fake, and I don't like the way he looks. Not because he's ugly, but because his smile feels very scary, and I feel like if I saw him in my closet at night, I'd be very afraid. But I know he's a real person, and I'm sure he's a lovely person, but I just don't know. All of this doesn't matter. It's all about our tastes and our preferences, and everything's subjective through our perception. So you make the rules in which you judge, you know, and then you judge. Chat says, I'm sorry, Jimmy, she's hungry. I am. I'm sorry, I'm hungry. I can't when I'm hungry. I lose my interest in people's interests.
Work with what we have, and if these are our new public intellectuals, I expect them to rise to the occasion. I am formally calling on the Rizzler to weigh in on the ICJ arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu. Is there any validity to international law, or is it just to impose Western hegemony on third world nations? Where does Vladimir Putin's use of intercontinental ballistic missiles rate on the boom meter? If these children don't know where they stand on the regime change of Assad, how can we in good conscience continue to call this fraud big justice?
I can feel myself getting dumber. If I watch an entire movie without looking at my phone, I feel like a chess prodigy. It doesn't even have to be something deep. I could have my phone charging in the other room while I watch Fast and Furious. I walk around the rest of the day like I just read Finnegan's Wake. And yes, you see, Dom's love for Corona is symbolic to his allegiance to his family. Family's not solely bound by blood relation. It could be found in the eyes of a perfect stranger, the same way Corona implores you to find your own beach. Conversely, the NOS represents, is the trend going to continue? Are people going to be impressed if you watch a whole TikTok in 20 years? Like, brother, I do not have the attention span for a whole 60 seconds. I just hit my fent pump and electrocute myself to orgasm. I just found it's the most streamlined delivery system of dopamine between my second and third jobs. The people that don't have the opium zappers will be pretentious like the kids in school didn't have a TV growing up. I don't want to spend the night at Joey's house. Their family are freaks. They didn't let him get the Neuralink prostate pack. Their dad's religious and doesn't believe in fun, I guess. They just hit vapes and watch Minecraft streamers all day. They're like Amish or something. They're fucking weirdos. As the medium of media changes, it also changes us. A 2021 Harvard study reported a surge in Tourette's-like symptoms of adolescents using
and ADHD. ADHD symptoms are on the rise, but the technicality of the ADHD is not the same. Like, you have to have a really good doctor to give you the right things. Yeah, like, that's what's interesting is like Tourette syndromes and other things, like, but it might not be, it's not as simple as, oh, I saw TikTok, so now I want to be that. The technology is actually interacting with us different. So then I have a theory that maybe as a biological evolved entity, we actually will adapt to interact with these things in such a way that Tourette's and things like that almost become like a norm. What if, like, you know how everyone always says like ADHD is normal, it's just the world makes it a disability? Okay, I disagree with that premise personally, but that's because I think there is such a thing as real ADHD and real autism. And I think those things are a disability regardless of how many resources you have. But I would say that the people who have ADHD-like symptoms could end up creating a society in which it's no longer seen as a disability because everyone has it, but not because they actually have the disability that is ADHD or autism, but because the system could actually help people have the symptoms, but not the actual disorders, which is interesting. I've been thinking about this lately, but I don't know.
using TikTok.
And also, we're all just having a different experience. And also, what I've learned from the internet is that we're not all having the same conversations because there's a debate happening on TikTok right now between a woman who is showing an aborted fetus and a person who is showing an embryo in development through a camera lens. And they're arguing about it being the same thing or not the same thing. And they're both being dishonest about how they're presenting it because one is literally aborted tissue and one is literally not aborted tissue. And they're like, these things are different. And all these women who've had miscarriages are ranting about how, like, that's not how my miscarriage looked. She's lying. talking and the woman is literally saying it's like terminated tissue and nobody's listening. And then the woman is also being dishonest because she's not literally saying, guys, it's aborted tissue. And of course the baby is goopy and spongy and not like developed in the way that you think it's going to be developed. So when you have the miscarriage, it looks like a thing, but it's also like goopy, but also you can kind of see it, but also you can't really see it. But also everyone has a different relationship with their biological like experience. So their embryos are also going to kind of look different. It's like we're all we're like arguing in the comments on whether or not our miscarriages all look the same. You think it's all going to look the same? Do you know there are different bubbles in which a miscarriage is just like, hey, that's a part of life. What are you going to do? And then a part where the miscarriage is like this whole big thing that people have to have rainbow babies after. That the next baby you have is like your miracle baby because you had a miscarriage for the last pregnancy. I didn't grow up in that bubble, obviously, because I just learned this like a year ago. I was like, what is a rainbow baby? Versus being in a bubble that's like, oh yeah, like people have miscarriages. It's normal. Everybody has a miscarriage. And apparently, no, not everyone's having a miscarriage. I just have a family that everybody has 3 or 4 or 5 miscarriages because everybody has 10 kids. It's just, we're not all having the same experience. Even if we all have ADHD, we're not having the same relationship with ADHD. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
The repetitive trending audios became default responses.
Very demure, very mindful.
Having a conversation with an 11-year-old feels like playing Cards Against Humanity. They just have this deck of
shoddy blood, like, that's good. Fire. It's Riz right there. That light skin Riz. Mad lit on God, on God.
Also, yes, a symptom. Also, symptoms aren't disorders. Exactly. That's why I love self-diagnosis for personal growth. But make sure you're not literally diagnosing yourself, because if you actually want to know what's going on, you need a good person to give you the data that you don't have because you didn't study it. You know what I mean? Because then you might be looking for the wrong resources. But if it helps you personally, that's great. If you want to talk about it with friends and family, that's great. But if you start raising money because you're like, hey, I'm making money on behalf of this disorder that I say I have when you don't have a diagnosis, I do think that's a fucking bullshit. I think that's like raising money for cancer you don't have because you diagnose yourself with cancer. So you know what I'm saying? I think that's fucked up. I do. I think that's kind of fucked up. If you become like the face of it's very Rachel Dolezal of you to be like, I'm raising money for Black communities because I'm a Black person when you're not even Black. But then you kind of passed this whole time and then you did do good on behalf of the Black community. But see how the good you did is now fucked up because you lied about being Black? Don't do that to people. Don't do that. If you care about those communities, don't sit here and be an advocate for a community in which you do not even hold a diagnosis. But you know, in your own life, you do you.
No cap.
People are also
maybe don't in your own life pretend you're Black, but you know, just stay with me here. I'm talking about maybe don't in your own personal. You're like, only in my personal life am I Black, but in public, I don't tell people. Okay, this ADHD autism metaphor is losing.
Self-censoring in real life to abide by social media platforms' terms of service. To get around content moderation when talking about subjects like rape or suicide, creators will use terms like unalive or SA instead. These topics aren't advertiser-friendly, so they have to be talked about in a roundabout, sanitized fashion. The reverberations of that are people in the real world feeling like they have to sanitize their speech, like there's an omnipresent content moderator always standing behind them.
I've never in real life heard somebody say grape or SA. I've never actually heard it. In a real life conversation with another adult, nobody's ever said SA. Never. Not in my circles. They've always just said rape or assault. They've never said SA. That's only for the internet. Only in the internet do I use that language. I never use that language in real life. Never.
From profanity or talking about sex used to be from fear of eternal damnation. Now the fear is demonetization. These are heavy topics that aren't supposed to be light and advertiser friendly. You shouldn't have to say, no diddy, but I was like raped as a child. You need therapy. In Neil Postman's book, Amusing Ourselves to Death, he reflects on how the medium of communication shapes the culture. For although culture is a creation of speech, it is recreated anew by every medium of communication. From painting to hieroglyphs to the alphabet to television.
Oh, I also think people who do use coded language in public, though, are also doing it out of courtesy. Because I grew up in a religious bubble and a more conservative democratic bubble, and they wouldn't say rape. It's too harsh of a word. They'd say, you know, he took advantage of her. So to be fair, there is also the bubble in which people are just conservative with their language, and they wouldn't naturally want to use the word rape. They would be like, oh, you know, she was taken advantage of. That's another way people said rape growing up. But that wasn't because of the internet culture. It was because people like to be sanitized. So I just hate the idea of pointing the finger at the internet like it's the internet's fault, as if people didn't have a way to sanitize language all my life growing up without the internet, you know?
Each medium, like language itself, makes possible a unique mode of discourse by providing a new orientation for thought, for expression, for sensibility. While I do not know exactly what content was once carried in the smoke signals of American Indians, I can safely guess that it did not include philosophical argument. Puffs of smoke are insufficiently complex to express ideas on the nature of existence. And even if they were not, a Cherokee philosopher would run short of either wood or blankets long before he reached his second axiom. You cannot use smoke to do philosophy. Its form excludes the content. Twitter in some respects has ruined...
Oh, hold on, chat. I think we're having a conversation about autism diagnosis and all that stuff and evidence. In psychiatry and in mental health, they actually don't use evidence in the same way you would need evidence in a crime scene. So like the 9 tests I took for my autism assessment, they're just like Q&A questions. They're not, I didn't get my brain scanned or something, right? They answer the psychiatry, my BPD was diagnosed in like a 45-minute session. Like they're diagnosing you off the shared evidence they're giving you that you're telling them and they're gauging from you. But like, it's not like we took like a blood test and it came back positive or negative. So I think that's what's happening in chat right now, that the word evidence in psychiatry or in medicine is different than like evidence in a crime scene. So there's different requirements for getting a diagnosis. That's why some people, I do think self-diagnosis is valid, because sometimes you have a bad doctor or a doctor that's not listening to you or a doctor that tests different or a biased doctor that will diagnose you with something you don't have. Like it's very fluid, but I do think it's good to have somebody to have the conversation with and one day I do think there are apparently people who are doing brain scans of autistic brains versus not. I think one day we will be able to scan and figure out what's going on with people, right? And I think that's kind of interesting. Yeah.
Our relationship with other human beings and has infected media and politics. The format of Twitter rewards certain styles of communication and either consciously or unconsciously has changed the way that we speak to each other. Features such as the 140 character limit strips words of their context and forces people to oversimplify complex subjects. This lends itself to sensational and divisive statements that embolden the people that agree with you and alienate those in the outgroup. The block button would eliminate naysayers from your feed and curate communities of echo chambers. The quote tweet feature, or the look at this dumbass button, would be the driving force of cancel culture. You could take people's sensational and out of context tweets to poach their audience for max visibility and signal to your own tribe that you're not this dumbass two-dimensional character that you're sacrificing upon the altar. This communication style spilled over the containment walls of Twitter and affected how we talk to each other in all facets of our life. Movies and television had characters not speaking to each other, but creating caricatures of the archetypes they see online and dunking on them with quips spoken to the audience beyond the fourth wall. Hollywood started to lose touch with the consensus of the American people and existed in bubbles of wealthy socialites. People started to tap out, finding no commonalities with the people that used to bring them joy through their work. They sought out alternative forms of entertainment. There was a huge boom in online independent content creators. The political horseshoe theory states that as you move further into the extremes of an ideology, the two wings start to take on more similarities than differences. On one side, we have Mao Zedong. Ooh, look at her go. Look at her go. Oh, you want to... And on the other side, we have Adolf Hitler. The most radical of each party both take on ultranationalism and authoritarian mechanisms of control and come to the ultimate conclusion that
we're just gonna kill him.
Take the topic of abortion.
Sorry, I was screaming bubbles. Sorry, I was distracted. I'm looking up something. I was screaming bubbles mentioned.
For example, in the center, you have no strong feelings one way or the other. You just don't want to make people upset at dinner parties. If you go down a little bit in the right wing, abortion is a tragedy, but there still needs to be access for certain circumstances, such as rape or incest. If you go down even further, there's no exceptions whatsoever. Every abortion is a murder, and there should be no access.
Murder!
But if you go far enough right, they actually end up becoming pro-choice again, depending on the race of the baby. Similar to the political horseshoe, content exists on a horseshoe of attention. Let's replace the variables to illustrate this phenomenon. We'll replace the desire for change axis with views. And we're going to swap out the left-right political axis with cringe to awe-inspiring. The center, just like in politics, is boring. I mean, it's not good, it's not bad, it's just fine. They're mediocre. There's no one you want to send it to. It's just something that you'll see and scroll past. Then we have the awe-inspiring, the content that reminds you what it means to be human.
supposed to be inspirational because Alex is crazy, bro. He scaled that mountain with no ropes. That's crazy. But you do you. Apparently, he's married with kids now. I wonder if he still does stuff like this.
You're exposed to levels of talent and dedication that show you why these people were put on Earth. They give you hope for the future and passion for the present. Then on the other end of the spectrum, we have the embodiment of cringe.
I want to be the next SNL cast member.
And here's why I should be a contender.
Merry Christmas, y'all. Day 419 of spraying dog medicine on my hands to make me tougher.
Ohio!
Would you like to pick or receive the Bible?
The lolcows,
I think it's all beautiful, bro. Ugh, the internet's such art.
the schizos, the rage bait, the dumbest guy from your high school's Gary V inspired hustlecore pod.
Oh my God, I gotta tell you, my last Bernie video is getting so many angry left, like liberals at me. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Guys, this video, YouTube just gave me like a little, it goes, good job, Brittany. Your video's doing great, Brittany. People like your video, except they don't. They're thumbs downing it. But all the liberals are mad at me in my comments because I'm talking bad about Bernie. They're like, this is why we always lose. And then the conservatives are there and it's so interesting. And I'm angered a boy bubble. I angered the boy bubble. Boy bubbles are so angry. It's great. Oh, they're great. May these angry boys pay my bills. Fingers crossed, guys. Manifest this for me. Angry boys, pay my bills. Angry boys, pay my bills. Oh, I'm so excited.
Cast portals into unimaginable hell. Despair stranger than fiction. The awesome and the cringe are more similar than they are different. There's a magnetism to them. You can't look away, either because it's like a car accident or it's so beautiful it transcends into angelic. You just have to share it with everyone you know. It's either art or it's some form of performance art by its mere existence. Artists are beginning to get phased out by content creators. An artist is somebody that makes art, and that word carries certain connotations with it. Art makes you feel something. It has
We talked about this yesterday on stream, right?
resonance. It starts dialogues, and through people's different interpretations, it can reveal things about yourself and the world around you. Comedy carries the expectation that it'll make somebody laugh when they see it. If it doesn't make you laugh, there'll be arguments over whether it's even classified as a comedy. Is this what passes for comedy nowadays? Must have forgot to laugh. Is Nanette a comedy?
Think about this. You're stuck in traffic, and the lights turn blue.
Yeah, some people think it is. It doesn't have to make everybody laugh. It just has to make somebody laugh. If you intended for something to be funny and one person laughs, congratulations, you've succeeded at making comedy. You've met the functional definition of the product. If you make a chair, there's the expectation that you'll be able to sit in it. But if you give it to Dave Blunts and he blows the legs out, does it stop being a chair? No, it just wasn't.
I just learned who that guy was for the first time today because of, I think, Ryan Beard's video or somebody's video. I just learned who that guy was.
Made for him. It would have been the perfect stool for Sweet Baby Hasbullah. It was just sold to the wrong customer. But if no one on Earth can sit on it like it's a flaming baseball bat with nails in it, you can't really call it a chair anymore. Content creators have no...
Ooh, the great philosophical question. What is a chair? Guys, tell me what a chair is. Does everybody know this one? It's my favorite. What is a chair? I'm going to make a video. Men are so stupid, they can never answer this one question. And it's just like that very basic philosophy question. What is a chair? Describe it to me. I'm sitting on it. Are you sitting on my wife's face right now? Because I also sit on that. You know, it's like, oh, I love it. What is a chair? And they go, a chair is something you sit on. I guess my wife's a chair. You know? What do they usually say? Something that is next to a table. Okay. So like if I'm next to the table in my chair, a chair is something you can fold. Okay. So if I can fold it as a chair, it's like a chair can't be quite described the way like it's difficult to describe what a chair is because a chair can be many things. And that's the narrative is like, that's why when Matt Walsh goes, what is a woman? It's like asking, what is a chair? But he sees it as a gotcha. And I think the philosophical lens is supposed to free you from the constraints of thinking you were ever smart enough to know what a chair was.
No expectations. Nobody can say something technically isn't content. In the same way that Descartes said, I think, therefore I am, it was posted, therefore it's content. You could just as easily call it shit. Hey, did you see that latest shit Chrissy Teigen posted? Nah, I'm up to my neck in Johnny Salami shit right now. I don't even know if I'll get to it. Art is entertaining, so people end up treating it like it's interchangeable with entertaining shit.
Netflix pays $100 million to Aaron Sorkin or whoever to make a TV
That's Andrew Schulz. He's so little in this. Someone just left a comment on my video that said, Andrew Schulz fans found this video faster than the members. And I was like, oh.
Right. That distracts you for 2 hours. Right. YouTube pays $0 million to make a podcast that distracts you for 2 hours every day. Netflix cannot compete.
Media's talked about like it's a pacification ray just meant to tranquilize you long enough to make it to the next ad break. Just blasting you with a fire hose of concentrated fluoride meant to sedate you. And this is actually what some people claim they want. A common complaint people have on why they tapped out of movies and television is that everything's too woke nowadays. I don't want to be preached at by a bunch of out-of-touch millionaires and their politics. We need to go back to simpler movies to escape all that crap, like Star Wars, where a group of rebels engage in asymmetrical guerrilla warfare against a technologically superior evil empire, which doesn't have any parallels to anything like America in the 1960s. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't even know how you came to that conclusion. What the fuck do you mean the Ewoks are Vietnamese? What? No, they're little bears. To get into the woke phenomenon, we need to talk about the most persecuted minority in American history.
White men.
The gamer.
That was jokes.
Oh,
that's even funnier, the gamer.
Across is tone deaf. I can say the G word. Hard R. I've reached levels of unemployment not heard of since the stock market crash of '29. While you were out partying, I studied the blade. While you were engaging in premarital sex, I practiced the blade. While you wasted your days in the gym in pursuit of vanity, I mastered the blade. Our people were brought into the sphere of public discourse in 2014 with Gamergate. Gamergate was a sprawling clash between Sargon of Akkad, Anita Sarkeesian, and Baron Harkonnen. Wait, not the last guy. Everyone sounds like a villain from Doom for some reason. The gist of Gamergate was a female journalist critiqued the video game industry for objectifying women and only having them as one-dimensional characters with big jiggly titties meant to serve the male gaze. Responses to this ranged from "that's gay" to "that is super gay." For the chronically online that were on the pulse of this controversy, some people agreed with her critique of the industry, some people disagreed, and a few people messaged her, "If you try to take away my big jiggly titties, I swear to God I will burn your house to the ground." The dialogue then shifted from the video games being misogynistic to the gamers themselves.
Okay, what's going on here? Are we sponsored by Mountain Dew and this energy drink and Zyn and Domino's and what is this? Is this like Liz? What is this? A pill? He's got all these snacks on his table. Is he just trying to create a gamer atmosphere? Because bro, what a sponsor moment. He should email Mountain Dew and say like, look, this video got 1 million views because it's on track for 1 million. It's at 700,000 basically. He's on track. He posted it 6 days ago. Brand new YouTube channel. Almost 1 million views on his basically second video. His second video, literally. You know what I'm saying? Some people make content for 10 years. Sometimes the algorithm picks up your video and it moves within communities. And there you go. Kind of beautiful. I kind of love it. You never know. Isn't that amazing?
Concerted effort was made by the gaming journalist community to write a slew of articles about how the gamer was dead. We were a proud and noble people. We lived in harmony. The noob, the camper, the kid that would freestyle rap on Call of Duty party chats.
Oh, and by the way, that's also why videos like this get over 1 million views, because of the effort that went into it. We understand it psychologically. Our brain processes that he went scenes, costumes, setups, microphone changes, lighting changes, and all of those efforts get into our brains and convince us the video is now better because of the effort that went into it. So we give it more of our attention because now we think it deserves our attention because he bothered to take the time to put in the amount of effort into it. Which is why it's always a disappointment. You've got, like he said, that movie he mentioned, like you've got these big actors, this huge budget, this amount of effort that went into it and it ended up being slop. So you can also do that. You can also try hard, have a huge video you put a lot of production into, and then it doesn't hit. So he's actually doing a really good job of making good video. Let me see here. 52,000 likes on 700,000. Comments are pretty good. Most upvoted comment is you made a 58-minute critique of modern culture without mentioning the movie Idiocracy one time. You truly are a unique creator on this platform. Subscribed. Now, the question is, how does this transfer over to future content, and does it? But honestly, like, well-deserved, right? Like, it's a good video. I thought he would. It's interesting, though, the thumbnail. No, he's right. He's talked about almost everyone he's mentioned on the thumbnail. So, yeah, he's doing a good job.
Until one day, the white woman attacked. This was the jumping off point for YouTube's right-wing radicalization pipeline. Creators such as Sargon of Akkad, Gavin McGinnis, and Milo Snuffleupagus gained notoriety during this time. When young men felt under attack by the culture, these YouTube personalities became a bulwark against the criticism and engaged in their own asymmetric warfare against the corporate media entities. The lines in the sand had been drawn for the culture war that was going to take place over the next decade.
Oh, also, chat says the algorithm is definitely shifting to help smaller content creators. Well, I actually think it's a reflection of us too. I think we love to watch people at their start. We love to support the little guy. And trust me, once he becomes famous, people might fall off. They may be like, fuck this guy. People do love to start off like supporting a small content creator that feels small. It's like, if it's the right enough story, we like it. And if it's not the right enough story, we don't like it. We're so finicky. I love that about people though. You just never know what's going to work. Like Juno. Who knew Juno would take off? It was an indie film, no budget. Nobody knew that. Nobody, and then boom. I love it.
Waluigi is the ultimate example of the individual shaped by the signifier. Waluigi is a man seen only in mirror images, lost in a hall of mirrors. He's a reflection of a reflection of a reflection. You start with Mario, the wholesome, all-Italian plumbing superman. You reflect him to create Luigi, the same thing, but slightly less. You invert Mario to create Wario, Mario turns septic and libertarian. Then you reflect the inversion in...
Oh, here's a question. How many of us are going to subscribe to his channel? Are you guys going to do it? I'm not convinced yet that this is content for me. So I'm less likely to subscribe to him, not because it's not a great video, but I just none of this is for me. I can tell I'm not the audience for it somehow. What do you guys think? Are you the audience for this? I just shared his video in the chat too, so you guys can check him out.
The reflection.
But see how you make it a great video, but it's like, who does it hit with? Because even though it has I'll give you an example. Even though it has, oops, that's me. Even though it has 700,000 views, he still only has 36,000 subscribers. Because now the ecosystem of YouTube is that people don't subscribe. They just get you recommended and keep watching. Isn't that interesting? The new meta on YouTube is that people don't subscribe. Ludwig just talked about this, how he doesn't subscribe to people. He just figures he'll see their video on the timeline. He just figures, why subscribe when YouTube will recommend your video to me? So it'll work. I'll see you when I see you. Isn't that interesting?
You create a being who can only exist in reference to others. Waluigi is the true nowhere man. Without the other characters he reflects, inverts, and parodies, he has no reason to exist.
Is he really playing?
Waluigi's identity only comes from what and who he isn't. Without a wider frame of reference.
Wait, Chad says I rarely visit my subscribe tab. I almost really, every morning I wake up, I look through my subscribe tag, I look at all the videos I want to watch, I watch them, and then I go to my regular feed. I love my subscriber tab. I live there because I curate it very specifically. And that's so interesting.
He is nothing. He is not his own man. In a world where our identities are shaped by our warped relationships to brands and commerce, we are all Waluigi. To apply the postmodern analysis of Waluigi to our American entertainment system, we can start with the 1984 movie Ghostbusters. Set in the Reagan era, it was an embodiment of the culture at the time. A ragtag boys club of blue-collar men kicking ass and saving the day, going up against the nerds and the dickless Environmental Protection Agency. We'll use them as our Mario. Traditional masculinity, saving the damsel in distress, and slinging dick jokes. Then came the 2016 reboot, Lady Ghostbusters. Wait, it's just called Ghostbusters? I've literally only ever heard it referred to as Lady Ghostbusters. It's too late to change now. Lady Ghostbusters is our Luigi, essentially the same skeleton as the original, but with a role reversal. In the Obama years, it was less a reflection of our culture than an attempt at a course correction to it. It didn't seem to have a problem with bosses sexually harassing their secretaries, but it posed the question, why can't a girl boss sexually harass her male secretaries? Ew. Chris Hemsworth played the himbo hunk with a room temperature IQ that the Lady Ghostbusters salivated over.
And now is your moment. Pull it out. Oh, sure. I feel like a lawsuit waiting to happen.
The movie was released
Oh my God, he's like the least handsome here too. That's so funny. He got more handsome as he got older. Also, I shared that Kimberly Ann Foster on my Discord. Kimberly, you guys know Kimberly. She said, I'm gonna tease this out, but there has to be a connection between so many women saying they feel the best they've ever felt in their 30s and the patriarchal obsession with telling women that they're devalued after 30. I'm telling you this right now. Not only do people look better as they age, but your life gets better. And I will say, like, anybody who's like, my 20s was my best part of life. First of all, rip, but also, girl, you were okay. No, there's just, my 30s are so good. I can't even, my 40s are going to be so good. I can't wait for my 50s and 60s. It's only going to get up from here, girl. It's only going to get better. But yeah, I think there's something to be said about that. So I think it's funny, Chris Hemsworth in this clip, he's so much more handsome as he's gotten older. Age really makes you look better. Yeah, the obsession with youth is gross, but also I think it's like it's like kind of sad. Like people who are like, the best time of my life was high school. High school? High school? High school? Girl, you couldn't pay me $1 billion to be 15 again. High school? Though my partner and I do play a hypothetical, what if we had to go back in time and be 15 again? Would we come find each other, or would we end up being different people even if we had the same memories? But what if one of us had the memories and one of us didn't have the memories? It's a very hard question to answer. We also tried to test how would we prove to one another that we know one another. It's actually very hard to answer. If one of us had to redo our life over and we had all our memories, but the other person didn't, how would you convince that person that you knew them in a different life? How would a person even convince you? See, that's the problem. I'm just...
In the summer of 2016, when all of Hollywood thought Hillary Clinton would be a lock for the presidency, the film suffered a similar humiliation to Clinton, being negatively panned by audience.
Also, sorry, one more thought I wanted to share with you. We also did a hypothetical of what if my partner or I could basically have a timeline in which we could separate from each other for like 10 years at a time, but it wouldn't be any time difference in our real reality. So like first of all, he asked me, would I be mad if he did that? I was like, would I be mad if you created a hyperbolic like time chamber in which it's like a day or a normal time in my time, but in your time, it's like a whole year? He's like, yeah. And I was like, could I do it too? And he's like, no. And I was like, I don't care. Would it ruin my day? Would you be home for dinner? He's like, yeah. And I was like, I don't care. And he's like, wait, you wouldn't feel bad? I was like, no. I was like, would you feel bad if I did it? He's like, no. And I was like, too bad hyperbolic time chambers don't exist. Shout out to Dragon Ball Z. You know what I mean? Like, yes, chat said, Brittany said in one stream, I love getting older because I'm further away from being toxic. And I felt that. I think about it every day. And just think about all these debater bros on the internet who are literally not even a day away from their toxicity because they're still living in it. Girl. And then they grow up and become president.
And was a box office flop. The response by the creators was to blame the audience for the poor reception. They called the fan base racist, sexist, all the ists-isms you can think of. I saw someone say the movie failed because of misogynoir, which is a new word for hating black women, I guess. They really need to workshop that one.
Is it a new word? Kimberly Ann Foster is about to say, actually?
It sounds too sexy right now. It's like a cologne that Johnny Depp would sell.
Leslie Jones is a dumb bitch. Misogynoir by Dior.
The term was coined by a black feminist, Moira Bailey, in 2008 and addresses misogyny directed towards black transgender and cisgender women in America. I guess it's new. I would say 2008 is considered new.
The backlash then fueled the creation of the monstrosity Waluigi, the inverse to Lady Ghostbusters, Lady Ballers.
Wait, does he mean new like 2020? Because 2008 like is new in terms of history. But does he mean new in this? I don't know what new means.
Swinging of the pendulum. Whereas the toxic masculinity of the 80s was subconscious and not altogether harmless, wasn't deliberately malicious, the new wave has gone septic. Their thesis statement is nothing besides we are not Lady Ghostbusters.
Boys are better at everything. They're better at basketball, MMA.
That goes without saying.
And running, and javelin, driving, parking, most of the STEM fields, rock and roll, opening pickle jars.
They don't know what they are, only what they're not. Anti-woke, anti-DEI, anti-establishment. The Daily Wire, PragerU, and right-wing media companies said they're going to be bringing back real comedy.
It's like comedy sucks. It's like nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like legalize comedy. Yeah. Brother, this guy stinks!
Return to the heyday of the feel-good, apolitical, sophomore comedies of Will Ferrell and Adam Sandler.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yup.
You want to go do karate in the garage? Yup.
The movie Lady Ballers, directed by Daily Wire CEO Jeremy Boring.
I bet the board is spelled B-O-R-E-D.
I swear to God, that's his real name, was marketed as a comedy that harkens back to the 90s and early 2000s. These people have no idea how to accomplish that task. It's as if the art of making a lighthearted comedy is a lost technology, like how the Egyptians built the pyramids. They are so off the mark of making something like Step Brothers or The Hangover, they must be sitting in the editing bay, coming up with conspiracies.
I also think Step Brothers and Hangover are just so old now. Who cares? They're so outdated. I just don't think they'd be funny now anyways. I think that type of humor, we're over it. It's boring. Let's move on. I watched all of those movies growing up. I saw Hangover in the theater. I know. I've seen them. I think we're over it. I just don't even know if it's funny anymore. Pineapple Express and all these films. I don't know. I feel like maybe kids will find it funny, I guess. But I think I'm too old at this point. But you know what I'm not ever too old for? Anime. People who think like, oh, I outgrew anime. That's fine, girl. But I don't think I'll ever outgrow storytelling just because it's an animated form. Outgrowing anime feels like you're saying you're outgrowing storytelling because it's animated. It's like saying I don't watch cartoons anymore. So you don't watch film if it's animated? Or do you mean like you outgrew watching anime set in high school because like, you know, you're not a high schooler anymore? I'm just saying.
On how Adam McKay was helped by extraterrestrials. The movie is just as pedagogic or preachy as any of the woke movies that they spent their careers rallying against.
Of course, your divorce is affecting your daughter. 70% of all people in prison come from broken families. She's twice as likely to do drugs, twice as likely to drop out of school, 4 times as likely to have trouble fitting in, 3 times as likely to end up in therapy, twice as likely to commit suicide.
It's condescending, spiteful, putting political messaging over any sort of story or character development.
These transhumanist tech oligarchs and nihilist college professors have already convinced every self-righteous housewife with Munchausen by proxy to sacrifice their kids on the altar of false virtue.
You cannot do a funny impression of somebody that you hate with all of your being.
You just did that entire story to what?
To make a name for myself? To get clicks? To gain power? Well, part of I'm a journalist. Do you not understand? I'll cancel you.
The characters in Lady Ballers despise each other to the level of your parents arguing with each other at the Cheesecake Factory the night before their divorce. You never listen to me. You never listen to me. Oh, is that what I sound like? Oh, well, who am I? Duh, I lost our kids' college money sending Amazon gift cards to an Indian man pretending to be my girlfriend. Duh, I'm retarded. It's like, yeah, I mean, those are impressions, but I don't think that their child sitting on the other side of the table is going to find it very funny. Here's what the funniest comedian of all time said about making jokes about groups of people. You need to tell a black joke like you're talking to your black friends. You got to tell jokes about women like you're talking to your sisters. You got to tell jokes about white people like you're talking to your white friend. This movie wasn't made to be...
Can he do that? I don't know if he can do that. Is he allowed to do that?
Enjoyed by women or Democrats or gay people. It was made as a spite project to pander to an in-group. And my problem with it isn't that it's conservative, it's because it sucks ass. There's plenty of great movies that are made by conservatives and are conservative in nature. Clint Eastwood's Gran Torino, Mel Gibson's Apocalypto, the first Incredibles, arguably, or any of the Vince Vaughn movies from the early 2000s. The difference was they used to have a humanity to them. Vince Vaughn would be the sarcastic, everyman protagonist trading blows with a beta male liberal, but at the end there was some sort of commonality where they're like, all right, you're an annoying pussy, but I'm kind of a stupid asshole.
Chat said, I'm a whisper that in my partner's ear all sexy. I'll cancel you. I'm totally gonna do that. I said to my partner, there's a trend going on TikTok where the girl or guy gets with their partner. So let's say it's like a husband or a wife, where they go, hey, I'm standing here with my current wife and we're trying this new Mountain Dew something, whatever. And then the person goes, current wife. And so I couldn't do it with my partner because they're offline, but I was like, I looked at them because sometimes I'd see a trend and I look at them and I'm like, hey, can we do a video together so the internet knows who my current wife is? Because I just want them to really get to know you for this era of my life before it's over. And they're like, and it just ends up being my partner looking at me for like 30 seconds straight with no response. But I think it's funny. And I need you to know that all that matters is that I think it's funny.
Can we just get along and get through this wedding? The modern anti-woke content gives no quarter. There's no olive branches. There's no attempt at understanding. It exists as power fantasy, where the main character is an audience stand-in that's always right, just destroying their political opponents, knocking over straw men with the lack of nuance fueled by the Twitter-poisoned mind. You might be inclined to write off the Daily Wire as propaganda, but that's not the correct term. Propaganda is a form of communication used to influence or persuade an audience to further a political agenda. Their content isn't made to lure a politically neutral audience into their ideology. The origin of these channels are SJW owned, libtard destroyed content where a grown man with a research team and printed out statistics corners teenagers on their way to a Comp 1 class to try to make them look like dumbasses. These aren't designed for liberals to come around and see things their way. They're made as a catharsis for people that already hate liberals. And I get it, they're annoying. Propaganda is supposed to separate you from your way of thinking. A grifter's job is separating a market demographic from their money. Selling anti-woke...
A market demographic from their money. Ooh, let's listen to that again.
...way of thinking. A grifter's job is separating a market demographic from their money. Selling anti-woke coffee and razor blades.
If you've had enough of the woke bullshit and you're tired of paying companies like Harry's and Gillette to hate you,
because they see people's alienation and frustration with the system as an opportunity for them to line their own pocket.
Same with Jeff Bezos. So you know how like liberal billionaires, so like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, utilized liberals' desire to save the planet as a way to build their companies, or they said they had green initiatives. It's at the expense of, it's the exploitation. It doesn't matter their political persuasion. What matters is they're looking for ways to exploit you. So if you want them to say you're liberal, that's what Vivian said about her dad. Vivian, that's Elon's daughter. Vivian said that Elon has always been basically conservative and he was just grifting. And I was like, yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, they don't care. So when Republicans would say, well, why do you like the liberal billionaires? Well, I was too goddamn liberal to know why I should hate them. This is why I became progressive. Because I had to deconstruct my liberal belief that billionaires could be good. And this is why we'll never have a liberal Mr. Beast. Or we will have a liberal Mr. Beast, but we won't have a progressive one. Do you know what I mean? There's no such thing as a good billionaire, even if they call themselves a liberal.
It's an insult to the audience's intelligence that they make content that doesn't challenge their worldview or perspective. They say, we already know what you think and feel, and we want you to stay right there, because that's how we know how to sell to you. So is that it? Everything is shit? Hollywood is shit? The mindless brain rot is shit? The political grifters are shit?
With you, somehow the wires have gotten crossed, and everything looks and sounds like shit to you. It's a condition called being a cynical asshole.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Is everything good in the past?
Ooh, okay. Wait, this is called our... Wait, what is this? Hold on.
Yes.
I love
Is everything
statues.
good in the past?
This is called art in quotations. This is legacy and heritage of the West. This is what men of the West fight and sacrifice for. This is victory. The statue? Or the woman of the statue? Is he saying that this is men fight for the statue? Look, if you guys are going to keep fucking couches and statues, what do you need women for? You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. Leave us out of it. Give them all the... Girl, we should get these men statues because apparently that's what they want. Chet said wrong, an Asian woman made that. Okay, well, shout out to her because it's actually a beautiful statue. But I don't know why men are getting their hands all over it. Okay. The lesbian? No way. The statue was made by a lesbian? Wait, that's even funnier. No. It was made by a non-American lesbian? It's beautiful, really. Absolutely gorgeous. I love that. I love that. Oh, this video says it. Hold on. Who committed herself? Is there an example of a female sculptor who committed herself to the same amount of detail that a male does with a woman? He said, none that come to mind. This sculptor is an act of worship before heaven, and it showed. No way. I'm going to kill myself. No way. That's too funny. He calls himself the Dark Triad Man. This has got to be fake. That sculpture is an act of worship before heaven, and it shows. No. No. That sculptor is a Chinese woman, you dork ass losers. I'm gonna fucking gag. I'm gonna gag. That's so funny. I love humans. No, oh yeah, the rational male. That is a real person. That's fucking rheumatoid arthritis. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. Rollo Tomasi. So funny. Who says women can't be funny? Joke's on you, I'm a man. Right, yeah, okay. Oh, let's go, lesbian queen. There she is, baby. That's a lesbian queen right there.
Of course not. There's still great art being made every day. It's just going to be harder to find now. The algorithms are designed so the content that rises to the top is often mindless clickbait, engagement farming, or people exploiting your anger and disenfranchisement. Great art is still being created, probably now more than ever, but you're going to have to pan for it like gold. If you find anything worth your time, hang on to it for dear life. Share it with your friends. Go support local bands in your city. Become a small-time patron of the arts. In a world where attention is a commodity, the only democratic control we have is not to look. You have to be like Lot's wife fleeing Sodom and Gomorrah, and if she dared look back, she'd be turned into a pillar of salt. If you're pulling your hair out and asking why is this popular, are people stupid? Yeah, duh. And you're even dumber than them, because you're not even enjoying the time that you wasted. It's like eating a whole plate of Twinkies and going, ugh, I hate Twinkies. Disgusting slop made to demoralize us. The West is dead. Yeah, man, no one told you to eat the Twinkies. They were just on the shelf. You have the choice. Give everything a chance, but once you know you don't like it, just disengage. If somebody says, hey, did you see that Ian Miles Chong tweet? Go, sorry, brother. Only tweets I hear are the
Just kidding. I know who Ian is. It's just been so long. Ian Miles Chung. Ugh.
birds on my back porch. Become fully grill-pilled. I'm almost 30 years old. I shouldn't have an opinion on Mr. Beast. Does the Fresh and Fit podcast suck? Or am I just not a Cuban man in the Miami dating scene? Does the Daily Wire suck? Or am I just not the most divorced man at my local cigar lounge? I like
chat, so yeah, you're not even enjoying the time you've wasted. Oof.
90s anime and ska punk. It's not like if I sat down with those guys, I would convince them that Neon Genesis is the pinnacle of art. The Fresh and Fit fan would be like, hey, B, I'm gonna keep it real with you. This shit mad gay and retarded. This Shinji shit, he just like a little bitch, you know, freaky ass, jerking his little dick in Asuka's hospital room. That shit nasty.
I'm sorry, who is he imitating? Is he doing an accent for one of them? He's got whole math in the bottom there. That's even funnier. Which one is he imitating? I can't.
For real. Daily Wire fan is like, this Shinji Ikari needs to pull himself up by his bootstraps. I mean, his father owns the company and he's still dropping the ball. It's called responsibility, pal. Get your ass into gear. It's not for them, the same way their shows aren't for me. I used to be the main target demographic for.
Ooh, he's talking about bubble differences, huh? Talking about the bubble differences between like who is for who. Yeah, watch it to dip into the bubble, but don't engage with it. There's so much good shit out there. Like, that's why I say I love my algorithm. If you hate your algorithm, girl, change it.
For most of the content that was being produced. Now I'm just a smaller piece of that pie chart, but it's still being made. The Banshees of Inisherin came out a few years ago without any fanfare, and it's one of my favorite movies of all time. Black Country New Road is one of the best rock bands in the era where everyone was saying that rock is dead. I'm finding new artists and musicians that inspire me every other week. And if you don't see anybody making things for people like you, make it yourself.
Don't tell me what to do.
In 1929 in Chicago.
Excuse me? Thank you. Oh, Veritasium. We're going to watch that next week. Not right now, girl. It's not about you. Okay, it's not about you. Okay, guys, we did it. Wow, we really made it through today. We did a lot of talking. And if I don't eat something right now, I'm going to go divorce my wife just to feel some dopamine. Okay? I'm going to go tell her we're getting divorced just so I can feel something. Yeah, just kidding. She'll cry, and I wouldn't want to do that to her. And then I'll cry because I made her cry. It's going to be a whole cycle of abuse. It's very bad. Don't do that to yours. Don't do that. Okay? I gotta eat. Oh, wait. Oh, I can't show it to you because TikTok locked me out. TikTok logged me out. I hate them. I wanted to show you guys this bubble pop I had. Wait. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Let me see if they'll let me do it. If I send myself the TikTok and then open it. Hold on. I can't believe they I hate logging into my accounts. If I get logged out, it's going to be a very long time before I log in. It's just like, it's a lot of work. I don't want to do the paperwork. God damn it. Okay, there it is. Hold on. Oh my God. I have got to show you this. You don't even have to stay, but if you're staying still, I can't see because I'm not looking at chat. But I'm going to share it to my Discord, and then I'm going to open it from the Discord into a new tab, and the new tab is going to let me show it to you because I don't have to log in, and then I'm going to pull this up, and I'm going to show it to you, okay? I'm going to show it to you. Bubble pop right here, baby. Oh, hold on. Okay, no. pig. I mean, it's a guinea pig, right? Or a hamster? A guinea pig. Yeah, it's the guinea pig, right? I mean, look, if you're gonna eat a cow, you might as well eat a cat. I say that because I'm plant-based now. But apparently, it's really common. Apparently, it's super, super common. And I'm shook. I mean, hey, what are you gonna do? Whoa. I learned something new. I didn't know that. I mean, obviously, people eat everything. But I didn't know that. Chat said, especially in Peru, they're like a delicacy. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I learned that and I was like, bubble pop. You know, again, I always assume everyone eats everything. But then when I see it, I'm like, oh, I never thought to eat a guinea pig. And I never will. Who knows if I'll ever eat animal again? I wonder if it's not that I don't eat animal. That's the wrong way to phrase that. I wonder if I'll ever get back into eating meat. Who knows? Isn't that interesting to not know? I'm so excited. I wonder what future Brittany will do. Who knows? Okay, guys, with that said, thank you for staying and seeing a dead hamster. Guinea pig, whatever it was. All right, let's listen to Samantha Dragonati on the way out. Go do something productive with your life. Hey, okay, bye. Goodbye. Wait a second, is it Friday? May 25th on the Discord 101. Great for new people, Arcane, episode 7 through 9, watching and dissecting together, June 22nd. Yoga, that's in June. Don't worry about that. Bye.